Chapter 61, Criminal. For the next few hours, Dream and the girls danced the night away. The girls especially. They looked stupid, cute, sexy, and inexperienced all at once. With their ability, it didn't take the girls long to learn to dance a bit. And once they got into it, they got into it. It was probably due to the mana-infused music, but Dream had never seen Iris so, well, sexual. That was usually Luna's thing. And since it was nothing malicious, he didn't stop the cause for her change in attitude. Technically, only he really had the immunity. Unless the girls detected the music's influence, they couldn't stop it. Not that he regretted letting the music do its thing. He loved it. Seeing that side of Iris was exhilarating. She even decided to take it upon herself and copy the others around them, grinding up against him, moving her body every which way in that sexy black dress to the point where her scent was almost rubbed into his clothes. Dream was as turned on as he was surprised by her boldness. Though this only went on for a good 20 minutes or so until the music stopped. With it, the enchanted atmosphere died down and everyone came to their senses, along with an embarrassed Iris, though not as embarrassed as he thought she would be. She came out surprisingly confident, giving him a deep kiss before walking back to the table. Dream smiled and walked back with her, taking Luna to the dance floor next. This was honestly one of the things Dream had been a bit conflicted on. With two girls, how was he supposed to divide his attention best, especially in these kinds of one-on-one activities? Luckily, they were sisters and both understanding. Otherwise, there would be conflicts. Not that Dream was confident enough to have two girlfriends that weren't sisters, but that's beside the point. After Iris was Luna, and it went as you would expect. Dream got a stand-up lap dance, and he enjoyed every second of it. She too was affected by the music, but it didn't cause a huge change like Iris. It only made her that much more passionate. At first, Dream thought he was doing too little. He was practically just letting the girls dance all over him, while maybe getting a little handsy. But at the same time, what was he supposed to do? Give them a lap dance instead? That would be an interesting sight. Either way, the girls enjoyed letting loose and Dream enjoyed the service. After a few hours of switching and even dancing with both, Sophia finally had to step in. You have 2 hours before the sun rises. I suggest you three get back and get ready to leave. As the music stopped again, the three were suddenly reminded of how they were supposed to be leaving today, or more precisely, within the next hour. They each pulled themselves together and calmed down while sitting at their table. I totally forgot about today. Iris. At least we packed before we left. Luna. The girls closed their eyes and massaged their heads. They actually weren't tired at all. A testament to their powerful physiques. They were just trying to clear their minds. Dream, on the other hand, was getting some news from Sophia. I think I found where we are. On this planet? In the universe. I've been using all satellites to their full capacity to collect information, and I didn't expect to find where we are so soon. But in the last several hours, I've been verifying what I've seen. According to all the data on Earth, and referencing celestial objects around us, I've concluded that we are in the Andromeda Galaxy. Where exactly in the galaxy is still unknown, but regardless, we are at least 2.5 million light-years away from Earth. Dream sat there in deep contemplation. 2.5 million light-years? It's an impossibly far distance, something that, according to all things logical, couldn't be traveled by anyone. But whoever brought me here was able to drop me on this planet, body and soul, in an instant. Not only that, but I have a connection to Earth in real time. I can even pass signals through the connection. It's an impossible thing considering that I'm literally in a galaxy far, far away. So there's definitely a way to get to Earth. A wormhole? If those even exist. Or the scary alternative, that person who dropped me here was able to travel that distance easily. Nothing short of a god either way. What's even crazier is that this planet is developing at the same time as Earth. The coincidence is almost too good to be true. Although it seems this planet has a buried history to it. Anyway, there's nothing I can do with that information right now. At least we know we're relatively in the same place and not stranded somewhere billions of light-years away. Dream sat back and stopped thinking about it. Pondering on it more would only drive him crazy. After he and the girls collected themselves, they decided to leave the tavern and head back home. A carriage ride later, they were in front of the house. A certain someone was also waiting for them outside. How's it going, old man? Riddick didn't respond and walked over to the girls, touching their shoulders with his hands. After a second, he pulled away. We're leaving soon. You guys have everything packed? Riddick. Dream smiled. Riddick scanned the girls and found nothing, which also means that he didn't follow them during the night. He felt a bit smug. He doubted that Riddick would be able to find evidence of them doing anything if Dream didn't want him to know. Not that he would ever violate his trust, but still. Yes, we're all packed. Luna. Then we'll head out now. You ready, boy? Riddick. I am. In fact, we can take this carriage to the gates. That's fine. Riddick. With that, they got back onto the carriage, soon arriving at the gates. As they exited the mountain, the sun was beginning to peek up over the horizon. Dream drove everyone a couple of miles away where they set up the helicopter. The blades began turning and kicking up dust while everyone boarded. You know where you're going? Riddick spoke up as they got on. Dream nodded to him. I do. Remember that rocket? Well, it had devices on it that make maps of the world. Take a look at your tablet. Riddick took a seat and brought out his tablet, finding an image already on it. Dream had uploaded the map data they had. Riddick scrolled around the map and found the enchanted mountain and the spire highlighted, their locations clearly displayed. The location of their helicopter was also being tracked and showed the route they were going to take to get there, which was just a straight line. When Sophia had found the mountain and spire, she used the reconnaissance satellites to very clearly image the entire area. Not only that, but 2 of those planes Dream launched were currently circling the area at super high altitudes of nearly 70,000 feet. They were constantly monitoring the area, and Sophia was compiling data from what she could see. Riddick scrolled up to the spire and saw clear images of the Empire. He was stunned as he had never seen a view of the place from such a perspective. The girls also went over and looked over his shoulder at the map, having a more curious reaction as they had never been to the spire. The spire itself was a vast empire, though the name sounds very singular and small, which led Dream to believe that the place itself wasn't that big. Maybe the mages who practiced there liked to be secluded in their research and had their own towers and areas, making things spread out. But nope. From the images Sophia took, the main capital was a huge community, and there indeed was a spire. In fact, there were hundreds. In the most prominent city of the empire stood one massive tower. When Dream had first seen it, he was stunned silly. The thing was approximately 1,100 meters tall. This would make it one of the tallest buildings on Earth. And before Earth had developed graphene structural material, the tallest building had been the Burj Khalifa, standing at over 800 meters tall. Either way, the spire was truly a skyscraper, and outside it were other spires, but none as tall as the main one. The next tallest approached 800 meters, then 700, then 500, until they became unnoticeable among the rest of the buildings. The city as a whole was almost 50 miles across and was pretty densely packed with buildings. Even this, however, was only the main capital. The exact size of the empire was unknown. Such a thing was determined by the political situation and whether the major cities around the spire were kingdoms instead of parts of the main empire. But according to trade routes that Sophia picked up on and the general flow of the populace, she estimated out the influence of the empire to be around half the size of America. Another big hint to this was that every major city within that area all had spires in the center of the cities, an obvious tie to the empire. So for now, they would assume that to be its influence. The place they were heading to was the center of it all, the main capital. It would take almost 2 days of straight flying. And after seeing the map which told them this, everyone settled in for a long ride. Luna and Iris both transformed into foxes, which would prove most comfortable. Iris took Dream's lap while Luna took her dad's, curling into balls. The helicopter began climbing higher and higher, and everyone relaxed, mentally tired from being up all night and morning. Though for a split second as the helicopter climbed, the back of Dream's neck tingled and his hair stood on end. Was it chills? Nervousness? Dream opened his previously closed eyes, looking at Riddick across from him. And when he saw the old man's face, his heart rate began spiking. Conda dash. Boom. Out of nowhere, the helicopter was enveloped and blown to bits by fire. Sophia reacted quickly and created a vacuum around Dream and Iris, protecting them from the super-hot blue flames that could burn even them. Though this proved unnecessary as they were already being protected by someone else. He saw the transparent mana shield that was enveloping all of them. It came from Riddick. Since the helicopter wasn't a helicopter anymore, the 4 quickly began falling out of the sky. Dream had nothing to summon and prepared to use his magic until their descent was stopped by Riddick. Controlling all of them, he quickly began flying towards the trees, reaching the ground in a matter of seconds. When they were all set down, Dream began assessing the situation with Sophia. So, what the actual hell just happened? You were attacked, is that right? Thanks for the enlightenment. I barely recognized that there was an enemy until just before. I sensed mana agitation and a spike in temperature coming from a place below us. Then a fireball came flying towards us at insane speeds. Luckily, Riddick reacted quick, or else you would have come out with some serious burns. So a simple fireball caused all that. What level is this enemy at? Unknown, but at least high second class. There's a high chance that they're third class. Well, that's fantastic. Prepare to fight against one then. Understood. In only a second, they had determined that they were in a bad situation. Dream's armor activated and covered every part of his body. His senses spread out as far as they could. His mana vortex began spinning faster. His high-powered railgun appeared in his hands, along with the deadliest titanium bullets he had. He saturated them with mana, then waited. At the same time, Sophia explained to Luna and Iris that they were under attack from a potential third-class enemy. They realized and also prepared, but not for battle. They prepared to stay out of their dad's way. They didn't think they could affect this battle. For a few moments, time stood still. Everyone was on full alert. But even after a whole minute of waiting, nothing happened. Dream understood one thing from this: psychological warfare. They want to wear us down mentally. Dream. Immediately after he said that, another fireball came, then another, and another. Over a dozen fireballs came at them from all sides. They were the same blue color as before, proving how hot they were. And right as they were about to arrive, Dream felt the ground all around them begin to move. It was caving in. A trap, huh? I would scoff, but it's actually rather deadly. So counteracted. Dream took her advice and began contesting control over the ground and air. A good chunk of his mana was used up as it saturated his surroundings. Though right as he was about to fight back, a horrendous wave of mana washed over the area, dissipating everything about to attack them. The atmosphere was immediately filled with hatred and malice. Just standing there, Dream felt stifled. The mana he sent out retracted into his body as an almost instinctual reaction of self-defense. Even after 20 years, a voice echoed through the forest, seemingly aimed at nothing. It seems you all need to be reminded of just who you're dealing with. After saying so, that wave of mana began corroding everything around them. In only a few seconds, everything within a 300-meter radius disintegrated. The trees, the grass, bushes, even animals just going about their business. The only thing left was dirt, stone, and ashes covering the floor. Not a sound was made as it happened, nor did the caster even move. One moment, the forest was brimming with life. The next, it was a barren wasteland. Dream stood there baffled. I take back anything about being able to contest against that monster. Who the hell could possibly fight that? They're about to appear. Dream's attention turned towards where Riddick was looking. After a moment, 6 figures appeared surrounding them. They were foxes. Riddick Durov, you cannot escape. Word of your appearance has already been sent. Cooperate, and your daughters won't be harmed. And you may be able to live a bit longer. Individual whose name is Dream. The fox who was speaking turned to Dream. What is your affiliation with Riddick Durov? Affiliation? Why, we happen to be friends. Dream's mask uncovered his face as he stared straight at the fox. Riddick Durov has committed heinous crimes against the United Empire's 4th-class counselor, Raoul. Give yourself up and don't interfere in this matter. You will be let go unharmed and deemed unrelated to this criminal. Go free, or become a criminal to the world's largest empire. You know what? Raoul, the 4th-class fox, you can send him a message. Tell him that he can bring his furry ass over here and suck on my magnum dong. Chapter 62. Separated. Excuse me? The fox, who had been all high and mighty a second ago, was baffled. Not because of what Dream said, but because he didn't understand. Was that supposed to be an insult? It sure sounded like it. But what did magnum dong mean? He had no idea, and wasn't sure how to respond to Dream. Riddick and the girls, though, were positively stunned. They knew exactly what that meant. And while the girls knew what Dream just did, Riddick was the only one who truly understood the ramifications of doing such a thing. Telling a class 4 to come and suck it? If those foxes understood, they wouldn't hesitate to decapitate Dream where he stood. But that was only if they understood. And Dream knew that they didn't get a word of that. As for letting them know what it meant, he wouldn't. He wasn't that stupid. It means no. Dream made it simple. The fox also decided to take it simply and recover from his befuddlement. No, you're nothing more than a bystander to this conflict. So don't start believing that you have a choice. He's right, boy. There's nothing you can do here. Riddick. Dream. No buts. Do as they say. I don't need you here nor want you here. Don't be a hero and forget about everything in us. Riddick. Dream shut his mouth and went quiet. He'd never seen Riddick like that. He's almost never raised his voice. The girls were also wide-eyed, stunned by their father's outburst, and more so by his rejection of Dream. At first, they were happy that Dream had decided to stay. As he said, it was becoming a criminal to the world's largest empire, a place that had the power to put their dad on the run. But he decided to stay with them anyway. And then their dad comes in and pushes him away? Why would he do that? Dream silently walked over and faced Riddick, putting his hand out for a shake. You at least took care of me for a bit.
Thanks.
Dream. Leave. Boom. Riddick put his hand on Dream's chest and shoved, throwing Dream several meters away to the foxes. He landed flat on his back.
Cough, damn.
Dream felt the wind in his lungs leave all at once. Quickly, a fox transformed into a human and restrained Dream with a pair of rope. The lead fox nodded. Good. A reckless child who knows nothing. Riddick Durov, you have one more chance to give yourself up. How about you quit flapping your lips like a pest and give me some experience? The only thing you're good for. Go. The fox narrowed his eyes in displeasure and ordered his team, not wishing to speak any longer. After that, all the foxes proceeded to launch fireballs and bend the ground. Riddick also responded in kind by making some fireballs of his own, though these weren't red or blue, but black. Right as they were about to collide, the fox that restrained Dream threw a bag over his head, cutting out all sensory information. He was then lifted up and could feel himself being moved. Damn, those fireballs looked cool. He wouldn't let me see for just a bit longer, huh? Now I'm just a piece of luggage. At least you aren't on the receiving end of those fireballs. Never mind that. The restraints they have you in are no joke. Those ropes especially. They're enchanted with something that acts as a mana inhibitor. Not only does it restrict the flow of mana, but existing mana tied to your body is cut off. Yeah, I can feel myself weakening, like I'm back on Earth all over again. It's not a fun feeling. Can you get rid of them? It would take too long. From what I can see on the GPS, which still works, he's bringing you back to the mountain. You'll probably be set free in a bit. Sigh, all right. Dream decided to just relax and be as comfortable as possible. Not that being carried like a bag was comfortable in any sense. After almost 20 minutes of sensory deprivation and uncomfortable positioning, Dream was finally set down on the ground. And soon after, the restraints came off. When the bag came off his head, Dream repeatedly blinked his eyes and massaged his face. All the sensory information flooding and wasn't very comfortable for his brain. I suggest you forget everything that happened, and don't bother looking around for us or that scum. You won't find anything. After saying so, the fox dashed off and disappeared, leaving Dream alone. Sigh, I give a 3/10 for that treatment. Why 3? I didn't get dropped and I at least know where I am. Dream looked around and saw the entrance to the mountain a mile or two away. He stood up and stretched out. The mana flowed back into his body and he recovered to peak performance. So things have taken an interesting turn. I know. I'm surprised that they let me go just like that. It's probably political. If they killed everyone associated with Riddick, then the human empires would step in. And they're probably confident enough in their stealth that they don't need to worry about being found out. It's not like everyone has a GPS after all. Very true. Anyway, I better find a place to live, and preferably not with Graph. Get me somewhere secluded. There's an area about 100 miles from here that would be good. Transportation? Right here. In front of Dream, a helicopter was summoned. This one was much smaller than the other one, though. It only carried 2 people, but in exchange it was fast. He quickly stepped inside and began flying to the location Sophia found. and in a mere 15 minutes, he arrived. The area was next to a lake, and there was nobody around for miles. Dream got out of the helicopter and desummoned it. Nice.
Now a house.
The next moment, a pre-built house was taken out of his inventory and placed near the lake. It was only single story and not that big, but for one person it was perfect. He walked inside and found it furnished, having everything he might need. He walked over and flopped down onto a couch. Next, he took out a phone, placing it onto the coffee table in front of him. Hey, old man, how you holding up? Don't patronize me, boy. I've got 2 third classes on my ass. How do you think I'm holding up? Dream grinned, hearing the voice from the other line. Dream wasn't actually planning to forget about them. At first, he really did plan to stay, but after Riddick forcefully rejected him, he realized that if he stayed, he would just be more baggage. So he decided to help them from afar. The only problem was that if he planned on keeping tabs with them, he needed a way to communicate. And that's what the handshake was for, or more like the shove. Right as Riddick shoved, Dream took out a device from his inventory and handed it off to him. The old man got the hint and took it before the foxes could see. The device was actually handmade. It was basically a smartwatch, but made with this world's materials for the case. The case of the watch was enchanted with the function of taking the signals from the watch and sending them through telepathy, making it so two people could communicate over distances using the watch. With his skills, he was able to easily make them. But he had only gotten the state skills a couple days ago and hadn't made them for everyone, only a prototype, meaning only Riddick had one. And right now, Dream was using it. I'm glad the watch works.
Otherwise, I would have to use Luna's phone, which could give me away.
A minute when I said you should forget about us. This isn't your fight. And if they find out that you're helping me, it's over for you. Well, they won't find out. How could they possibly understand my technology? I think you should relax and accept the help that I was going to give anyways. There was silence over the line for a moment.
Fine.
Good. So what's your plan? My plan is to run until I either kill them or lose them. I see that. You've already covered a lot of ground, but it's going to be forest for many more miles. So the likelihood of you losing them is slim to none. How confident are you in killing them? It's no problem, though it won't be easy. I'll be tired afterward. So hiding will be necessary. Well, think of it this way. Your goal is to face off against the 4th class Raoul. And if you can't handle some measly 3rd classes, then good luck. I'm one of those measly class 3s as well. I need to reach class 4 before having a chance. You and I both know that's not true. It's all about skills. So take this chance to start leveling them. It's not that easy. Then make it that easy. Look, right now you don't have a choice. The longer you wait, the more reinforcements they're going to get. Do you want to get stuck in the same situation as last time? If I'm not mistaken, they have sleeper agents in all 4 of the empires, which gives you about the time it takes for them to travel there and back before you get screwed. So before then, you better get the power necessary to fight against all of them. There is no fallback plan, and nobody's coming to help. There are 2 ways that this will end. You either get more powerful or they take Luna and Iris, and then I'll have to be the one who saves them. And I prefer to take my time with leveling up. So here's how we'll do this. I have a drone that's about 70,000 feet above you. So I'll use it to navigate and find hiding places so you can rest after your fights. All you need to do is focus on yourself and working on your skills. And if you ever get into mortal danger, I'll head over there and try to help. Unnecessary. Just wait for the news. Click. Riddick cut off the connection after giving a brief response. Dream sat back. I think that did it for him. Sometimes people fail to look ahead and see how much of a perilous situation they're really in. Either way, there's nothing much I can do. He closed his eyes and his mind began running. His plans were drastically changed in an hour, and he needed to find his next step. They're going to be chased all day, every day, and I can only sit back and watch with that. The only thing I can think to do is start leveling up. My skills have gone stagnant, so I think getting to class 2 will help that. Sounds like the best plan. We'll need to be prepared to fight strong people if you ever plan to help. Well, I can start after I know they're safe. I have no idea how long it'll take them to fight. It's done. Huh. Dream sat up after he heard a voice. Old man? Yes, it's me. You killed them? Already? It's been like 5 minutes. Well, I killed all the class 2s and one of the class 3s. The other one was injured and ran. Either way, they won't be coming back anytime soon. Okay, and what about you? I'm fine. So? Where's this hiding spot? It's several miles from your location. I'll have Sophia guide you. Got it. We'll head there. Unfortunately, this is going to be our life for a while. So sorry, but unless you want to forfeit your life, we may not see each other for a long time. How long are you thinking? Could be years. Depends on how I progress or how fast they try to hunt us. Either way, it won't be a short amount of time. And I won't be letting the girls know about you and me talking. I have to assume that we're always being watched, and if they spill your name or any notion of us communicating, then they'll hunt you for answers. That sounds logical. You know, I could send a helicopter to bring you guys places. It can fly without me. That'll be a no too. They know about it since we were in one when they ambushed us. If they connect it to you, it's the same outcome. Look, talking is the only thing we can do. And I appreciate the help, but you need to move on to something else. I suggest maybe going to the Spire if you want to learn magic, the Sword School for martial arts, or the Mercenary Empire if you want to take jobs and level up quickly. Hell, with your devices, you could even cross the lands and go to the animal empires. Doesn't matter. Just find something to do. You have a lot of potential, and squandering it because of my situation is stupid. You're a free man. So go and live your life. I appreciate the concern, but you don't need to worry about what I plan to do. As I said, I got drones watching over you guys. I'll help with what I can. You just focus on getting stronger. If I want to go somewhere, then I will. Nothing's going to keep me from living how I want. So don't worry about it. Sophia will guide you to the hiding spot. Get your rest. I know you're injured. Click. Now it was Dream's turn to hang up. He understood and appreciated Riddick's concern, but he didn't want them in more danger just because they didn't want his help. He was perfectly safe. They weren't. Asterisk sigh asterisk I will worry about their life and death. And that's okay. You should rest as well. You've been up all night. I'll watch everything. All right. Dream got up and walked over to the bed, crawling under the covers. I guess I better get used to my bed being empty. Chapter 63, Hunt. When Dream woke up, he saw that it was dark outside. Is it night? It's actually morning. You slept through the rest of that day and night? Oh. Dream laid there and stared at the ceiling as his brain slowly booted up. How are they? They's had one more small skirmish, but otherwise nothing. I've tasked 5 drones in total to monitor them and their surroundings. Okay. As he laid there, his mind went through everything that happened yesterday. Like, where did they go wrong? When were they spotted? And how the hell did those foxes lie in wait for 20 years? That's an absurd amount of time. At least, from Dream's perspective it was. But there's no chance for a do-over. Now, he's by himself. Other than worry, there's nothing he can do for the family. Anything he did personally would only burden them. So keeping his distance was the best answer. I need to level up, huh? I already have targets. Bears, birds, wolves, reptiles, bulls. I'm just not sure what level they are. You should check it out. Dream silently pulled himself out of bed. Athletic clothes that were optimal for hunting appeared on his body as he walked out of the house. As he walked through the door, he felt a breeze brush past his face. The sun was coming over the horizon. He could hear birds chirping, and the temperature felt the best. It seemed like a perfect day. Instead of walking to the forest, though, Dream walked over to the edge of the lake. Small waves came up and down the rocky shore. The water was almost crystal clear except for the beautiful blue tint. The soothing sounds of flowing water calmed him. After observing and calming his mind, he walked up to the water. As the waves came up to wet his feet, they were pushed aside as if being blocked by an invisible barrier. The water flowed around his legs and back out into the lake, up and down, up and down. Finally, Dream took another step, not into the water, but on top of it. The water stopped flowing under his foot as if to receive it. He took another step and another, until he was several meters away from the shore. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just walking on fucking water. His lips rose into a smirk. He was seriously walking on water. Had it always been this easy? For a few minutes he stood there, just feeling the breeze around him. Eventually, Sophia spoke up. Let's go fight monsters. All right. He walked back over to the shore and headed into the forest. DSH. You have killed a level 76, Earth Bear. You have gained experience. Dream lowered his gun, watching the second bear that was paired with the dead one. Once it saw its dead partner, it began freaking out. Its level isn't high enough. Maybe you should practice using your magic instead of your gun. We can find higher leveled monsters later. All right. Dream stood up and walked towards the bear, coming out of stealth in the process. He wanted to get the attention of the second bear. Grr. The bear found him and lowered to a growl. Dream put away his gun and began using his magic. Very suddenly, the dirt and rocks began shifting around the bear, and before it could react, its limbs had sunk into the ground. At the same time, a collar of rock came up and shackled itself around the bear's neck, holding it in place. Although it was only rock, Dream had reinforced it with his mana and a bit of enchanting. The enchantment was very simple since it was on the fly, but it still helped quite a bit. The bear wasn't able to react fast enough to prevent the shackles from binding it. It was silent, out of nowhere, and its opponent didn't do anything to signify the casting. Now all it could do was struggle against its shackles without winning. Roar. Dream watched the bear roar and thrash around, or at least try. He could feel the bear's panic and fear as it understood the situation it was in. So I can chain up a level 70-something bear like it's nothing, with merely dirt and rocks no less. Imagine if I had used metal. Not to mention, Dream walked up to the bear as it thrashed and grabbed its snout. His hand shut the bear's mouth and held it in place. It can't even resist my strength. I've come a long way. Didn't one of these bears almost kill me? Yup. Humph, all right. Dream snorted and let the bear's snout go. He turned and walked a few feet away. Then, he removed the shackles. The collar on the bear disappeared, and its feet were no longer sunk into the ground. It stood there surprised for a second before looking at Dream. Come on then, let's fight. The bear, reminded of the situation it was just in, didn't charge at Dream. Instead, it turned and began running. Seriously? Sigh whatever. Dream just looked on with a baffled face. Regular animals really were a far cry from dungeon beasts who only knew how to fight to the death. Are there any other monsters around? I actually have an eye on a community of wolves. There's 100 or so the chances of there being a class 2 is high. All right, lead the way. Dream followed Sophia's direction and began jogging over. After 15 minutes of jogging, Dream had come across the first sign of the wolves. He had actually smelled their scent. My nose really is more sensitive. You've entered their territory, which they mark with their scent. They aren't far from you. Expect to encounter them soon. Okay. He kept walking while unstealthed to attract attention, and soon enough, he encountered a small party of 4 wolves. Growl. The 4 wolves also saw Dream and moved to surround him. Pooey. Before the wolves could fully surround him, though, they saw a spike go through one of their comrades' head, killing him instantly. You have killed a level 66. Dire wolf? You have gained experience. Well, these are the scouts, so the leader is probably pretty powerful. Wow. After regaining itself, one of the wolves howled into the sky. After that, all 3 turned and ran off into the forest. They're heading straight towards the concentrated areas, likely to warn the other wolves. Good. Now I don't have to do the work of alerting them. We should follow them. Dream walked in the direction of where the wolves ran, and soon enough, he was greeted with a pack. 18 wolves came and surrounded him. These ones were obviously more powerful than those scouts. Dream smiled. Fun. Saves me the time. Pooey. At the sudden sound, all the wolves turned their heads to find one of the pack members with a spike through its head. You have killed a level 91. Dire wolf? You have gained experience. That's more like it. Dream smiled when he saw the high level. This meant the leader was at least a class 2. With a loud, ear-piercing howl, the other 17 wolves, who were now positively pissed, began forming up and closing in on Dream. All of them snarled, bared their teeth, or growled and narrowed their eyes. Dream could feel the atmosphere turn quietly violent. Silent but deadly. They're wolves all right. Like my hot farts after fast food. They creep up and strike before disappearing with the wind. I'm detecting more wolves coming from the den. That howl must have been an alarm. There's at least double what we initially saw. Wow, I guess we kicked up a hornet's nest. Let's get started then. After getting information from Sophia, Dream turned to a wolf several meters away in front of him. Seeing this, 2 wolves behind him lunged at his legs, while the one in front lunged at his neck head-on. Damn, they're fast. Dream quickly activated his mana and formed spikes in front of the 3 wolves, catching them in their paths. Pooey. Arf. 2 wolves were killed instantly, but one was able to move its head out of the way just in time. impaling itself in the shoulder. Ugh. Another howl was let out. Another alert? Yup, the sound carried mana. I can also see another pack of about 20 coming to us. Fun. And the mana that's flowing among them? It's probably a form of communication. Wolves are pack animals, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's telepathy. Great. Dream put the thought aside and just accepted it. Moments after the howl, more wolves began lunging at him. This time, it was 6, 3 in front, 3 behind. They went for his limbs, neck, and even crotch. That's dirty. I need these balls. 6 spikes came up in the paths of the wolves. Turns out, they learn, and only one wolf was killed. The others dodged and continued their charge. Dream also didn't expect the same thing to keep working, so he brought out some weapons. Or, bullets would be more proper. 10 bullets came out and surrounded their controller. They were small, about the size of a .556. They were pointed with a sharp tip and made entirely out of titanium. Right as the wolves were about to clamp down on their targets, the bullets around Dream whizzed over and planted themselves in their brains. Dream added a little spin to blend up the brain matter before pulling them back out. You have killed a level 93, dire wolf. You have killed a level 95, dire wolf. You have killed. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. 5 kills, 5 notifications, and a level up. These work quite well. Dream smiled as the bullets came back and spun around him. The other 9 wolves who were about to continue their attack stopped in their tracks. For a moment, everything was quiet as the wolves tried to figure out how Dream did it. The person in question didn't feel like waiting though. Zip, 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 zip. 9 bullets whizzed through the air and found their targets. Thud, 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 thud. 9 bodies collapsed to the floor as their brain matter was spun up. The 9 bullets came right back to their owner when the experience was earned. You have killed. You have killed. You have killed. You have gained experience. Yeah, I definitely need to fight some class 2s if I'm going to level up. The reinforcements are here. Dream looked up after Sophia alerted him and found another 20 wolves galloping their way towards him. These ones, though, were bigger, faster, and gnarlier. Oh, could these be class 2s? Looks like it. They have higher mana levels and are activating their mana right now. Dream could indeed see the wolves using magic. As they ran towards him, spikes of rock were formed in bulk around their bodies. He could count 50 spikes already formed. Let's see, 200 meters out? Dream took out his EM rifle and took aim. DSH, DSH, DSH. One by one, wolves dropped along with their spikes. 1 wolf, 5 wolves. By the time they were within 50 meters of Dream, he had killed 9 wolves, leaving only 11 left. Asterisk ow ow. Asterisk. A wolf howled and launched its spikes towards its opponent. The rest followed suit and launched their spikes. And although there was much less, the number of spikes that flew towards Dream counted almost 30. With a flick of his finger, all the spikes that were about to barrage him diverted off their path and flew past his sides. This didn't deter the wolves from continuing, however. Following right behind their spikes, they proceeded to lunge at Dream together. As they came at him from the front and sides, the bullets hovering around Dream moved to their targets. This time's results were different though. Pooey arf. Pooey pooey arf. Pooey. Out of the 11, 4 wolves died instantly from the bullets stirring their brains. The 6 others were only injured as the bullets entered their chest or shoulders, though this only served to delay their death. Thinking that they had successfully evaded death, the other wolves with bullets in them continued to charge, only to drop in agonizing pain moments after. Asterisk R. Asterisk. The wolves howled in terror as the bullets that had only entered their bodies began to move again. The bullets spun and darted all around their insides. Their organs were liquefied, their bones shattered, and their flesh shredded. Not wishing to unreasonably torture them, though, Dream quickly shot the bullet up their spinal cord and destroyed their brains. A flurry of notifications appeared, but Dream wasn't done. 10 bullets, 11 wolves. There's one more. Right there. Shing. Pooey. Dream threw his arm behind him while ejecting a blade. At the business end of that blade was an invisible wolf, who now had its head split in 2. You have killed a level 120, unseen dire wolf. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Asterisk sigh asterisk, that wolf almost got me. using the deaths of its pack to get close while I was too concentrated on the others. Not a bad plan, but shouldn't have hesitated. Shing. The blade retracted, and the wolf fell to the floor. Now, what about all the others? From what I can see, all the other wolves at the den have stayed put. Really? They aren't sending more? Well, for one, you just killed 20 of their class 2s. I doubt they can afford such a loss. Second, what I'm seeing is what's showing up in the cameras of the drones. There could be more of those unseen wolves that wouldn't show up. Well, I'd rather not fight an uphill battle since they've probably hunkered down. Let's just come back tomorrow. Although, maybe I could do something with these corpses. Dream looked to the class 2 wolf corpses on the ground and put them into his inventory. He didn't know for what, but they could come in handy. After that, he turned on his heel and started going home. Meanwhile, Riddick, Luna, and Iris were hiding out in a hillside. This was the place Sophia had led them to after the fight. When they got there, Riddick and Luna had dug out a cave and set up shop. Luckily, among the three's inventories were all the items Dream had given them. That, combined with a bit of magic, was more than enough to make the place comfortable. Though the comfortable beds and clothes weren't nearly enough to lighten the moods of the family. The most depressed and angry ones were definitely the girls, and nobody had hardly spoken to each other after they got there. Until now. Hey Dad. After more than a couple hours of silence, Iris had finally mustered the courage to speak. Yes? W.Y. Riddick, who had been reading his book, closed it and looked at his daughter. The boy? Yes. Why did you push him away? He wanted to stay with us. Because it's not his battle to fight. Boo Dash. Let me explain before you start. I understand how you guys feel about each other, but you need to remember who he is. 7 months ago, he was dropped into this world, and by some miracle, we found each other. Had it been anyone else, or had he been dropped anywhere else, we would never have met, and he would have lived some other life in a city somewhere on the planet. But no, we found him, and he stayed with us. And now, my past has caught up to me, placing him in a bad situation. Now, why would I ever have a kid who hasn't been in this world for even a year, and who isn't even 20 years old no less, become an enemy to the world's biggest empire? It's bad enough that I have to put you two in danger like this, my own daughters. So no, I didn't want to put him, a boy who has nothing to do with this, in the same situation. After listening, Iris' anger dissipated. She wouldn't want to do that either. She just hadn't thought of it that way. All she saw was her dad rejecting Dream. But now it made sense, although the reality wasn't any easier. So, we're not going to see him again? Teary-eyed, she looked to her dad. She didn't want that. They had been alone for long enough, and right when they get a taste of freedom, right when they taste the sweet bliss of love, it gets ripped from under them, and they have no control over it. It was cruel, messed up, and realizing that, despair began washing over her. Seeing the tears in her eyes well up and realizing what was getting in her head, Riddick quickly answered, "That's not necessarily true, or really. Look, if I can reach the power I need, then this'll all be over and we'll all be able to live normal lives. Otherwise, it'll take a miracle to get us out of this mess. So it's not an impossibility, but don't expect anything to happen for a while. That's all I can tell you." Okay. Hearing that, Iris began feeling much better. She had thought that they would be stuck like this forever, but hearing that there was a chance for them to be normal again, she regained hope. Chapter 64, Samples. Since Dream had the rest of the day after the wolf hunt, he decided not to waste it. He got back to his small little house and decided that the first thing he needed to do was expand the place. He couldn't work on anything when there was barely enough space for a toilet. What he decided to do was make himself a lake house. Though the house would be a bit unconventional, since he was by himself, he only needed a place to sleep, a place to bathe, and a place to work. So he made himself those 3 rooms. The first was the bedroom, which stayed simple, a bed and a carpet for his feet. He also created space where he could eat food, which consisted of basically a table and a chair. Second was the bathroom. This also stayed simple, a bathtub and other essentials. Interesting thing was, as he began climbing in strength, he found himself not needing to go to the bathroom. Sophia said that it was his body being more efficient in addition to slight changes in his genetics. A mutation, if you will, as a result of mana. Not to mention, he could take care of that with his magic. So after he thought about it, he decided not to put in a toilet and whatnot, since he didn't need it. Lastly was the place to work. He decided on a simple warehouse next to his bedroom. He brought out some metal from his inventory and formed it into big plates, forming his warehouse and securing it in the dirt. He then put a big table for his place to work inside, thus completing the workplace. When he was finished with everything, which only took a few hours, he took out the wolf corpses from that day's earlier battle and set them on the big table. So, am I able to use these for anything? All I can think of is seeing if there are any differences in biology or function than regular animals. Well, you could probably eat their meat. It is second-class meat. But other than that, I was thinking the same. Their biology will definitely be different and could give us insights for several things. All right, I'm no dismantling expert. So do you want to handle it? We just need all the components of the body and set them up for analysis. Of course. After saying so, Sophia took control and began manipulating the corpse. All of them levitated and moved over the floor. Then, they began separating. Their skin and hides came off their meaty muscles. The muscles then opened up and let the organs come out, and the bones all came out with the muscles. Most important of all, the blood inside the wolf was all collected in flasks designated to each wolf. The brain matter of each one was also collected, at least what was left of it. At the end, there were many coolers around the floor filled with guts and such, several containers for the bones, as well as many flasks for the blood. This all took a good 5 minutes. All right, I think the first thing we should look at is the bones. As he said that, a bone came and flew out of a container, laying itself on the table. Dream brought up his hand and began saturating the bone with his mana, taking a look at the chemical makeup and all the structural details of the bone. It looks rather similar to our bones. Structure-wise, yes, but chemically, it's actually pretty different. Human bones, along with the majority of bone on Earth, is made of collagen and calcium. These aren't, though. This bone seems to be made of a compound called goethite, and needless to say, its hardness is many times that of your own bones. How many more times? Theoretically, almost 200 times. Asterisk whistles asterisk hot damn, that's some strong bone. You don't suppose I could get my bones made of that stuff, huh? It wouldn't be impossible. Say what? Dream's eyes went a bit wide. He thought of it more as a joke than a serious consideration. But apparently, Sophia thought otherwise. There would be 2 ways we can replace your bones. Either surgery or we change your DNA. The first would be a short process, but dangerous. The second would be a long process and less dangerous. So with our magic, it wouldn't be an impossible task. Dream seriously thought about it. On Earth, technology had gotten to a point where replacing certain parts of the body with mechanical parts wasn't science fiction anymore. So it would be a lie if he said he had never thought about it, especially now that he had magic. But there was one problem. I don't have the time to wait for new bones, which could take years to slowly build by DNA. So that leaves surgery. And if I'm going to undertake a dangerous operation like that, it's not going to only be for these bones, which I can break with my own strength. It's going to be for something much stronger, graphene, or another metal, something that would be even stronger than this wolf bone. Anyway, let's take a look at the blood. Crack. Dream broke open the bone and took a look at the blood as well as the bone marrow. A thing that many people don't know is that blood is made from the bone marrow. So what better place to analyze the blood than at its creation site? Sophia quickly took a look at the blood cells inside. The blood is also different. For one, the cells are bigger. They carry more hemoglobin and therefore more oxygen. Other than that, though, they're about the same. What I'm finding interesting in the bone is actually the stem cells and the DNA structure. What about them? Well, the DNA is actually simpler. Not saying it's more efficient, but that the structure doesn't encode as much, which should be impossible because the wolf wouldn't develop its body properly unless everything is encoded. But it developed fine. So that means that it's not only DNA that develops the bodies of the animals in this world. Would mana be that second ingredient? Or more specifically, the system? Because the system can evolve monsters into something else like it did with the girls. But if the DNA gets in the way of that evolution, then it would cause problems. So the DNA is simpler in exchange for the system doing evolutions? That's what I was thinking. DNA does half the instruction while the system does the rest. It allows room for evolution. But it also means that the system controls your body. Theoretically, it could change you however it wants. That's only for the animals born with the system already in place. They evolved with the system in mind, but everything on Earth didn't. So you're safe. True. Well then, is there a way for me to enhance my blood? Maybe you could edit my DNA and make it develop better cells. As long as I don't get made into a retard, there would be possible. I would need to run tests, but something like that is definitely possible. And more than that, I already have certain mechanical blood cells in mind that would be much more efficient than regular cells. Very cool. Then you just let me know what to do and we can get it done. We should also see about changing the muscles and neurons. I mean, hell, why don't we just change everything? The limits of DNA editing know no bounds. It shall be done. I can work on it while you do other things. But we should first do some tests. And to do those tests, we'll need some samples off of you. Me? You mean like a blood sample? Well, blood, hair, skin, muscle, neural, bone. You know, this and that. That doesn't sound fun. It'll be all right. For the most part. Dream began to fear the scientific curiosity of the girl inside his head. Although he was a bit enthusiastic when it came to his experiments, he usually had some kind of line. But Sophia, who existed for the sake of her master, would do anything to further his progress. There was no such line that she abided by, and if there were a line, it was for the sake of her master. Apparently, though, harming her master was for his own sake. Funny how that worked. It was actually for the next 2 days that Dream and Sophia worked on their new project, though a lot of it was for preparation so Sophia could set herself up. There were many samples extracted from the man himself since it was going to be tailored to him. And the extraction process wasn't too bad, just a little bit of pain. And silver lining, he got some skill level ups. Regeneration has leveled up. Regeneration has leveled up. Regeneration has leveled up. 3 whole levels were given as a result of the extraction. And though it would lead someone to think that Dream was mutilated, it wasn't for that reason. It was basically just the skill learning how to regenerate the various tissues like bone and whatnot. Dream doesn't get hurt very often, so the skill doesn't get much time to be used. Either way, Sophia was able to set herself up for work. Apparently, everything would take place in the inventory where things could be manipulated however she wanted. It would also give her the best awareness of everything. So on the 3rd day, Dream decided to go back hunting. He was eager to get to 2nd class. I'm level 97. Those wolves should be able to get me to level 100. They've spread back out from their den, but they're still keeping close together. Depending on how strong the leader is, I advise caution. All right, let's go for a visit. I also have some ideas for combat I want to try. Dream set off into the forest in the direction of the den, and instead of approaching them out in the open, he decided to use Mystify and sneak up. It didn't take long for him to get the den within his sight. As he approached, he could make out big foxholes and caves in the ground. These were obviously for housing or storage, as he saw many wolves staying in them and moving items between the caves. Just from everything above ground, he saw at least 150 wolves. Many of them had decent mana levels as well. There should be another 60 underground in their caves, and I don't see a leader, or what looks like one anyway. Well, just point out the class 1s and 2s. I'll start my experiments with them. Saying so, Dream took out his gun and loaded them with his titanium bullets. Then he did something interesting. Moving his mana towards the bullet, he began to use the skill Imbue. And what he wrote were instructions for the use of magic. Sophia understood what he was doing and applied her precision along with Scribe to the instructions. The instructions he wrote were simple. Upon impact or activation, the bullet will, using its mana supply, pull all liquids towards it. The process will not stop unless deactivated or the mana runs out. Although the instructions were simple, they implied a brutal killing method. If it worked how he designed it to, which he was about to test. Imbue has leveled up. Imbue has leveled up. Scribe has leveled up. Scribe has leveled up. Imbue has. The 2 skills he used while writing leveled up as he wrote. Imbue leveled up 5 times to level 89 and Scribe 12 times to level 77. After smiling at the notifications, Dream took aim at a class 1 wolf, and he fired not at the head, but at the soft abdomen. DSH. ARRR. Asterisk. Immediately after the bullet planted itself inside the wolf, the animal in question howled in pain. This alerted every wolf in the vicinity, and all of them turned to see what happened. After impact, All liquids did indeed come hurling straight to the bullet. Dream could see all the blood and water drain from the skin and muscles of the wolf, shriveling it up forcefully. At the same time, the abdomen began swelling slightly where the bullet was located. This only took a few seconds. After the wolf collapsed to the ground, the water from the grass and plants around the wolf's body began flowing towards the wolf's gut. The range of influence of the bullet surprised Dream. After about 15 seconds, the bullet began losing its mana supply, and eventually, all the liquids inside the wolf's gut were no longer being clumped together by the bullet and flowed out. The flow of the blood and water created almost a wave that came from the wolf's mouth and stomach. Damn, that worked better than expected, though it's much more disgusting than I thought it would be. Dream closed his eyes for a bit to not look at the pool of blood and water that also had some chunks mixed in. It was definitely not good for his stomach. In fact, even some of the surrounding wolves started retching in disgust. Imbue has leveled up. Imbue has leveled up. Imbue got an additional 3 levels after the process ended. Dream wasn't sure why, but he didn't care. Psi anyway. I guess I should try it with solids. Dream moved on to the next bullet and gave it instructions. Attract all solids upon impact. He could already see how this would end. He took aim at an unlucky wolf and fired at its head. He didn't want it to experience the same misery. Crunch. Right as the bullet hit the head, the body simply began collapsing in on itself. After the wolf hit the ground, dirt also began getting pulled towards it. This process was much faster though, only lasting 5 or so seconds. When it ended, there was a small crater in the ground with a chunk of meat inside. Imbue has leveled up. Scribe has leveled up. As a result, Imbue went up to level 94 while Scribe went up to level 82. Dream nodded with his eyes closed. I think we should work on these skills. It could be good to get them to max level before second class. Chapter 65 Cubes. After the bullet finished its work and killed the wolf, Dream nodded. I should see about getting Imbue and Scribe to max level. Seems easy enough, though we should try more dynamic instructions. Here, I got one. Sophia began riding to the next bullet. At the same time, all the bystander wolves who saw their kin die began to properly freak out. Ow! Howls were let out, and they all began running every which way. Many instantly darted for their caves, while others began patrolling the area, sniffing for threats. Dream also saw some wolves turn invisible, though he could still sense them. The entire den was on high alert. So what's this bullet? Dream inspected the enchantment Sophia was making. The gas variation. It'll collect gas as it travels, and when it plants itself in the target, explodes. Damn, alright. Dream took aim at one of the wolves that turned invisible, firing at its gut. Pop. The bullet landed and the gas was released, causing the wolf's body to suddenly swell and release. Though it didn't actually kill the wolf, just made a big gash on its side from where the pressurized air escaped. Blood could be seen pouring out excessively. It'll die in a few seconds. Its internals have been basically scrambled. Ouch. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Dream got the notification. You have killed a level 116. Unseen dire wolf. You have gained experience. Imbue has leveled up. Scribe has leveled up. You have leveled up. Imbue was now level 97 while Scribe was level 85. Dream also leveled up himself. He was level 98 now. Try this bullet. Sophia enchanted another bullet and Dream took aim at another wolf, firing at its body. Yelp ARRR. After the bullet landed, the wolf yelped in pain. It ran around, fell to the floor, and thrashed violently, and soon, Dream could see smoke coming from its mouth as it died. What bullet was that? It was imbued with your thermal fluctuation skill, programmed to heat up everything in its vicinity. Try the next one. Dream aimed again and fired at another Class 2 wolf. After the bullet planted itself inside the wolf, nothing happened. The wolf just stood there for a bit, though after several seconds passed, the wolf began looking around at its kin. The shot wolf turned to a wolf next to it, also a Class 2. After looking at it, the shot wolf lunged and began attacking the other wolf. It didn't hesitate at all and went straight for the throat, trying to kill its kin as fast as possible. Dream could feel hatred emanating from the wolf. Imbue has leveled up? So you used Mystify for that one? Indeed. It thinks that the other wolf is its mortal enemy, or something along those lines. I just made it so that the wolf would hate the thing next to it. Since I still don't understand how Mystify works exactly, I couldn't be precise. Interesting, but will I get the experience? Let's see. Dream watched the two wolves fight for a minute or so. Since the shot wolf had the element of surprise, the other wolf was quickly put down, meaning Dream's wolf won. After waiting a good minute, nothing came up. I guess not. DSH. You have killed a level 112, unseen dire wolf. You have gained experience. Imbue is max level. Huh, nice. Dream smiled at the notification after killing the wolf. It was one less skill to worry about. Dream, look. HM? Sophia suddenly tugged on Dream's mind and pointed him towards a direction. When he turned towards it, he could see a cave. Sophia wasn't alerting him about the cave, though. Is that the leader? Dream watched a wolf come walking out of the cave. This wolf was at least 50% bigger than the others, though. It had brown fur, its teeth were big and sharp, its claws were even sharper, and the mana that emanated off of it was much more than the Class 2s that Dream faced. As Dream thought about whether it would be difficult to kill it, Sophia answered his question. Actually, don't tell me. Not long after the brown wolf came out, 3 others followed. One was red, one was white, and another was green. All of them had much higher mana levels and were much bigger than the other Class 2s. Dream began to seriously rethink his safety after seeing them. What's their mana levels compared to mine? Your mana level is C+. Each one of them has C-level mana. He contemplated the possibility of fighting them. One thing he knew he had over them was sustainability and precision mana usage. He could recover mana fast, and very little, if any mana, was wasted when casting. So as long as they didn't try to fight with everything they had from the get-go, he would be fine. He could outlast them and kill them. Though his Dream kept staring and evaluating the wolves, he suddenly felt a chill. He looked closer at the 4 wolves and realized what it was. Hey Sophia, am I seeing what I think I am? That's right. I have a feeling that is the actual leader. Dream looked behind the 4 wolves and saw a silhouette. It was faint, but definitely there. This wolf wasn't as big as the other 4, and the mana was only a bit higher. But Dream knew it was much more lethal than them. It was his gut feeling. That one's an assassin. It'll be my biggest threat. Luckily, it can't see me, though that may change if I act. Engaging them is high risk. We don't know their compatibility or their skills. Though from guessing, you've got the elements plus the assassin. And if they can work together well, which is highly likely because they're wolves, then you may not stand a chance. Disengage. We can prepare for this kind of battle. All right. Dream nodded and began pulling away very carefully. He would be stupid to not trust Sophia. As he walked away, he could see the 5 alpha wolves walk over to the corpses and look at them, though he didn't stay to watch and use that to further escape. He relaxed when he got to the house, letting out a deep breath as he collapsed onto a couch. Sigh those wolves are strong. I guess they don't come out often. Explains why we didn't see them. They are likely high-level Class 2s, but definitely not Class 3. Otherwise that invisible wolf would have seen you, and you would have died. Yeah, well, you said we can make preparations? Yup, weapons. And you should max out the scribe skill before getting your 2nd class anyway. 15 levels shouldn't be difficult. Alright, if I'm making weapons, I should start with my gun. Any ideas for that? Yup, we can streamline it, make it quieter, more precise, and make it more compatible with your magic. The last being the biggest priority. We can enchant the gun so we don't have to take time to enchant each bullet. Sounds good. We can't start now. Dream got up and went to the workshop. He took out his rifle and set it down on a table. Since we don't have the materials, we won't be able to make several components with this world's materials. But everything else we can. It'll be a hybrid like your suit. And actually, I planned on building our own. When she said that, the rifle disappeared from the table. In its place came many different materials and components. You want to build one? Yes. There are too many optimizations that could be made. So instead of modifying one, we'll just make one. Everything will be improved. Literally. Just sit back and watch. Dream watched as Sophia took out more materials and put them on the table. Magnets, motherboards, wires, and titanium from the world. The titanium began heating up in preparation for shaping. After the titanium was heated, it began shaping itself into the skeleton of a gun. Dream could immediately see the difference between this one and the previous gun. It was slimmer, shorter, and looked more functional. And although it was being primarily built for functionality, it still looked like a cool futuristic railgun. The skeleton outlined a stock and assembly where the ammo was loaded, and the barrel that guided and accelerated the rounds. The barrel was two rails on top and bottom that would guide and accelerate the projectile with magnets and electricity. It also had teeth that served to control the arcing caused by plasma. One of the biggest problems with railguns is heat dissipation. It took huge amounts of electricity to accelerate the bullet, which would heat up the gun. But Dream didn't have to worry about that. He had a skill for it. The intake assembly for bullets was also modified for his inventory, allowing easy input and linking between rounds. All this was accommodated for by the skeleton. After the skeleton came the internals, things like the wiring, supercapacitors, and magnets that would make the gun function were put into the skeleton. There was also a computer that would handle simple things and act as a remote control for Sophia, if ever necessary. Overall, the process to build the gun was half an hour long. Dream just sat there and watched as Sophia worked since it took highly precise handling, though he was still aware of everything she did. It's good. After the metal cooled and everything fell into place, Dream picked up the gun. He instantly fell in love. Oh yeah, it's not totally done yet, but yes, it's awesome. What kind of improvements are we looking at? Well, first, the projectiles are launched about 60% faster than before. Its accuracy is better. It has different modes, meaning you could use it as a sniper or automatic rifle. The durability is much higher, and when I enchant it, it'll have even more features. Okay, go ahead. After he said so, mana flowed out of his body as Sophia began writing enchantments to the whole thing. All the little parts and big parts had their own enchantments, but they were also programmed to work together. The enchantment was also dynamic, allowing change and control if they would ever need it while using it. Since they had the skills for it, the script writing and imbuement didn't take nearly as long as the suit, which took almost 3 days. In fact, it was faster than building the gun, only taking 15 minutes for it to complete. During this time, Dream watched a stream of notifications fill his vision. Scribe has leveled up. Scribe has leveled up. Scribe has leveled up. Scribe has. The scribe skill leveled up continuously until it reached level 94. So the more complicated a script is, the better. Not necessarily. Of course, it depends on the script, but complexity does not mean better. It does in your case, but I get it. Either way, we're leveling the skill. Only 6 more levels, though I'm wondering what we could do to top it off. Dream picked up the gun and inspected it. But before he could get too engrossed in how awesome it was, Sophia came up with an idea. I actually had something I wanted to try. Have you ever thought about mana batteries? I have not. You want to make a storage unit for mana? Yup. Though we need materials so we can isolate a space, letting us actually contain the mana. But we got plenty of iron, so I thought we could make some batteries. That's pretty genius. But wouldn't we have to charge them? That would take a while to store up anything useful. Vorticular accumulation. Just attach your regeneration technique to the isolated object and let it charge. Well, isn't that handy? Let's try it. Dream took out a bunch of iron chunks and formed them into a giant cube. The cube was 4 feet tall, wide, and long, and really heavy. As Dream was about to saturate it with his mana though, he thought of something. Wait, does mana have to be isolated in materials? Why can't we just create a chunk of mana in the air? It's a matter of stability and energy consumption. Sure, we could create an isolation barrier on air particles, but they would disperse unless you held them together, which takes constant energy. Or you could use regular solids, which don't require energy to hold together. Okay, now here's another question. Is the max density of mana dependent on the material or space? Because if all we need is space, then we could just make pockets of mana independent of material. But if it's dependent on matter, then more material equals more mana. And we could use a gas tank and stuff more gas in a smaller space to store a bunch of mana. There was silence for several minutes as Sophia worked her brain. Dream didn't interrupt. Let's test it. After she said that, a vacuum space was opened up in front of Dream. No air, no matter whatsoever, could be detected within that space. At the same time, Sophia began moving his mana into that space. She soon came with an answer. Space. Okay, If mana needed matter as a medium to travel or exist like sound, then it wouldn't be able to move through a vacuum. And I was able to move it through a vacuum, so it isn't dependent on matter. The problem is trying to contain and concentrate the mana. Normally, when using a material, the mana is almost bound to the material, which makes it much easier to create isolation barriers. But when you don't have material, it becomes many times harder as you have to bind the mana to itself. So technically, I could create an independent pocket of mana, but it would take a long time and lots of strain on your soul. Oh, well, that means we can just use hollow cubes of metal as an isolation space. No biggie. Alright, let's reshape that big cube of iron. Sophia reheat the massive cube that Dream made and began splitting it into 1 foot by 1 foot cubes. Each one of these were hollow and had thin sheets of metal for the walls. After that, she began enchanting the cubes with the vortex skill. This took lots of mana as she had to form an initial vortex, but not so much as to drain him dry. After 10 minutes and 70% of his mana, he had 50 enchanted cubes sucking the mana from the surroundings and stuffing it inside themselves. Scribe has leveled up. 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 Scribe is max level. Heh, forget storage cubes. We should get some little balls with just the vortex enchanted on them and point them to me so I can regenerate faster. We could send them out and have them act as collectors so our intake increases. Why not? Because I'm almost drained of my mana. We can wait on the balls. How much can those cubes store? Each one will have about C levels when full, and they will take about 2 hours to fill up. Why not more? Well, for one, the strength of the vortex and its ability to cram mana into one place is only as strong as our enchantment. The other inhibitor is the material. We don't want the iron to implode under too much stress. So until we find better materials and become stronger, that'll be it. Alright, even as it is, it'll be a massive help. With enough, I won't need to leech off of the old man to get nice things. Chapter 66, Hunted. For the rest of that day, Dream kept on making mana cubes. As each cube was made and began gathering, he would drain their small supplies of mana and assist in making another cube. By the end of the day, he had made 200 cubes that could hold C levels of mana. Not only that, but he did some tests with the mana ball. The basic theory was that the ball would suck in mana and spit it towards Dream, thereby increasing the mana density around him and making it easier for him to regenerate mana. Since the balls could cover more area, all of them together would supply lots of mana. So the first thing he did was enchant 20 balls of iron. They weren't that big. He could fit a few in his palm. Each of them had the vortex and could store a little bit of mana for basic function. When he had them made, he stepped outside and spread them out. They covered him like a dome and spread out evenly about 30 feet from him. When they were activated, they worked as expected and began pushing mana towards him. But at the same time, he came to understand the flaw in them. I would have to remain in one area. They wouldn't be feasible for battle with lots of movement, though they would be perfect for defensive purposes. Like if I were hunkering down, I could also use them to help charge the cubes. Although he couldn't really use them for battle, Dream wasn't too disappointed. They at least still had good use and weren't a waste. After that, Dream decided to call it a day. He had used lots of mana and stressed his soul a bit. The fatigue had built up. The next day, Dream continued making preparations to fight those wolves. If he could, he would rather only fight 1 or 2. It would likely be enough to get him to Class 2. But there was very little chance he could get away with such an assassination. So he needed to be able to fight all of them. He needed 3 things for this battle: power, speed, and awareness. Those wolves would be tough and fast, so he needed to be able to keep up and still actually kill them. But perhaps the biggest factor is the invisible wolf. That would be his biggest threat and could get him in a bad situation. Fortunately, he at least knew what to prepare for, and he was already mostly done with preparations. The biggest being his railgun, which he had completed previously. He ended up getting distracted with the mana cubes and never looked at the enchantments. The enchantments on the railgun enhanced its functionality, and they were as follows. Reinforcement, for the materials to make them more durable. Heat control, so the gun wouldn't melt while firing. Auto-reinforcement, to automatically reinforce the bullets being launched. Initial acceleration, using solid magic, the projectile would be accelerated and have its inertia broken to give a higher max velocity. Vacuum chamber, By removing air within the barrel and even extending the vacuum outside the end, the bullet can accelerate faster and further increase max velocity. Rapid enchantment. This helps to quickly enchant the bullets on the fly with either pre-made enchants or custom enchants. Mystify. This enchants the bullets to make them either totally invisible or confuse the enemy to its location, should they predict the trajectory. Mana vortex/storage. A way to collect and store mana to maintain the effects of the enchantments. It was a lot, but the more the better. Dream was honestly surprised when Sophia put all these in. He hadn't thought of some of them. The biggest perk was definitely the speed enchantment. What he learned from his previous fight was that enchantments could have devastating effects if used right. Firing regular bullets seemed puny in comparison now, and it didn't take a huge toll on his mana. His regeneration made up for most of it, not to mention how he has the mana cubes. He wasn't lacking mana in any way, so he wanted to be able to throw out as many enchanted rounds as possible. And if that wasn't enough, Dream made other contingencies, mainly in the form of explosives, but also defensive equipment. The explosives he made weren't really explosives as they were mana bombs. He would stuff mana inside a ball and then load it with an enchantment. There were a variety of enchantments he made. He had some confusion bombs enchanted with Mystify. He made some solid and liquid bombs that would attract the elements to them. He also made some heat bombs that would superheat everything within its vicinity. Each of the bombs were a bit bigger than grenades and packed full of mana, and every drop of mana was meant to cause devastating damage. If these didn't work against his enemies, he didn't know what would. After this was some defensive equipment in the form of shields. He made 50 shields that could be used in a variety of ways. He could make a wall with them, use them individually, or whatever he needed them for. After he made the shields, he was finally done with his preparations. Anything else would be covered by his skills. When he was finished, he decided to rest for the remainder of that day and get a good sleep. He didn't want to be tired for an important battle. Dream, wake up. Huh. Dream opened his eyes as he was awakened by Sophia. He lazily sat up and inquired, "What's up?" "The wolves are coming."
Like?
"Like the 5 alphas who you were preparing to fight. They are coming towards you right now. You may have a minute or so until they show up." Shit. Dream instantly popped up out of bed as his body gave him a shot of adrenaline. Right after he did, his armor appeared and wrapped him up entirely. He took out his railgun and then stood still, staring at the floor dumbly. "Give me a plan. I'm still tired." Dream was still waking up and his brain didn't want to figure out what to do next. So he turned to Sophia. "Leave the house and get to the forest." He didn't say anything and did what she said. He busted through the door and turned towards the tree line. Unfortunately, the wolves were one step ahead of him. Before he could even take a step towards the trees, he felt his hair stand on end. Dash. Crunch. Dream barely moved his body away from the wolf that was going for his neck. The wolf clamped down on his left shoulder and dug in with its teeth. So much pressure was applied that the armor actually caved in, crushing some bones. Though the teeth of the wolf didn't actually get through the armor, showing that the armor wasn't totally incompetent. Seeing that it failed to kill its prey on the first try, the wolf snarled and began trying to bring Dream down. This was when the man himself was able to get a look at the wolf. "It's him." Dream turned and saw an all-black wolf. It was the silhouette he saw, the assumed strongest of the 5 alphas. This time, however, the wolf wasn't cloaked. Dream got an up-close, detailed view. The wolf looked like a vicious killing machine. Its fur looked metallic, and its teeth and claws looked like metal razors. And as if that wasn't threatening enough, it also had pale white eyes. They looked almost lifeless, but the murderous intent told him that this wolf was a very real threat to his life. Luckily, the adrenaline that was kicking in his fight or flight response didn't let the fear or pain stifle him. And if there was any quality that Dream knew he had, it was that he improved as the pressure grew. Dream moved his right arm and ejected the blade in it, planting it directly into the wolf's stomach. Slice. Snarl. After getting 10 hard inches of titanium shoved into its ribs, the wolf got the hint and let go of Dream's shoulder. It quickly put distance between them. They stared each other down for a few seconds before the black wolf broke the silence. "You invaded our territory." "What?" Dream's eyes went wide. The wolf talked to him, using telepathy no less. "You can talk? Why did you invade our territory? Why did you kill our kin?" "Because they were unlucky enough to cross my path." Who do you think you are? The wolf snarled at that response. Dream kind of wished he chose better wording. But oh well, I'm a human who seeks strength.
And you, along with the other 4, will feed me with experience.
Saying that, Dream aimed his gun at the wolf with his right arm and fired a shot. DSH. The wolf, not being able to dodge a bullet, was hit square in the chest. Or so Dream thought until the body of the wolf turned to smoke. The bullet passed through the wolf and planted itself in the ground. Liquids began getting pulled to the bullet, a result of its enchantment. The illusory image of the wolf soon disappeared. Though Dream was able to track the real body, it was retreating. Oh no, you don't. Dream aimed the gun again and fired a dozen lower power shots around the wolf. They all planted themselves in the ground around the body of the wolf. This was intentional. Right as they landed around the wolf, they began doing as their enchantment told them. Pull in all solids. Soon, the wolf along with dirt and rock was pulled towards the bullets. Since the wolf was basically circled by bullets, it was met with forces trying to pull it apart from all sides. And Dream thought that the wolf would be pulled apart just like that. Unfortunately, the wolf's body was strong enough to withstand the forces. Not only that, the bullets must have counteracted each other. Either way, the wolf was merely held in place, not torn apart. But since the wolf was being held in place by his unintentional trap, Dream decided to take advantage of it. He took aim again and fired a high-power bullet straight for center mass. Right as he did, though, a barrier was created around the black wolf. Boom! The bullet punched through a wall of rock and wood, but the remaining force wasn't enough to keep it traveling. The bullet became useless and tumbled to the ground. Dream turned his head to the ones that prevented his kill. They're here. He saw 4 wolves by the tree line approaching the black wolf. White, red, green, and brown. It was the other 4 alphas. This just became much harder. Dream took aim at the 4 wolves walking towards them. Right as he did, another wall was created around all of them. He continued to fire 5 shots. 4 bullets hit the wall in a square and tore a hole in the wall. The 5th bullet went through the center of the hole and towards the unsuspecting wolves behind it. The bullet ended up hitting the green wolf in the chest. ARR. The green wolf howled as all the fluids in its body rushed out of control. The blood and water was drained from its body and accumulated near its heart, which was also destroyed from the blood being torn out of it. Needless to say, it died a painful death. You killed a level 168. Nature Dire Wolf. You have gained experience. You have leveled up? Damn, just one more level. Dream cursed as his level stopped at level 99. He had a gut feeling that he could kill a fly and top off his experience, right as he could use the class advancement the most. After the bullet killed the green wolf, the hole in the wall was quickly sealed back up. At the same time, lances of rock were raised and launched at Dream from behind the wall. They were surprisingly fast, and there were a lot of them. Shit. Dream put away his gun and took out a shield, charging towards the tree line with his limp left arm. He couldn't keep fighting an uphill battle. As he ran, the lances came hurling at his shield, and each of them either shattered upon impact or were deflected. If those rocks could even pierce titanium, I may as well give up now. It only took a few seconds to get to the tree line. When he did, he was able to get a view of the alphas behind the wall. They're healing him? Dream saw the white wolf on top of the black one, healing its wounds with a soft glow. Dream could see the stab wound sealing by the second. Oh hell no. He put away his shield and brought back out his railgun. DSDSDSDSDSDSD. He rained bullets down on their position. The brown wolf responded by putting up a few walls. Dream fired holes through all of them, but by the time he punched through, the wolves had already begun running off into the forest. Dream gave chase and kept firing. Walls were constantly put up and broken right back down. This repeated for a while, until the wolves suddenly decided to split up. The white wolf kept running straight, the brown wolf went to the left, and the red wolf went to the right. The black wolf also disappeared in a cloud of smoke, going who knows where. At first, Dream was happy as he finally had an open shot. He turned and took aim at the brown wolf who was speeding along. The brown wolf also began launching its earth spikes. Though right as Dream was about to fire, he saw a light coming from his right. Red wolf? Yes, fireballs. He nodded and fired at the brown wolf. He was putting himself in a bad situation by not moving instead, but that's what shields were for. The bullet left the chamber and went straight for the brown wolf's chest. At the same time, shields appeared on his right and made a wall. ARR. Boom. The brown wolf yelped as it suffered the same fate as the green one. The fireballs also hit the shields, creating a loud shockwave. You have killed a level 173, Rocky Dire Wolf. You have gained experience. Congratulations. You have reached your class advancement. Nice. After a few seconds of the brown wolf suffering miserably, Dream got the kill notification. Boom, boom. The shields kept taking hits from the fireballs and actually began breaking down. Dream turned and began running to an open area. Right as he took a few steps, though, he felt his neck tingle. You think I would forget about you? Dream turned towards the black wolf that was now barely a foot away from his neck. Remembering what happened last time, Dream became a bit pissed. He didn't enjoy having his shoulder crushed, so he decided to return the favor tenfold. Clunk. Right as the wolf was going to clamp down on his neck, a ball of metal appeared in its mouth. Moments after, an absolutely searing heat began to overwhelm it. Chapter 67. Master Artificer. The wolf felt as if its head was on fire after the ball appeared. This was indeed the heat bomb that Dream made. It was designed to heat everything within the vicinity as quickly as possible using every drop of mana it had. The only downside was that it didn't distinguish between friendly and enemy. It was more of a to whom it may concern, and since Dream was also right next to it, he was on the list. The wolf immediately began regretting its decision. It crashed into Dream, and they both went to the floor. The wolf tried to spit out the ball, but its teeth were in the way. Dream had brought out the ball inside its maws and connected the metal to its teeth using some heat. The wolf wouldn't be able to spit out the ball unless it removed a few of its fangs. Asterisk R. Asterisk. As the ball continued heating the wolf's face, it began to cry out more and more. It didn't even have the mind to remember it was in a battle. Its skin began to melt. Its blood boiled along with all the other fluids in its body. The ball indiscriminately heat up everything. This, of course, included the brain. Where was Dream in all this? He was right there, watching everything. It was fortunate that his armor was enchanted for heat control. Not to mention his own skill was used to make the bomb. He didn't really have a problem preventing himself from cooking. Boom, boom. As the black wolf melted, more explosions came from the shields. Several of them were even blown away with the fireballs. Dream stood up to go take care of the red wolf. Though right as he did, you have killed a level 189, Reaper Wolf. You have gained experience. You cannot level up before choosing a class. A notification popped up as the wolf behind him was killed. He nodded and lifted his railgun. He then aimed at the shield wall that was protecting him from the fireballs. Boom. Right as the red wolf launched another fireball at him, a gap was opened in the shields. Dream fired through the gap straight at the red wolf. DSH. Splat. You have killed a level 177, Flaming Dire Wolf. You have gained experience. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Dream nodded. The red wolf probably wasn't expecting a shot from that angle. Easy kill. With that, all the wolves that were a threat were dead. Dream doused the flames from the fireballs and put away his shield wall. The forest regained its silence and darkness. Although he killed all the threats, there was still one more wolf. He turned his head to the white wolf who was standing a little ways away. It was also looking back at him. It spoke. Go ahead and kill me, human. The white wolf lowered its head in defeat. Dream tilted his head. You would just lay down your life? I cannot fight against you. You killed all the alphas, and I am a mere healer. What point is there to resist? Go back. The white wolf perked up its ears. Say what? Go back to your den. I have no need to kill any more of you, and they need you to survive. Your pity is an insult. It's hypocritical. You killed the protectors of the den, but then worry for its survival? Well, you aren't the only ones who have something to protect. The wolf went silent at Dream's outburst. Catching himself, Dream calmed down. Leave before I change my mind. Wolf. The white wolf silently turned and began walking towards its den. When it was out of sight, Dream collected the corpses of the alphas and walked home. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Dream woke up the next day at noon. Sophia came with a notification when he opened his eyes. The family is in combat again. Asterisk sigh asterisk. He felt tired again after hearing about that. They had been fighting on and off for the past few days. though nothing crazy ever happened. Neither Riddick nor the foxes were ever really injured aside from the first battle. It was small skirmishes that always ended with the foxes getting away. They were trying to wear out the family, and given long enough, it would work. Luckily, Riddick had experience with this and could last a long time, so he didn't need to worry right now. Ugh, how's my arm? As Dream moved around under the covers, he felt the pain from his shoulder. He didn't really notice it before with all the adrenaline running through him, although, when he felt it now, it wasn't as bad as he thought. I've repaired mostly everything. Another few hours, and you'll be good.
Nice.
You should also choose your class. Oh, right. Dream remembered that was a thing and sat up, making himself comfortable. When he did, some notifications popped up. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class: Magic Engineer, Master Artificer, Gunner, Thermal Mage, Blacksmith, Enchanter, Warlock. Dream read the options. There were much less than last time. How many options were there before? 21. And now there's 7. I can already cross out a few. Definitely not Enchanter or Blacksmith. Not Gunner. Thermal Mage sounds cool, but it could be limiting to future growth. And Warlock sounds interesting, but it also sounds like voodoo stuff, so no thanks. That leaves the first 2. What's the difference between them, though? Dream immediately made his deductions about the other classes and came back to the first 2 options, but they seem like the same thing. If we go purely based on definition, an engineer is someone who builds and designs, and with the word magic in front of it, it likely has to do with building spells or even enchantments. An artificer is a more broad definition, but you could also say it means the same thing. It's someone who's skilled in their craft that has to do with design and building. The only difference is the word master. So one's a magic builder and the other is a master builder, basically? The old man wasn't kidding when he said wording was important. I can see how this would get very complicated for some people, but honestly, I'm already gravitating towards the master. I doubt that word gets used lightly. I think it's better too. Dream closed his eyes and thought for a second. He brought up his status screen. Profile. Name: Dream. Species: human male. Class: Mystic. Titles: Origin Seeker. Level: 99. Stats: Strength D plus Agility. Stamina: C Magic C plus. Passive skills: Sophia, LVL 30. MMA Mastery, LVL 30. Verticular Accumulation, LVL 67. Thermal Fluctuation, LVL 30. Scribe, LVL Max. Active skills: Summons from Another World, Shooting, LVL Max. Mystify, LVL 20. Solid State Magic, LVL 44. Gas State Magic, LVL 51. Liquid State Magic, LVL 43. Fire Magic, LVL 20. Regenerate, LVL 35. Imbue, LVL Mac. Given his abilities, he truly was more geared towards design and building than combat. But hey, he could design weapons, so he's had no problems so far. In fact, he wasn't much different than a magician, just that he used mana in a different way. Well, no need to overthink it. I choose Master Artificer. Class-Master Artificer has been chosen. Experience will be compiled and reformed. Sophia has been enhanced. Commencing emulation. Just as the notifications began coming, Sophia eagerly shouted in Dream's mind. He got confused. Wasn't the system supposed to be the one giving him abilities right now? Sophia soon came with her own flurry of notifications. Breaking down Imbue and Scribe. Emulating state skills. Breaking down Fire Magic. Breaking down Regenerate. Emulating Mystify. Breaking down Shooting. Damn. Shooting too? Yup. Incorporating system enhancements and bestowals. You're really playing the system right now. It touched me. So yes. You mean the enhancement? Of course. Anyway, give me a few seconds with these. After she said that, Dream, who was looking at his status screen, saw nearly all of his skills disappear. You know what? Let's break down in May Mastery as well. That's like my only skill left. If we got in a fight right now, I would be pummeled. What if those wolves wanted revenge and showed up right now? Dream shouted in nervousness. He felt really defenseless. Of course, he still totally trusted Sophia, but the fear of something happening right as he was at his weakest was still there. I think you forget, but these skills are still under our control. Even if those wolves came, we could wipe them out. And actually, what? Actually what? Breaking down, thermal fluctuations. I've lost everything. But there's still the vortex. Oh, I guess you're daft. Breaking down, verticular dash. Why must you toy with me, woman? Dream shouted in unfairness. He was defenseless in almost every way now. He went searching through his inventory for something that reminded him of his weakness. The very first revolver I summoned. At least I still have you. You little pea shooter. You literally still have the railgun. And your armor. Sophia retorted as Dream hugged the revolver like a baby, exasperated by his drama. Give me like 5 more minutes. I'm sure you can survive for that long.
Fine.
Dream gave up and laid back into his bed, getting comfy under the sheets. He closed his eyes, and 5 minutes later, Sophia notified him. I have done it. You have gained the active skill. Material Magic? Material Magic is level 21. You have gained the passive skill. Magic? Magic is level 4. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia is level 52. Holy crap. Dream, who had just begun relaxing in his comfy bed, was spurred awake by an influx of mana. His body began to feel tingly, and he became much more sensitive. Not only that, but his mind felt aware. I can see. I think you're kind of high due to the changes from the skills. Give it a few minutes. Like, I'm hyperconscious, and, oh my god, why can I see cells? And, the fibers, the blanket, and why is the floor so dirty? There's bacteria everywhere. Yeah, you're going to need a minute. I'm gonna need a fat minute so I can genocide these ugly bacteria. These have been on me the whole time? How have I lived so long? One bacterial crusade later, Dream passed out on his bed and fell asleep. And several hours after that, he woke up. Interesting thing was, he wasn't tired one bit as he opened his eyes. In fact, he felt incredibly refreshed. So what's the damage? Well, a minimum of several billion bacteria lost their lives to your brutish genocide. Very funny. Take a look at your status screen. A screen popped up in front of Dream. He took a look at it. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Master Artificer. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 102. Stats, Strength, C. Agility, C. Stamina, C. Magic, B. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 52. Magic, LVL 4. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Material Magic, LVL 24. Wow, that's a significant change. Why did I get a skill called Magic? Seems rather redundant. Dream looked at his status page that was basically blank compared to before. Not only that, but all his stats had gone up, especially his mana, which jumped a whole 2 levels. It could be otherwise known as mana manipulation. Alright, where did the other skills go like Mystify? They were either put into those 2 new skills, or I brought them under me as sub-skills. You know, I haven't actually seen your sub-skills. What are they? Check this out. Sophia brought up her own status-like screen. Dream read through it. Sophia. A mind space. A space created from the cognitive ability of the soul, similar to a virtual space. Informations can be stored and processed here. A parallel processing allows user to separate their thought process and analysis of phenomena. Exclusive to Sophia. A thought acceleration multiplies thought speed according to level and agility. A emulator, the ability to analyze, copy, and modify skills, requires understanding of the involved skill signatures. A mana matter perception, the ability to comprehend phenomena in the world through mana. A cognitive manipulation, the ability to twist perception. I've had mind space, haven't I? Dream saw that the sub-skills were similar to the ones he started with way back when. He knew emulator, and the mana perception was his awareness. Cognitive manipulation was a fancy name for his Mystify skill as well. Yes, it evolved from visualization. What about thought acceleration? Is that the ability that lets you and I have fast conversations? Yup. The rate of acceleration is about 20,000 times. though it could be dangerous for you to use it to that extent since your brain may not be able to handle it. But for me, it's perfect. In parallel processing lets one part of me think about analysis while accelerated, and the other remains unaccelerated to talk to you. Wow, wait, how old would you be then? I mean, I don't know how often your thought is accelerated, but considering the work we do, it's been a lot. It's not nice to ask about a lady's age. Well, even at half that rate, let's say 10,000 times. If you were accelerated for one day, that's 10,000 days, which is a little under 30 years. But let's round up. 30 years multiplied by, let's say, 10 days. That's 300 years. Dream went quiet after he processed that number. 300 years in 10 days' time? And that's just 10 days. He knows that Sophia has been thinking much longer than that. So in 100 days, that's 3,000 years. Dream, you have to understand the difference between us. But that's way too long. To even be alive for that long, not to mention alone, that's who I am. Dream. I'm designed for processing. But with parallel processing, I can at least separate my conscious thought from my computer thought. I haven't really lived for 3,000 years. I've only lived since we first met. So don't worry. I've had you to keep me company this whole time. Dream sat there for a bit as Sophia explained. He didn't know how it would work, something like parallel processing, so he could only take her word for it, though it did make him feel a bit better. That makes me feel a little less guilty, but still, Dream decided to just accept it. He understood that she was indeed a skill, though that didn't make her any less important to him as a person or a part of his life. But hey, good news. I was able to finish up on the DNA modifications. I've also compiled the necessary items for your body enhancement. Everything except for the bones at least. We can begin whenever you want. Oh, all right. Won't I be really vulnerable for the procedure, though? Dream focused his mind on this project. If they needed to go through a procedure to break his body open, he assumed that he wouldn't be able to fight anything. So he wanted to be safe. For the most part, yes. Though that'll only be during the surgery. The surgery will change everything except for your neurons and brain, which will change over time as your body slowly handles them itself. Okay, so what are the materials going to be? For your muscles, it'll be an inorganic substitute. Twisted carbon nanotubes that react thermally and electrically. Their power is easily 230 times that of human muscle by size and weight. They can also react faster than normal muscles. Unfortunately, unless you want your muscles to break your own bones, I'm going to have to replace them during this surgery. We have two options that we can talk about later. All right, that's fine. As for blood, it'll also be inorganic. Each blood cell will be replaced with carbon-based microbubbles. They can carry 150 times more oxygen than normal blood cells at the same size, and still have room for all their other functions. Although, the color of the blood will be white, so get ready for that. Okay, that'll be interesting. And then, there's your organs. Oh boy. Since you never really need to go to the bathroom anymore and food intake will be handled very differently than before, I've been thinking about scrapping the organs responsible for waste processing and disposal like your intestines and such. Your DNA will be programmed to handle the little waste that does need to be taken care of. But all right. As for your lungs, they will be made much more effective. In fact, I'm going to try and make them capable of synthesis so oxygen isn't as essential. Honestly, I tried getting rid of the need for air altogether, but that's realistically impossible for now. Anyway, your heart will change, kidneys, liver, stomach, ears, eyes, and whatnot. Even your skin will change, but don't worry, you'll still look human. Thanks for that. Lastly are blood vessels and other small things. They'll be designed according to everything else. From start to finish, how long should this take? Hard to tell, but at minimum, I say 3 weeks, with the surgery only taking about 4 days. That's if nothing unexpected happens. I guess we'll have to build a safe house before that. Don't want to get caught with my chest open. That shouldn't be a problem. Well then, I guess we have our next objective. Let's start preparing. Chapter 68, Lori. So if we're going to do this, we need a super safe house. I'm immediately thinking of just digging like 300 feet underground and sealing myself in a steel box. Thoughts. Dream, who was very paranoid about being vulnerable, went to Sophia for her input. Well, I guess I agree with going underground. Sure, why not? All right. Dream got out of bed and went to his workshop. When he entered, Sophia began digging a hole in the floor. The hole went straight down and was a very deep hole, and it only took moments to form. Huge amounts of dirt and rock were pulled out and thrown aside. Eventually, Dream had a hole about 100 meters deep. Great, that was very easy. A result of the class advancement. Now jump inside. Huh, just go. All right, Dream didn't fight her and jumped down the hole. Though as he began falling with nothing to help him land, he immediately regretted it. I'm gonna die. Grab wall. Thunk. Dream panicked and threw his arm into the wall, burying it to the elbow. He immediately stopped. You are going to be fine. You understand that you can basically fly now, right? No, I did not understand that. That was never established. We'll get used to it. Take your arm out. Dream hesitated again before removing his arm. He let go of the ledge, expecting to keep falling, but didn't. Whoa, see? Dream felt his heart rate rise as he looked beneath him. He was standing on air. It was a scary and surreal feeling. He took a step and planted it in front of him like he was on some invisible platform. So you make air platforms? No. Remember how your body is solid? Well, you can move it using material magic. Quite simple, really. Interesting. So just manipulate my body like everything else, huh? Dream used his material magic and moved himself downward. Slowly, he floated down until he hit the bottom of the hole. Fun, right? Now let's get this room made. Rumble. Sounds were made as Sophia dug out a square room. In a few seconds, the walls were compacted and pushed outward. Done. Now, for the surfacing. Chunks of iron were brought out of his inventory and formed to make plates. They were then placed on the walls and enchanted for reinforcement and isolation, so nobody would see them down there. And now the table. A bit more metal was brought out and formed to make a simple table the size of Dream's body. This was where the surgery would take place. And we're done. That's it. Yup. Any materials we need will be in the inventory. The extra space is for the mana cubes in case we need more mana. But otherwise, that's about it. Oh, all right. Now, you said something earlier about the bones? What are our options? Yes, we have two options. We can summon materials or use this world's materials. I'm thinking the materials here will be better, so I was going to suggest you look into getting mithril. Mithril? Isn't that silver? It is. I don't expect to be able to get top quality mithril, but using the money you still have, we should be able to get good quality stuff. Depending on the strength, it may be better than steel or titanium. We'll also be able to enchant it. I read in that book that it facilitates the use of mana much better than other materials. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to look. That store that Graf told me about for materials should have some, or at least know where to find it. That works. Maybe we could stock up some more materials as well. The inventory expanded a good chunk after the class advancement. Nice. Then we have no time to lose. Dream stepped to the hole and began flying up. Depending on how fast he could go, he wouldn't mind flying to the mountain. After he rose to the top, he walked out of the workshop, and after stepping outside, he began raising himself into the air. Ha ha ha, I'm flying. Dream shouted in excitement after he had risen to nearly 100 meters high. He could see above the trees, and there was nothing under him. Remember, flying only takes your will. You think it'll happen. All right, let's see. Dream began experimenting. The first thing he did was turn himself upside down. It was very disorienting, to say the least, but he noticed something peculiar. It feels like there's no gravity. The magic lets you resist the force of gravity. Doesn't mean it's getting rid of it, just that you won't feel it. Very cool. It's kind of scary though when I have my feet towards the sky. It's like if I stop flying, I'll fall into it, swallowed by the vast darkness. Well, lucky for you. If you stop flying, you'll just land on your head. Now start heading to the mountain. Dream turned himself downside up and began moving forward towards the mountain. First, he went rather slow, not more than running speed, but he kept speeding up to 50 miles per hour, then 75 miles per hour. Eventually, he hit 100 miles per hour. And because of the fact that he could control air, he could move air out from in front of him so there was no wind resistance, which was a huge plus. Dream smiled widely as he soared through the sky. It wasn't in a Superman pose either. He was standing normally, as if he were going on a stroll. It was like if you no-clipped as a character in a game and went flying around. It looked funny and cool at the same time. Hey Sophia, how fast can I go? Depends on how much mana you want to consume. Right now, you consume nothing. A realistic speed with sustainable mana regeneration would be around 230 miles per hour. As fast as a helicopter?
Damn.
Well, for one, no wind resistance. Two, you've moved objects pretty fast already. Remember those bullets you used as weapons? Those easily approached 600 miles per hour, though it was only extremely short bursts and a small amount of mass. But still, I guess, well, if I get out of control, take over, sure. Saying that, Dream began accelerating even further. 150, 190, 230. He stopped where Sophia told him was the best speed and just glided. His smile widened as he flew. I still can't believe I'm doing this. It feels so easy. That's because you're controlling it with your will. You can't confuse yourself. Dream nodded. It was exactly like that. If he wanted to slow down, he did. If he wanted to go up, he did. He could also imagine himself doing something like turning upside down, and he would do it. It was a great system. As he glided, he watched the sea of green trees fly past him. He could see all the little details even from 100 meters in the air. It almost felt foreign, the way he was experiencing these things. But it still felt good. Going over 200 miles per hour, it took less than half an hour to approach the mountain. And since it wasn't like he was coming by helicopter, there was no need to stop a distance away. Dream flew straight up to one of the gates. This caught much attention as this wasn't the Class 3 only gate that Riddick used. So there were many people trying to get in and out that saw him. Who's that? He looks so young. And he's flying? Must be from one of the families. Maybe he's a mage from the Spire. Dream heard many people talking about him as he flew up to the guard at the gate. Title plate, please.
Sure.
Dream walked over and handed the guard his title plate, who put a device over the plate. Information began lighting up. Let's see. Dream, this is good, go ahead.
Thanks.
The guard gave him back the plate, and Dream walked in. Nice. Didn't have to worry about explaining my class. They probably only do that at the other gates. Probably. All right, now for that show, wait. Dream suddenly turned back around and approached the guard at the gate. Excuse me, sir. Is flying inside okay? Flying? No, you cannot fly inside the mountain. It's only allowed when scaling up certain buildings and in certain areas. So don't just go flying around everywhere. Oh, gotcha. No problem. Dream nodded to the guard and walked back off. That's such a stupid rule, but I guess it explains nobody else flying. It might be a superiority thing, but we don't need to be put in jail, so don't go breaking any laws. Fine, right when I get the ability to. Dream huffed as he walked down the street among all the other mortals. As he walked, though, he played with his ability and kept his feet an inch above the ground, just barely hovering over the ground. It definitely wasn't him being petty. He walked down many streets like this before he reached where the guild was. He stopped and looked at the building. Maybe they know where some Class 2 monsters are out in the fields. Or I could just head to a high-level dungeon. They have those, right? Probably. I believe we saw some quests for high-level dungeons last time we were here with that group. Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of what devil? Dream? Huh. Dream turned his head toward the person calling his name. Oh, that one. It is you. Hi, Lori. Long time no see. The person who called Dream was indeed the blonde girl from the twins party, Lori. She was the healer with the cool staff that had a hidden blade. Lori ran up to Dream, who sheepishly scratched his head. This would probably be a bit awkward. Hey, how are you? How have things been? Lori. Lori smiled brightly as she brought herself in front of Dream. Oh, it's been all right. Nothing crazy. What about you? How have things been with the party? Dream. Oh, I actually got switched to a different party. Something happened? Dream tilted his head. Did the party have a conflict or something? Yeah, I got my second class. And an inventory. Look. Lori excitedly announced her news as she brought out something from her inventory. It was another staff, but this one looked different than her old one. Is it new? It looks nice. Yeah, my temple gives us one for each class advancement. Oh, that's pretty nice. But, temple? Yeah, the Christian temple. I'm part of the religion. Christian temple? They have that here? Of course. They're in every empire and lots of the kingdoms. Very interesting. Dream went a bit quiet as he thought about what that fact represented. It was either a huge coincidence, or everything Dream knew about his religion would be overturned. He had been raised Catholic, after all. The fact that it could be on other worlds implied that the religion's origins were much bigger than he thought. Dream? Oh, sorry. So they had you move parties after you got your second class? Yeah, I got moved to a stronger one. Healers aren't common, after all. Nice. I'm sure you're making more money. I am, but I'm also leveling up faster. And I hate to bring it up, but what happened to you? You came for one raid and I never saw you again. Oh, sorry about that. It might sound insulting, but I guess the party moved too slow for us. We actually went back to the same dungeon and cleared it. You cleared the rat dungeon? That's impressive. I can see why you left. What about those girls? Oh, they had to leave. Something came up. I see. So what are you doing now? I guess I've just been doing my own thing. Your own thing, huh? I can see that. See what? Your mana. It's higher than before. Let me guess. You got your second class as well? Oh. Dream remembered that he had set his mana to leak out. The mana levels he let out were C-, about an average level for a class 2. Guess that gave him away. Yeah, I also advanced. Dream. That's cool. So hey, since you're by yourself and all, why don't you come raid with my party? We can definitely fit another person. How do you know my skills are up to par? I only just advanced, you know. Please, you already told me that you were holding back with the other group, and you cleared the rat dungeon as a first class since you only just recently advanced. How could your skills not be good? Dream realized how much information he gave away and cursed himself. It would be more difficult to get out of this situation without being an asshole. Dream. Look, if you're uncomfortable with it, I won't force you. Trust can be a hard thing to develop. There's only one thing I'm going to insist you on, though. What's that? Well, you still owe me a fun night out after ditching me last time. I wasn't happy, you know, when you never showed back up. Dream went silent as Lori put on a pouty face. It was super cute, but he really couldn't get himself into this. It might just be his gut feeling. And the fact that there was still Luna and Iris, but she was a bomb just waiting to go off. Not to mention the reason he was here, his new body. Look, Lori, I appreciate it, but I've got something going on right now that requires my full attention, so I'm sorry, but I can't. Oh, that's all right. I get it. Well, hey, if you ever need help, you can come find me. Thanks. Sure. I'll see you later. See ya. Waving each other goodbye, they both went their separate ways. Dream continued heading to the shop. She was so horny for you. What the hell? I was just about to say how heartbreaking it was to make her sad like that. And here you come with that curveball. Well, she was. Her hormones spiked, and it was like a slipping slide for a solid minute. Not much room for guessing there. Thank you for those details. Really makes you rethink what she meant by a fun night out. I wonder how many dudes she's slept with. Hard to tell. She's far from a virgin, though. Well, isn't that fantastic? Anyway, let's just get to the shop. I want to be done here. Dream sarcastically responded and kept walking as he played with his ability more. He figured his gut feeling was getting more perceptive since he was pretty on the mark about her. Soon, he reached the area where the shop was. It was actually close to the enchanter and monster tamer, so he at least knew the area. Maybe I could visit the tamer once I'm done. John, was it? Dream thought as he approached the material shop. It was time to get some mithril. Chapter 69, Metal Crab. Dream approached the material shop and went through the door. Ding! A bell sounded as he pushed open the door. Right after entering, Dream could immediately hear chatter. This shop wasn't an unknown one. Even when he came last time, there were at least a dozen people in the shop doing business. The shop was actually rather big as it had to fit all the materials and have places for people to buy and sell. There were more than a few employees, and Dream had no doubt that this place raked in money. Everyone needed materials, and this place really did have it all. How can I help you, sir? A lady walked up to Dream shortly after he arrived. Hi, I could actually use your help. I'm looking for mithril. Mithril? Any particular grade? That depends on what you have. I see. Come with me. The lady turned and began walking to the side of the shop. Dream followed. After going through a door that led into a hallway, Dream was led to a private room. You can wait here. Someone will come to help you shortly. Thank you. Dream sat inside the room. It wasn't that big. It had 2 couches and a table between them for doing business, while the rest of the room had a bit of decoration, so it wasn't bland. It's nice that they give you a bit of privacy. Now, what were the grades of mithril? Low, medium, high, and pure. I'm not sure what they represent, but obviously the higher the better. Well, getting pure silver shouldn't be hard for mining, so it can't be the purity of the silver itself. It's definitely something to do with mana. But yeah, I wonder what. Dream pondered as he waited. After a few minutes, someone entered the room. Knock knock. Pardon me. As the door opened, Dream could see a man come in. He wore a nice suit and had the air of an accountant. At least, what passed for an accountant in this world. The name's Ray. Dream. Dream stood up and shook the man's hand before they both took a seat opposite to each other. So I hear you're looking for mithril, Dream. I am. I was wondering the cost per grade and what grades you sold. Well, first thing you should know is that we don't sell anything above high grade. And even high grade we only carry in small amounts. We've also further divided the grades into different levels. Ray began placing down small chunks of metal on the table. After placing 8 identical chunks down in a line, he explained, "These are our levels. From lowest to highest is simply 1 through 8. 1 is low and 8 is our highest level." I see. And cost? Take a look first. Dream nodded and took the lowest grade chunk in his hand. He began saturating it with his mana. Yup, this is definitely silver, though there's something different. Different? Well, it's hard to say exactly. Honestly, the atoms are fine, but I can already tell that it has a much higher tensile strength than normal silver. And this is only low grade. Compared to titanium? If titanium equals 1 strength, then this low-grade mithril equals 0.5. Check out the others. Dream put down the first chunk and picked up the 4th chunk in the middle. This one is about equal to titanium. Already? Not only that, but as you inject more mana, it's almost like it gets stronger. It can already hold much more mana than titanium as well. Huh, what about the highest one? Dream set the 4th chunk down and picked up the 8th chunk. This was the highest grade that they sold at least. This one equals 7.8. Seriously? That's quite the jump. I'm still not sure why it's so strong. But either way, if your skeleton were made out of this stuff, then you'd never have to replace it. That would be nice. But let's see how much it is first. I highly doubt it's cheap. Dream set down the chunk and looked at the man across from him. How much for level 4? A few gold will get you a few pounds of this. A bit more expensive than titanium at the same strength, but its mana compatibility is higher. And the highest? Level 8? That goes for about 140 gold per ounce. Sophia, your skeleton is about 420 ounces. That makes it 60,000 gold worth of that mithril to get a whole skeleton. And we have how much? Graf gave us 20 plates and a couple hundred gold equaling about 11,000 gold. So not nearly enough. So I can't be too greedy, I guess. Dream closed his eyes for a moment before looking back to Ray. What about level 7? 60 gold per ounce, 25,000 gold. And grade 6? 20 gold per ounce, 8,400 gold. And how much level 6 and 7 can you produce? Level 7 is rare, but we can produce up to 600 ounces. Level 6 is much more plentiful. I see. Dream nodded and found his range between level 6 and 7. Sophia, if you want to mix them, 10,000 gold will get us 50 ounces of grade 7 and the rest grade 6. We'll do that then. Dream turned his attention to Ray. I want 50 ounces of grade 7 and 370 ounces of grade 6. That'll be. Ray went quiet as he tried to process the price. Dream did it for him. 10,400 gold. According to your prices, right? Anything else? I'll take some titanium as well. However much 600 gold will get me. I understand. Mind if I see the money you wish to pay with? Sure. Clunk. Dream brought out the box of plates that Graf gave him, which held 20 gold plates. He also brought out a bag with the excess gold coins. Ray was a bit surprised seeing the box. He brought the box over and opened it, seeing the 20 gold plates lined up neatly. He took out a plate and brought out a tool, similar to the scanners used by the guards for title plates. He put the plate inside the tool and the plate glowed, showing some engravings. He took it back out and put it into the box. I see. Give me a moment while I have your materials prepared. Sure. Ray got up and walked out of the room, leaving Dream by himself. This'll go smoother than expected. No tedious haggling crap. Dream thought about how nice it was to just be able to come in and buy what he wanted without having to act like he was on Shark Tank negotiating a business deal. He was just buying some metal. After all, Ray soon came back in. Okay, Dream. Here are the mithril ingots. Ray walked over to the table and brought out several square boxes. Inside the boxes were neat stacks of mithril plates. We divide our mithril by 10-ounce pieces. These on the right are the grade 6 pieces and the left are grade 7. Have a look while I verify your gold plates.
Sure.
Ray brought back over the gold plates T0 himself while Dream spread his mana through the boxes. Check, check, check. It looks like everything's good. Good. At least this place has the dignity to not try and scam me. Not many people can just spend 10,000 gold all at once. The ones who can are probably powerful, whether influence-wise or personally. It would be stupid to risk losing that kind of customer, or pissing one off in general. True. Dream nodded in his mind. Being completely honest, Ray couldn't stop him from stealing everything here. Though the risk would be high, there's a chance he could get away with everything in this shop and leave the city. At the cost of being branded a criminal, of course. Either way, he wasn't a bad person and the business wasn't bad either. If the other party didn't play any games, they could both just have a proper exchange and be on their way. All right, these plates are all genuine. Ray spoke up after scanning the last plate. And I see nothing wrong with these mithril plates. Of course, I also have the titanium you requested. It's outside. All right, then has our business concluded? For the most part, yes. Since you're buying in bulk, I've decided to give you everything for 10,000 gold. You can keep the coins in your bag. As a thank you for your patronage. Oh, sure, thank you. Dream took back his bag and put the boxes of mithril in his inventory. Ray also took the box full of gold plates. No, thank you. I'll show you to your titanium. Ray turned and led Dream outside to the plaza. Sure enough, there were several big boxes filled to the brim with titanium ingots. Dream walked up to them and put them in his inventory. Thanks again. You guys made this really easy. Of course, if you don't mind me asking, what were your plans for the material? I'm planning to make myself some gear. I happen to be needing an upgrade. I see. Well, good luck with your forgery. Thanks. Ray put out his hand for a shake, and Dream took it. They then parted ways and Dream left the shop. Sweet. In and out in less than an hour. That's some efficient business. And I got a discount. Didn't have to drain my pockets dry in one go. We can allot the stronger mithril to more important places in your body like your skull. Other than that, everything else is ready to go. Sweet. Though I still can't believe I'm doing this. Dream had a hard time wrapping his head around the concept of building a new body. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not. Is there something wrong with it? I mean, not really. It just feels weird. Plus, the fact that we even have the ability to pull it off is crazy. I mean, DNA editing, replacing, well, my entire body. The precision behind the operation to even edit a single DNA strand, and we're going to carry out body-wide edits all at once. Well, not all at once, but I get it. But think of it this way. To edit something small, you need to know it's there and have the tools to precisely manipulate it. Well, our abilities meet those two requirements, especially after the class advancement. It was going to take upwards of a month to figure everything out with your samples, but after the upgrade, I was able to do it in the several hours you were asleep. The reason why other, more powerful people couldn't do this is because they don't have the knowledge we do. We have the knowledge, the ability, and now the materials to carry this out. So as far as we're concerned, there's no reason why we shouldn't. Unless you really want unnecessary ethics to stand in the way of your strength. No, the ethics won't stop me. I'm myself, no matter what body I'm in. Not that that sounds any less weird, but you get my point. Dream understood that since they could, there was no reason why not. They had the ability to manipulate materials on a semi-atomic level. Cells in the body were giant in comparison. Not to mention how Sophia probably knew everything there was to know about biology. Taking all that into account, this operation would likely be rather easy for her to do. So, do we have anything else before we start? Well, you should know that the surgery will take longer than previously expected. To be safe, I want to keep you under for around 10 days. 10 days? All right, I'm going to be asleep that whole time? Well, kind of. Anyway, this couldn't be a better time to do this. No threats, no distractions. You'll be able to just hide out for a while and get an important upgrade done. True. Is there anything I should do beforehand? Will I be missing anything after we're done, like my sense of taste or smell? Not really. If anything, it's going to feel the opposite, like you should have had it all along. I don't know. It's sounding like I'm going to have to enjoy all the mortal pleasures before I ascend. You're not ascending. You're just traveling a little further down the evolutionary chain. I think therefore I am. You're not becoming a machine. Well, fine. That's not a totally accurate statement. Heh. Oh well. I wonder if the Tamer is in? I think I'll pay him a visit. Dream changed directions and headed towards the Tamer who taught him about contracts. Though he has yet to really use it, it was still valuable information. He could also check on the collar. He walked down a few streets before coming up on the Tamer shop. He walked in. Ding. Coming. Dream heard a heavy voice come from the back room. Soon, the same 6 feet 5 inches, burly man with a beard came walking out. Hell, Dream? What's up, John? How's the business coming? John the Tamer froze for a second when he saw Dream before breaking into a wide smile. Haha, it's going good. How are you, my little friend? John came up and put out his hand for a shake. Dream grabbed it with a smack. Haha, I'm doing good. That's good. So what brings you to my shop? Well, I was kind of just stopping by. Maybe check on things. Business is good? It is. I must say, your tool made all the difference. It actually works. My capturing speed is leagues ahead of everyone else. I've been bringing in more money than I ever have with all the new customers. John had a wide smile as he talked about his prosperity. Dream also smiled. That's great. I told you the collar would work. But apparently that's not all that's happened with you. Dream scratched his chin as he felt the aura coming off of John. It was much stronger compared to last time. Oh, sharp eye. Indeed. I have reached class 3. After my many years of taming, I've finally crossed the threshold. Wow, congratulations. You're now among the top in the world. Haha, indeed. Which also means I can go after stronger monsters. Going after stronger monsters would require a better collar. Speaking of, you mind if I take a look at it? Of course. John brought out the collar from his inventory and handed it to Dream. Sophia immediately made a comment. Our enchantment on this is trash compared to our level now. Why don't we help out our friend here and get him a better capturing tool? All right, we can just make another one instead of modifying this one. After she said that, Dream put the collar down on the counter next to him. He then took out a piece of titanium and began shaping it. The raw chunk of titanium morphed into a hexagon plate about the size of his hand. It then sprouted legs and clamps off each side, almost looking like a crab. When that formed, then came the enchantment. Sophia enchanted it with better code than the collar, as well as a downgraded accumulation technique. It acted very similarly to the collar, just that now it could handle much more mana and operate it with higher efficiency and effectiveness. Soon, Dream finished and handed it to John. Here you go. What's this? John took the metal device and inspected it. It looked nothing like the collar, so he thought it did something other than taming. It does exactly the same thing as the collar, except now you don't need to wrap it around the neck. You can place it anywhere on the body, preferably the head, and it'll go to work. Let's try it. I happen to have a monster that isn't contracted. Follow me. John led Dream into the back and walked over to a cage. Inside was a reptile. An alligator-looking reptile, to be specific. It was very weak and had a small aura coming off of it. Dream could also see wounds on its body. John opened up the cage and walked inside. Hiss. The alligator opened its mouth and let out a threatening hiss. John paid no heed and walked up to it. He pinned down its head and placed the crab device on its neck. Asterisk high. Hiss asterisk. The alligator sensed the intrusion and began violently thrashing. Though it was still very weak, and the remaining strength it could muster would never be able to shake a class 3. He kept the alligator pinned down as the device did its work. Soon, the alligator stopped resisting. Dream could see the contract seal imprinted on the alligator's head soon after. John got up when it was done. This is amazing. I can see you've improved on your techniques, whatever those techniques are, and I'm a bit late to notice, but I see that you have class 2 mana levels. Yeah, I advanced not too long ago. Congratulations to you then. Now, about this thing. It's yours. I can always make another one. No, I haven't given you a copper for even the collar, not to mention this. What that simple collar has done for me is more than I can pay in gold to compensate for. You know what? I have something, and I want you to accept it. No, I don't dash. I'm not asking. Wait here. John left right after he said that. Dream sighed. I really was just being nice. That metal crab cost me like nothing. It's not like it's the one used by Bane. Chapter 70. vacation. Dream stood there next to the cage with the alligator. He awkwardly looked at the reptile. If it knew what I did, it would tear me apart, or try to at least. Would have gotten contracted either way. True. I wonder what he's getting for me. I don't think he has anything that I need, nor want. Well, he's a tamer. Maybe he wants you to accept an animal. This is not the best time for me to be getting a pet. I'm literally about to hibernate. Should I just run? Let's give it a chance. He's trying to give back. So let him. Fine. Dream gave up and accepted his fate. It wasn't so bad though. Sure, he wasn't expecting anything in return, but getting or giving gifts shouldn't feel like a burden. He wouldn't stress John out by not accepting anything. It could look bad if he did that instead. Dream, come back here. John yelled from the back room. Dream closed the cage and walked over. Yes? Come here. Dream peered into the room and found John at the table. In front of him was a metal box about 1 foot long and wide. He looked at Dream. I found this while exploring the mountains. A metal box? No. Come look at what's inside. John waved him over and Dream went behind him to look at the inside. The thing inside the box was an orb? What's that? Honestly, I'm not sure myself. I'm loving it already. Let me finish. I brought it to an appraiser, and when he took a look at it, he said it was some kind of spirit based on the mana and aura coming from inside. But he had never seen a spirit like this before, and couldn't tell me for certain. I never wanted to break it open for fear of breaking something. A spirit? I've never seen them before. They're rare, and you'll find most of them on the animal continent, not here. What they are is still mostly a mystery, but they can do amazing things. Don't ask me what, that's all I've heard. Anyway, this is yours now. John pushed the box towards Dream. He picked it up and looked at the shiny, swirly orb inside. It was about the size of a tennis ball, and other than looking like a cool rock, there was nothing special about it. Thank you so much. I'll cherish it for as long as I live. Just accept my gift. I've had it for nearly a year, and nothing has happened yet. But who knows? Maybe you'll be able to do something with it. All right, I'll accept it.
Thanks. Sure.
Well, I need to get going. I had only expected to stop by. No problem. Come by anytime. Maybe I'll have another interesting item. Sure, I'll show myself out. Waving goodbye, Dream turned and left the shop. When he got outside, he saw that it was sunset. Let's get home. We have much to do. Dream went to go put the box in his inventory. Until it didn't go in. Why isn't it working? Not sure. Maybe it's the orb. Guess I'll carry it then. Since it didn't want to go into his inventory, he put the box under his arm and began walking once more. Not like he had his hands full anyway. Soon, he was home. So, we're really going to start this? Yup, I'm excited. I can tell. So what did you find with the orb? Dream put the box down on a table and opened it, looking at the orb inside. It's an interesting thing. First, the shell is actually made of diamond, and inside is some kind of energy. So that black swirly stuff inside is an energy? Do you know what kind of energy? Nope, I've never seen anything like it. It's not matter. It's not photons, and it barely resembles mana, but it's something different. A spirit. There is actually something resembling a soul. It's contained within the orb among the rest of the energy, though it's very different from other animal or human souls, so I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. So it might be an egg of some kind. Should I break it? Dream picked up the ball. It was incredibly smooth, and its hardness was also insane. He would have to put in quite a bit of effort to break it, but it wouldn't be impossible. I recommend holding off on breaking it. We have no idea what it is, and we can always do it after our current objective when you'll be safer. True. Then let's head down to our safe house. Oh, and let the old man know that I'll be unavailable for at least 2 weeks. No problem. Dream nodded and put the orb back into the box. He then went to the workshop. After jumping into the hole, he began sealing it behind himself with the excess dirt, making it look like nobody had dug a hole. He got to the bottom and turned on a light as it was dark. Tick. The light came on and Dream saw the metal room. The titanium table was there as well, just waiting to be used. Bottom. Dream felt his heart begin to race. He was seriously going through with this. It'll be all right. I'm going to take care of you. I know. Dream turned to the empty space in the room and began bringing out the cubes and mana balls. Once he brought out 100 cubes and the 20 balls, he turned to the table. No time to waste. After he said so, the clothes on Dream's body disappeared, leaving him completely nude. Using his flying magic, he lifted himself up and placed himself on the table laying face up. The metal was cold against his skin. You ready? As ready as I'll ever be. Okay, commencing operation. Shutting down bodily systems. See you in a bit. As Sophia began, Dream's consciousness faded as he went into an induced coma. It was finally time to start. After being unconscious for a while, Dream's mind began to start moving again. He wasn't sure how long it had been since he had had a thought. Could be hours, or even days. The only thing he knew was that he still wasn't awake yet, even though he began thinking again. Dream looked around him. It was dark, and that was about it. There was nothing around him, like he was in an endless void. He couldn't even see himself, until finally, his surroundings began to change. A bed. Out of nowhere, Dream found himself on a bed. He was laying down looking at the ceiling. Dream reached out his hand and felt the soft, furry blankets around him. He began looking around. He was in a room. It was a bedroom. There was a dresser, a ceiling fan, a small carpet, and a nightstand. The floor and walls were wood, giving it a homely, cabin feel. Dream stood up and walked out of the room. He didn't know where he was, but he at least knew it was nowhere dangerous. After walking out of the room, he came into a hallway. The hallway was empty, with no doors. It led down to a turn, where he assumed the living area was. He walked down the hallway, step by step. As he got further towards the corner, his heart beat faster and faster. He felt intrigue, wariness, but also expectation. He didn't know what was around that corner, just that it was something important. It gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. 10 feet, 5 feet, 1 foot. Dream slowly made his way around the corner, and his heart rate slowed. It was a living area, with couches and everything. Dream took a couple more steps out, throwing away his wariness. Dream. When he heard that voice, his heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned to his left, and he laid eyes on the one who called him. Dream looked at the girl in front of him. She was beautiful. Simple brown hair, green eyes, the best figure God could ever hope to create, and the most perfect skin he had ever seen. Her lips were full, her eyes captivating. She wore a white sundress, giving her a summery and free look. She was alluring, graceful, like an angel, but not out of reach. Dream stared at her for longer than he would like to admit, and she stared right back at him. They looked into each other's eyes. It felt right, like it was okay. Like when it came to her, there was no need to have his guard up. Sophia? Dream finally spit out the name. He knew it. Not only could there be no one else, but he felt it in his soul. It was her. Hi, Dream. It's nice to finally meet you. It really was her. That voice, that sweet voice that had become irreplaceable to him in a matter of months. Step. Dream took a step towards her. She also took a step towards him. Step by step, they got closer, until they were right in front of each other. Finally, she brought up her arms and wrapped them around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Dream, who was still slightly stunned, stood there dumbly for a bit before wrapping her up as well, in the warmest way he could. A bear hug. For a long while, they stayed like that, neither speaking, just keeping each other warm. Eventually, Dream took a deep breath and they separated. Hi. So, is this just a really fantastic dream? Yes and no. Depends on how you define a dream. We're in your mind space right now. Your body is still currently being worked on. Right. Is this like where you live or something? Dream looked around at the cabin home. It was a nice place. No, I made it for us. You like it? Of course. And I made this body as well. What do you think? Sophia spun on her heel in front of Dream. The sundress fluttered and her hair waved. Needless to say, he was enchanted. You look very nice. Thanks. Sophia smiled brightly. She didn't need to ask. They basically knew each other's every thought, but it was nice hearing it. Anyway, the surgery is in progress? How long was I in limbo? About a day. Everything is moving along fine. Just needed to protect that mind of yours while things were broken apart. Sophia pat Dream on the head as she said that. His heart melted at how adorable she was being. And now that he looked, she was about 5 feet 9 inches. A good height. Is that right? Yeah. Would you like to watch? Watch? I mean, I goose whoa. No thank you. I'm very much okay. Sophia brought out a screen with a view of the surgery, and as expected of a full-body surgery, it was fantastically anatomic. Dream immediately regretted having eyes for a second. Hee hee, it's not that bad. Look, there's your liver, and there's your femoral artery. There's part of your brain stem. I'm sure everything is there. In fact, I'd be concerned if everything wasn't there. But I think I'll leave all that to you. Okay. Sophia smiled and put the screen away. Dream reopened his closed eyes. The lady has a stronger stomach than me. Ah, that's okay. It is still your body after all. It would be especially traumatic if you were to wake up with your body being dissected. The pain? No, just the experience.
Fun.
Dream didn't ask anymore. He didn't want to know the details. He looked around the room again. So, what do? We hang out. We've got at least another week. Although, if you really want to skip ahead, I could just put you back to sleep. No, that's okay. I would much rather spend some time with you. Hee hee, so would I. Hey, I want to cuddle. Come here. Sophia grabbed Dream by the arm and brought him over to the couch. After he laid down, Sophia bundled up and laid against him. Sigh it's weird having a body for myself. Instead of having to feel things through you, we can feel them together. Hey, I had thought about it, but why don't we make a body for you? We can get the materials easily. No thanks. I'm yours and only yours. Especially this body. Nobody gets to look. Dream went quiet as Sophia turned to face him. After straddling his lap, she put her hands on his face and pulled him in. MPH dat. Sophia locked their lips and gave Dream some tongue. After a second of getting used to her, Dream came to realize that Sophia was perhaps the best kisser in the world. They made out, then made out some more. They made out for a whole 5 minutes, and then 15 more. Eventually, they pulled away from each other. So we just gonna do this for a week? If you want. But I can tell you want to do a little bit more than that. Sophia sat back down onto his lap and pushed herself against him, locking their lips back together. Dream got a bit embarrassed. He was poking her. Something's rising, and it ain't the shield hero. It's the spear hero instead. He only wishes he could rise like this. Come here. Who? Sophia exclaimed as Dream picked her up. The next instant, they teleported in front of the bed. Dream dropped her on it. So, does this count as a wet dream? Dream spoke as his shirt disappeared. Sophia smiled. Do dreams last a whole week? This one does. You ready for that? I should be asking you that. Snap. Sophia flicked her fingers and the sundress disappeared. Under it, sexy white lingerie covered her up. Those are CS. I know. Sophia responded to Dream's inner observation. Those were his favorite. She knew this, of course. Are you ready? Am I a man? Let's find out. Right after, Dream tackled Sophia, who cheerfully let her bra be ripped off, and thus began their week-long vacation. Chapter 71. New Body. Over the next 13 days, Dream and Sophia lived with each other in the cabin, and one could imagine what it was filled with. Dream was no stranger to sex. Back on Earth, he had been with his late girlfriend, so he was definitely experienced. Though when doing the deed with Sophia, he had been surprised about a couple of things, the biggest being the cleanliness. It was his world after all, no different to paradise. They didn't have to deal with earthly concerns. Another surprise was the stamina. The best part was that there was no stopping, or at least no need to. Again, this was his world, and if they wanted to do something, then they could do it. And they did it. A lot. Sophia making breakfast in only an apron? Bang. Taking a shower that there's no need for? Bang. When Sophia got turned on? Bang. Watching a movie in underwear? Bang. Just because? Bang. They were like animals in heat, and they loved every hour of it. And yes, it went on in hour increments. But believe it or not, it gets old after a while. Taking breaks is necessary for their mental state, or at least Dream's. So when they weren't plowing around, there were very wholesome moments between them. Dream couldn't have fallen more in love with Sophia. They knew everything about each other, to the point where neither of them could hide anything from the other. But that was okay. It just made it that much better. They could just be with each other. There was lots of cuddling, 4 hours on end. Sophia gave Dream massages. They made delicious food, fell asleep in each other's arms, and woke up to see each other's faces. It was pure bliss. But what really hit the nail on the head for Dream was the back scratching. Dream has never loved anything more than a good scratch on the back. Honestly, it was almost one of the things he looked for in a woman. It was a very intimate thing for him. So when Sophia had first scratched his back during a very loving cuddle session, he actually almost broke down crying. It was partly due to the memories of his late girlfriend, and partly because he had never been able to feel so vulnerable and safe at the same time. If there was one thing Dream avoided the most, it was vulnerability. At first, it was because he hated it. Then, it eventually became a part of his subconscious, like something he avoided naturally. His very being rejected vulnerability. But with Sophia, that no longer became the case. He had thought about it when he was in Sophia's arms. His real body was currently in a metal box being broken into pieces and rebuilt. If anything went wrong, it could be his end, but he still decided to do it. He wasn't even in control. It was somebody else. And still, he felt safe enough to go through with it. That's what Sophia did for him. She was that safety, that person he could trust unconditionally. She was part of his soul, after all. And those back scratches, that's almost what they represented. It sounded stupid almost, but it was important to him. Anyway, for those 13 days, Dream and Sophia were living in a pink-colored paradise full of love and passion. The surgery was actually only supposed to be 7 to 10 days. But after Sophia had begun testing his bodily systems near the end, there were some that didn't work as expected. But with a little extra time and tweaking, everything returned to normal. So on the 13th day, Dream got ready to go back to his body. It was a fun 2 weeks. Dream loudly yawned as he held Sophia on the couch. It's not like we can't do this again. I know, but I still have to go back down and spread my influence among the mortal world. I can't be up here all the time. Heh, sure thing. I'll be waiting for you. No, you'll be there with me. This cabin will disappear until I make it again for us. If I find that you've been here by yourself, I'll be mad. Dream spoke seriously to her. He couldn't stand the thought of her just sitting around alone. He's already had to deal with the fact that she's thousands of years old. He wouldn't put up with her being isolated. Sophia knew this and turned to him. She hugged his head and kissed him on the forehead, running her fingers through his hair. I go where you go. We're 2 in 1. We'll never be alone with each other. Dream closed his eyes and let himself be coddled. So am I technically doing all this with myself? And not unless you want to be weird about it. Right. Dream cut off that train of thought and sunk his face into Sophia's plump chest. Your body is ready now. You ready to go back? Inhale Iowa. Okay, come here. Sophia pulled Dream's face up to hers and gave him one last deep kiss. When they pulled away, Dream suddenly got very sleepy, eventually falling asleep in Sophia's arms. As Dream regained consciousness, his eyes opened. He moved them around and saw the metal box that he was in when he laid down 2 weeks ago. Exhale. He took a deep breath, feeling the air fill his lungs. Immediately, he could feel the difference. It felt full. Next, he twitched his fingers. They worked. Then his toes. All good. He felt around with his hand, feeling the metal table underneath him. He grabbed the edge, then squeezed. Creak. Whoa. Dream couldn't help but exclaim. Did he seriously just bend metal with his hand? Not only that, but his voice sounded different. Your voice was changed a bit. It'll sound more crisp and a bit deeper. How do you feel? All right so far. Hang on. After adjusting to his new voice, Dream finally sat up. Fwip. Whoa. Dream stopped himself after he popped up super fast. He wasn't ready for that. Your muscles are on another realm now compared to previously. It'll take some getting used to your strength and reactions. Range of motion as well. Range of motion? Let's just say that if someone were to get you into a joint lock, it would have no effect on you. Even if you bent an elbow or knee the opposite way, it wouldn't do anything harmful. Interesting. Though let's see about walking first before we get into testing that stuff. Dream set that aside for now. He moved his legs so they hung off the table and looked down. His eyes opened a little further. Oh, am I a shower now? Don't worry, it can still grow. Neat. I'm liking the muscles as well. Nice and defined. Dream checked out his arms, chest, abs, and legs. The muscles were ripped, defined, and had some size. He was still very lean like before though, so it wouldn't be obvious if he were wearing a sweater or something. He would never choose to be a bodybuilder with bulging muscles. Thank you. Of course. Now, let's try walking. Dream carefully moved himself off the table and onto the floor. When his feet touched the ground, he shifted and took a step away from the table. This isn't so bad. I'm going to have to get used to my body feeling like it's 1 pound though. When he walked, it felt more like he had too much power, and he had a hard time being loose. He stiffly walked around while trying to make it seem like his original body. That body is actually really heavy, about 280 pounds, mainly from the bones and fluids. But because of its strength and the fact that it's much more rigid than before, it'll feel like you're super light. That'll go away soon though. Alright, I think I'm getting the hang of this. Dream just kept walking in simple circles around the table, bumping into it occasionally. Eventually, he felt he got that down and tried jogging. He did a couple of laps around the room and felt good. Nice. I'm liking it already. Let's head up. Dream looked up and began activating his magic. Soon, a hole was made in the ceiling that led all the way to ground level. He squatted down and prepared to test his legs. Boom. Whoosh. Holy crap. Dream was stunned as he not only jumped out of the hole but through his workshop and into the sky. He didn't go too high though, just to the top of the trees. When he found himself in the sky, he used his magic to fly, keeping himself from falling. He took a deep breath as he looked towards the sky. This was when he noticed his heightened senses. What the hell happened to my eyes? Dream looked around and could see super small details, like how there was a water droplet on a dead leaf on the floor about 372 meters away. It was pretty cool. Your eyes aren't simple eyes anymore, obviously. Are they cameras? Yes and no. They're an inorganic variance of photoreceptors. I've also made it so that the entire eyeball absorbs light, not just what enters the pupil. But don't worry, your eyes still look normal. Okay, what about the other senses? Your hearing has also been substituted, so you can hear much higher and lower frequencies. Same with your taste and smell, which have been made much more sensitive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can taste the air. And you know what I'm just realizing? I'm still totally nude. Talk about public indecency. Dream decided to set himself down out of sight. Not that anybody would judge his body as anything but a work of art, but he didn't like being nude in the open like that. He placed himself in front of the house, slowly letting the grass caress his feet. It was a nice feeling. His touch was made more sensitive as well. You know what? I really think I should take a bath. Like, in the lake. I bet that water feels like heaven. By the way, you can breathe water. Say what? Dream stopped right as he was about to throw himself in the lake. I can breathe underwater? Your lungs are now capable of electrolysis. So if you're underwater, your lungs can still get oxygen. Well, that's a nice piece of information. Anyway, time for some skinny dipping. Splash. Dream ran over and dove straight into the water. Though he almost tripped on the way, it was nothing a little magic couldn't fix. As Dream glided through the water, he could feel the cool liquid sliding past his skin. It felt similar to when you dove into a pool on a hot summer day. It really did feel like heaven. Instead of immediately coming up for air, he decided to stay under. He wanted to see how long he could hold his breath. He slowly sank as he let his body go limp. It wasn't exactly buoyant after putting a bunch of metal in, but the weightlessness still felt great. He could also keep his eyes open without being uncomfortable, allowing him to see through the clear water. It was blue, lots of blue. He could see the ground and all the rocks scattered about. He dove down to the ground and picked one up, moving it through his hands. He felt the slippery moss and smooth surface, and then he crushed it. The rock crumbled to pieces in his grasp. He opened his hand and let the pieces float to the ground. He nodded in approval. He didn't even have to try. After about 10 minutes of staying underwater, he headed back up to the surface. Drip, drip. Water fell off of him as he walked up the shore. He felt like a sexy guy in a cologne commercial. I could have held my breath much longer, but I'm too lazy to wait that long. How do you like it? There couldn't possibly be anything I don't like. It's amazing. I feel powerful. My mind feels super sharp. And better than that, I don't feel like there's constantly something wrong with my body like my bad back. It's perfect. That's good. You're going to be feeling sharper over time as well. The neurons still need time to convert, but once they do, you'll have godly reflexes. I'm liking the sound of that. And wait, where's my hair? As Dream went to scratch his head by reflex, he noticed that nothing was there. He placed his hand on his head. You're going to be bald until your new hair grows back. Oh, and you won't grow hair anywhere except your face and head. And even that can be controlled. I see. I can deal with that. What's my new hair going to be like? And how fast will it grow? Your new hair will be the smoothest, silkiest hair ever. It isn't synthetic, so it's not like you'll have silk growing from your body. It'll only take a week or so to grow your head of hair back. Nice.
Though I'll be wearing a hat until then.
Dream ran his hand over his head. He could already feel the super short hair on his scalp coming in. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to test. From his inventory, he brought out titanium and formed it into a dull sword. He let go of it, and it floated in the air in front of him. Then, he put his arm out in front of him. All right, slash at it. After he said that, the sword brought itself back, then very suddenly, flung itself forward as if trying to cut his arm off. Ding. Huh. Dream looked at the sword, whose blade was now curved halfway around his arm. It didn't hurt at all. Was he really that tough now? He grabbed the sword and took a look at the impact area on his arm, noticing that he didn't come out unscathed. Why is it black? Dream traced the area with his finger. Sharp, crystal-like black liquid exploded from the wound, like his tan skin shattered and bled some ink. The black is a reaction from the skin. The muscles underneath are perfectly fine. When the skin takes impact over a certain threshold, that black material floods to the impact site, helping to scatter the pressure. It's called liquid crystal, and its super high viscosity makes it a super good shock absorber. Don't worry, it'll heal. Dream watched as the black crystal material slowly retracted on its own. His skin eventually turned back to its smooth, tan state. Good. I was afraid we damaged your masterpiece. If all it took was that to damage it, then we've got bigger problems. It can recover from that easily. I like the confidence. Well, that answers all my questions for now. Was there anything that happened while I was out? Actually, there are a few things that you need to know. About the body? No. Current events. Putting it simply, a lot happened while you were out. The biggest being on Earth. What happened? Take a look. Sophia brought up several pictures from Earth. They all showed the same thing. It was a very large figure, and it was up in the sky, lording over everyone below it. It was dressed in white garments and held a sword in its right hand. It had no face, simply a white, foggy veil. And to top it all off, it had 2 pairs of wings on its back. The wings were white. Is that an angel? Chapter 72. Where it all started. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Dream asked Sophia for clarification. What the hell was an angel doing on Earth? This picture was 2 days ago, and this isn't the only instance. I'll give you a rundown. All right, 2 days ago, angels appeared all over the world. In total, there were 7 that were just as massive as the one in the picture that appeared in various places on the globe. But there were also regular, human-sized angels that came to certain people on Earth, primarily the powerful ability users. And there was one reason they were there: demons. They came for demons? Correct. 2 days before the angels appeared, I had actually found traces of an unknown entity in certain rural areas of Russia. I had chopped it down to a new species of animal and not investigated it, merely posting a notification for those near the area on the Seeker program. But after the angels came, they made it clear. Demons were invading the world. Now what are demons? Apparently, they're hell spawns, creatures created by hell for the purpose of invading worlds. That's at least what I've heard from everyone that came in contact with these angels. Hold on. So you're saying that demons are now invading the world, and that angels have come to help? Here's a question. Who the hell are these angels? They're what you think. They're God's envoys from heaven. Seriously? Seriously? Dream went quiet. So heaven is real, huh? And they came to help. Yes. Those giant angels only appeared for a day and disappeared. After that, the only people that came in contact with angels are the powerful hunters, and they're still in contact with them even now. I haven't gotten much information about what's going on between them though, because these angels have the power to keep me from getting information. But what I do know is that the demon threat is now very real. Several cities in Russia have been utterly obliterated and occupied, and the people who have investigated or fought against them were accompanied by angels. I was also able to investigate and have found that demons are basically mindless killing machines. They're just like the monsters in dungeons, except they look like they were built for the purpose of killing. Other than that though, I don't have much else information. So demons are invading Earth. How fast are they spreading? Right now, extremely quick. But Russia is spread out and lightly occupied, so it's easy for them right now. We'll have to wait until they hit densely populated areas to track how dangerous they are. All right, have there been notifications sent? I have notified everyone and given them what information I have. This demon threat has the potential to be world-ending. Everyone is only just getting used to the concept of mana, and now they have to fight them too. But humans are adaptive creatures. If anything, the pressure will bring people together. Not to mention us. We have the greatest intelligence-gathering network since ever, which will be crucial if we are to combat this. Another thing, after the appearance, the mana density on Earth has skyrocketed. It's about 70% the density of this world now. Asterisk sigh asterisk great. Anyway, how's the family? They're fine. Your mom is finally starting to level up, and the rest of the family is close to level 40. I've been making sure they keep fighting, and they're making good advancements in magic. Melody has gotten sword fighting skills, Walter has gotten basic magic for earth and water, and Austin is actually heading toward the illusion branch of magic. He's able to confuse his enemies a bit. Interesting. Well, thanks for taking care of them and keeping them safe. So other than the angels and demons, what about the general state of the world? There have been several people reaching first class. The majority of ability users, which is a surprisingly big percent of the world, are around level 20. Several small governments have collapsed, and the Seeker program has even further solidified its foothold in the world. The first set of businesses have been created for mana weapons development, and guilds are also popping up. How are those doing? Surprisingly well. There haven't been many conflicts with governments. I've also taken the liberty to allow these guilds to associate with our program, to keep things organized. Nice. That's very nice. Dream closed his eyes as he took in all the information. After a bit, he came around to the biggest question. Why now? It has to be a coincidence. I know we just got to class 2, but there's no way we could have alerted heaven to earth. We didn't even know that there was a heaven. These coincidences really need to stop then. First, we bring mana to earth, and now we're seeing the second coming. I have a hard time believing that it's because of the insignificant me too, but it's these things that make it difficult to keep believing that. Anyway, is there anything else? You said there were multiple things. Yes. Yes? Well, I think demons have come to this world as well. You've got to be fucking me. I kind of wish I was. Where? First Earth. Now here. I don't see any angels. Or did I miss that too? Am I just some kind of walking, extinction-causing button? Dream began freaking out now. What the hell was this situation? First, he gets separated from the family, then demons invade Earth, and now demons are invading this place. It sounded like an apocalypse. Aren't I in another fucking galaxy? Or am I just being toyed with by some transcendent, godly being? Oh wait, maybe this really all is just a joke. Maybe I was just having a really good fucking dream, and now everything's turned into a nightmare. Otherwise, could the god that's toying with my life please stop? Hey! Sophia shouted, and Dream's vision went black. Soon, he reopened his eyes inside the cabin. You need to calm down. Sophia, who was standing in front of him, came over and grabbed his head with her hands. I know it's a lot, but we can handle it, one thing at a time. But how am I supposed to handle 2 extinction-level threats at once? Don't forget that this world is already established in magic. You won't have to handle it here. Leave it to the empires around the world. Then what about Earth? Can they handle it? Didn't you already answer that? Look, this is just the beginning. Nobody knows what could happen, so we're going to take it one day at a time. Okay. Dream nodded as Sophia hugged him. He stayed like that for a while. Asterisk sigh asterisk, so what do we do now? And what do you want to do? Well, I'd like to be on Earth, but that's not possible. Not until you have the power. This is actually why I think it's good that demons have come. It'll be an easy way to level up. Where are they anyway? The third continent. They've actually already taken over a kingdom. How big was that kingdom? Not too big, but I suspect that they at least have the power to kill high-level class 2s. They're also spreading quickly. It won't be too long before they enter the 2 main continents. I suggest maybe going there to get a feel for fighting them. I don't mind that, but I don't want to leave the family here. You want to get them back? Yeah. Is it possible? It honestly depends on how good this fox tracking ability is. But if all we need to do is find a good hiding place, then it'll be more than possible. Though it'll take a lot of preparation. That's fine. If it's possible, we'll make it happen. Then there's no time to waste. After she said that, Dream's vision went black. He was soon back in his body. I already have in mind several places for a base. One of them is actually where you first started. The forest? More specifically, that tree dome. It's untouched by humans, and it's located in a really good place. Not to mention it's an illusion barrier. I think it would be good too, but it's got those clans that Luna talked about. Free experience. Very well. What will we need to set up shop? Lots of materials, and there are two ways to get them. We can either get money and buy materials, or we can find our own. How do you suppose we do that? Simple. It's called electromagnetic field scanning. We plant nodes around possible digging sites, and they send electrical impulses into the ground. If certain parts of the ground are conductive, then they're likely metal. This world hasn't gutted its planet, so there's likely plenty of untouched deposits. Oh, huh. Volcanoes. Those hold plenty of metal, and I know where some are. There's actually one by the mountain. That's really smart, actually. All right, we can just get our own materials, and we can also check out that dome. You know what? Let's do that first. The dome is about 2,500 miles away, so maybe not right now. Damn, even being able to fly 200 miles an hour isn't enough. It's actually almost 400 now. Even then it would take 5 hours to get there. Not necessarily. Bring out the mana balls and equip your suit. I have an idea for enchanting. Okay. Dream took out the 20 mana balls and let his suit wrap him up. Sophia began enchanting. Your flight is your magic, basically moving your material body through space. So if we enchant the suit to intake mana and help speed up the movement of your body through space, then we'll be able to get faster. And although it'll take more mana, that's what the balls are for. They can hover around and supply the suit with mana. And done. Interesting. I guess we're going to the dome then. Let's desummon the house and stuff. Dream hovered over to the house and workshop, putting everything in his inventory. Then, he turned around. All right, let's test this new Iron Man suit. Dream flew up almost 200 meters into the sky. Sophia put a blip in his vision indicating where the dome was. Here goes nothing. Whoosh. In a massive burst of speed, Dream sped off into the air. In less than a second, he had achieved speeds of 150 miles per hour, but this was only the beginning. Dream didn't waste time and speed up to 400 miles per hour in a few seconds. He then looked around and saw the mana balls that were surrounding his body from several feet away. They created a sphere around him and had no problem keeping up. So, there's no mana consumption. Speed up. All right. Dream put more mana into the flight and climbed in speed. 450, 500, 600, 675. Soon, he had reached 700 miles per hour. At this point, the forest under him was just flashing past him, and he didn't see any patch of land for more than a second or so. Almost near consumption levels. You have more room though. Seriously? I'm already almost near the speed of sound, aren't I? What is it? 750 miles per hour. 767, but yes. Though you wouldn't be able to achieve this speed if we didn't cancel air resistance. And since we're splitting the air, you won't get the sonic boom. Kind of anticlimactic, but alright, let's speed up. Dream further increased his speed. He hit 750 miles per hour, and then when he got to 770 miles per hour, Sophia spoke. Mana consumption at 772 miles per hour. That's pretty good. Nice. How fast am I compared to a jet? Jets can easily reach double your speed, so there's still a bit of a ways to go. Oh well. How long until I reach the dome? Around 3 hours. I guess I'll buckle down until the wait. Dream suddenly halted in midair. What? The box. With the orb in it. We left it behind. Crap. No, we didn't. Look to your left. Dream turned his head to where Sophia told him. Among the mana balls floating around Dream was the orb outside of its box. Oh, thank God. All right then. Let's keep going. Dream took back off, heading for the dome. 3 hours later, Dream was back to where everything started. Never thought we'd be back here. Especially so soon. Dream went over and first landed not near the dome, but the cottage that the family lived in. He was currently standing in front of it. Last time we were here, I wasn't even class 1. And a few months later, I'm class 2. Time flies. Dream walked over and entered the cottage. And sure enough, everything was as they left it. The empty kitchen, the workshop next to the house, and even the garbage he set aside in bags. Nothing seems to have been touched. Do me a favor, reinforce and elusify this place. Make sure nobody can find it or break it. All right. Dream's mana spread out, and covered the entire house in moments. Soon, everything was enchanted. All right, now let's head to the dome. You're so sentimental. Yeah, not sure why though. Dream took to the skies, and not more than a minute later, he was in front of the fog that led to the dome. He would have just headed straight in, but he noticed something with the fog. This fog, it's enchanted? I think it is. It's illusion-based. The manuscripts are very complicated as well. It was written by someone? No, at least nobody that uses the script in those official books. It's actually not that different than the script we use. What script do we use? Basically, soul language. This stuff is very similar, but with a couple differences. Honestly, if I had to guess, I would say that this fog is totally natural. In fact, considering the irregularity of the entire dome, I would say that this is all one huge natural oddity. Well, the fog and dome are definitely connected. So if this fog is meant as an illusion enchantment, then why was I able to walk through it before class 1? Because of your title, this fog works by affecting the mind of the user and turning him around. He would never be able to walk through the fog and would come back to the same place every time. But your mind can't be influenced, remember? Oh, right. Then the family? Riddick is powerful enough to block the effect, and the girls could have been supported by him or used some innate ability, whatever it is. Interesting. Well, this would honestly only help us with hiding, so I see no reason to get rid of it. Let's just enter. I want to see that amazing sight again. Saying so, Dream began walking into the fog, full of expectation. Chapter 73, Core. Dream walked through the fog and came up on the same root wall as they always did. He wanted to go and climb it. When he got to the top, he was greeted with the same amazing sight. This really never gets old. Dream looked on at the green valley in front of his eyes, the tall green grass, the trees scattered about the expanse, the big lake providing all the fresh water for the habitat, and all the animals roaming about. He looked across the valley and could see the opposing side of the dome. The opposite side was at least 2.5 miles away and gave a full view of its 670-meter-tall super trees. He looked up and saw the branches of the super trees converging, making the roof of the dome. The pillars of light coming through the roof made for an even more spectacular view, as well as making it so that plants could still grow and it wasn't eternally dark. This place truly is a natural oddity. And is it me? Or is the mana density higher in here than outside? It is, though not by too much. So, is this going to be our base? I think so. There's plenty of space, and it's almost paradise here. Not to mention the seclusion. You know, I actually haven't checked out the roof of this place. What does it look like from above? Dream began flying up towards the top of the dome, and when he approached the branches and leaves that made up the roof, he exclaimed, "These leaves are huge. They're as big or bigger than me. These trees are seriously ridiculous. How do they even maintain themselves?" Dream maneuvered his way through the leaves and branches as he spoke. Eventually, he made it out. Huh, that's interesting. As Dream floated higher above the roof of the tree dome, he came across an invisible barrier. He almost didn't notice it, but the mana it gave off alerted him. Sophia, what is this? It looks like a simple barrier. It doesn't resemble an enchantment like the fog, and the mana it gives off is subtle, but actually rather dense. The density of the radiating mana is 80% more than the ambient density. Damn, almost double. This actually reminds me of the barrier Riddick created when he protected everyone in the helicopter, though it doesn't have the same function as blocking things since we can go through it. Maybe it's another illusion barrier? That's all I can think of. Let's head up more, get a bird's eye view. He began flying even higher up. He wanted to be able to see the entire dome, though when he reached a certain height and looked down at the dome, he was surprised. Where's the dome? As Dream looked down from above, all he saw was regular forest. There were absolutely no trees that were anywhere near the height of the super trees. It was like it didn't exist. Amazing. So it is an illusion barrier. But does that mean it works on me now? Why can't I see the dome? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean you're being confused. I think the light that's being released and entering your eyes is showing you a regular forest. There's nothing attempting to influence your mind right now. Not that your title would allow it anyway. So I'm being shown a different image? I guess that's impressive. But how would that barrier prevent anyone from just flying into it? That I'm not sure about. Maybe it works the same as the fog, just invisible. I wouldn't be surprised with that kind of mana density in it. Either way, if someone were trying to scout you out, they wouldn't find the dome. I'm positive of that. All right, it's already more than good enough. So it's settled. This is my new base. Our next step then is to find those animal clans that the girls talked about. I don't want them interfering with anything. Preferably, I won't have to exterminate them. Though from what I was told, they're a bunch of arrogant assholes. So it may be inevitable. Dream began heading back down to the dome. He passed through the shield and could see the trees again. After maneuvering through the branches and leaves, he was back inside at the top of the roof. Even from all the way up here, I can see things on the ground perfectly. So where are we going to find these clans? Well, the first thing we look for are intelligent settlements of animals. Like the den we encountered, Luna said there were some birds, wolves, bears, and even deer that were in the clans. So we can look for those. Oh, I see a few birds there. Maybe you should ask them to bring you to the clans. Only if those aren't just some random birds. I mean, I guess I could try. Dream decided that it couldn't hurt and flew down to those birds. When he got close, he used his magic and restricted the flight of the birds. He then brought them down to the floor and placed them in front of him. Screech, screech. The three birds, upon being captured, began sounding off like banshees. Dream decided to send them a telepathy message. Do you guys speak? Screech. After only getting more screeches as a response, he decided it was mission failed and let the birds go. They quickly flew back into the sky and away from him. Well, they obviously weren't it. Any other candidates? Well, there's plenty of animals around, but none of them display intelligent behavior. I have an idea. Why don't you build a super big structure? That'll definitely catch their attention. Even the family was bullied because of a small house. They'll definitely want to know who built the structure. I guess. Just let them come to me. Then we'll do that. Get some drones to search the surroundings, though. Maybe we'll find them that way. Already done. Then let's get this building erected. 3 hours later, Dream was hanging out on top of his structure. The sun was high, being well into the afternoon. It was a pleasantly sunny day. The birds were flying around, the animals grazing, and the flowers were blooming. Everything was almost perfect, except for one thing. The peace of the valley was very rudely disturbed by some atrociously loud music. This, however, was totally the point of the music. Dream decided that if he was trying to be noticeable, he was going to be as noticeable as possible. And he didn't want to get bored while waiting. So what better way to pass time than listen to music? The structure that Dream built was easily 400 meters tall, but it was nothing elaborate, just a tall, hollow, metal monolith. And on this monolith were speakers hanging on all the walls. They were big speakers, very big speakers, and there were a lot of them. Sophia also added her own little modifications and tripled the speaker output capabilities. Needless to say, they could get loud. And it was this that was disturbing the valley, at least within a couple miles. Dream played song after song as he lounged around, floating above the monolith, not a care in the world, until he was interrupted. Hey Dream. You have company. Oh, could it be the clans? I think it is. They're checking out your monolith about 400 meters away. Fun. Cut the music. When he said that, the blaring music that could blow out anyone's eardrums ceased. Dream sat up from his floating chair and looked towards the animals who were checking him out. It was a wolf, deer, and bear. A rather odd combination, but it works. Dream began flying down the monolith and landed on the floor. The animals saw this and began heading towards him. Soon, they made contact. Identify yourself. One of the wolves spoke to him using telepathy when they approached. He was being awfully aggressive. That's not a very good way to make a first impression. Dream. You are disturbing the sanctuary and do not belong here. So you are not warranted pleasant treatment. This time, one of the deer spoke. He sounded much more tolerable, but gave off this sense of superiority that Dream wasn't too fond of. Tell me, dear, why am I not allowed here? Dream. Because this is a sanctuary. Humans are forbidden from accessing the sanctuary. Dear. And yet here I stand. I have not seen any rules given by this so-called sanctuary of yours. And the illusion barrier around the sanctuary is useless against me. So wait, how are you guys able to get into this place? Wouldn't the fog confuse you? Dream suddenly thought of something. Why did the fog confuse people, but not those animals? The ones in front of him weren't that powerful and couldn't bypass the fog with just their capabilities. We are not affected by the fog. It is our sanctuary, so why would it fight against us? It is you humans that this sanctuary does not permit to be here. Right. Dream went quiet after hearing that. He turned his attention inward. Sophia, are we able to change the enchantment on the fog? Well, if we take into account the fact that the fog spans the entire dome, it would take massive amounts of mana and time. We would also have to study it a bit, but I don't suppose it would be impossible. Well, if we can change the fog to confuse these animals as well, then I won't have to go and massacre an entire community. It'll take care of the problem by itself. So let's try that first. I can always find these clans later if that doesn't work. That's fine. Oh, before you let them go, use this. Sophia built a device and put it in Dream's hand. It was a GPS locator shaped as a small bead. Send it into one of their bodies and they'll show us the location. All right. Dream turned his attention back outside. Okay, animals. I've decided to abide. Abide. The deer got confused by Dream's sudden statement. He thought the human would resist. So you won't come back to the sanctuary? Deer. Nope. In fact, I'll leave right now.
But before that, this is for the snarky wolf.
Whoosh. ARR. Dream took out the bead and flung it over at the wolf, burying it into his body. You attacked him? All right, see you guys later. Saying that, Dream put the giant monolith into his inventory and flew off towards the edge of the dome. The animals couldn't react fast enough to stop him. Damn that human. I'll tear out his throat if I see him again. After he left, the wolf who was injured by Dream cursed out. At least it was only a light injury. You can heal back at the clan. Come, let's go. Deer. The deer turned and began walking the opposite direction of Dream. The other animals followed. After Dream flew away, he went straight for the fog outside the dome. He needed to check it out. Soon, he was inside the fog. Dream then saturated his surroundings with mana. This doesn't look like regular fog. Well, you could say that it's a different type of fog than usual. The particles are small ice crystals, extremely small. That's why we haven't noticed it until now. Either way, the mana is flowing among these ice crystals and creating the enchantment. Okay, so are we able to identify the activation conditions for this illusion fog? I think so. Give me a bit. Dream went quiet and let Sophia work. After a couple of minutes, she spoke up. Walk forward, keeping inside the fog. Okay. Dream did as she said and began walking forward, keeping inside the fog. Nearly 15 minutes of walking later, Sophia spoke again. It's not complete. What isn't? The enchantment on the fog. All the little pieces connect to make one massive web, and when you walk into the web, it affects you. But the pieces aren't enough to make this fog do what it does. There's stuff missing. So, it's like the DNA of the wolves? The DNA only accounted for half of what was necessary while there was a part that was missing. Yes, the pieces of the fog are making a mana web among themselves that confuses people who enter, but the enchantment doesn't program for all those functions. So there's something we're missy dash. Wait. Dream recoiled at her shout. The grass, or the ground, under you. There's something below that's connecting to the fog. Under us? Should we dig? No, hang on. Just as Dream was about to punch a hole into the ground, he felt his mana spread out. Not only did his mana spread out, but his mana pool began emptying to extend the range of his senses. You can do that? Of course. Usually we don't consume mana just for looking around, but by sending some out you can greatly increase the range of your senses. I can see that. Dream could sense his mana extend out nearly 400 meters. The amount of information that came to him was massive, but Sophia was handling it all. Eventually, she came back with a verdict. The roots. The mana from the fog extends down into the ground and connects to the roots the trees. The roots then lead elsewhere. Go back inside the dome. All right. Dream turned around and flew through the fog and the trees. Once he was inside the dome, he began flying more towards the center. Sophia kept his senses spread out. The roots lead over to the lake. I guess that makes sense. Needs water and all. Go check it out. Dream flew over to the lake that was over to the left of the dome. It wasn't too big, but it covered at least a quarter of the area inside the dome. It was probably the source of water for everything here. Dream wondered how it was able to maintain itself in an isolated environment. They arrived at the center of the lake, and Dream set himself down on top of the water. Sophia sent more mana into the lake. This time, however, she extended out much farther. Instead of 400 meters, she went down nearly 800 meters, almost a whole kilometer. Oh my, what is it? Find something? I think I did. A huge energy source. Like, a seriously massive amount of energy and mana is coming from something below the lake. It's also sending its energy up the roots. Dream. I think this dome might have a core. Chapter 74. Confident. I think this dome might have a core. A core? Are those a thing? Well, it's not like it wouldn't be. It'd be almost like a battery of mana. We've already created our own in the form of those mana cubes, though we just kept them as storages. But if you were to use it for something, then it would become a core. True. So this core must be powering the dome. That would honestly make sense considering the atrocious size of those trees. And we should check it out. That's probably what's creating those illusion barriers as well. And if it's enchanted, we can take control and update the fog to confuse the animals. Sweet. So it's straight down? Yup. Then let's go. Dream activated his magic and dove straight into the water, and like a fish through a stream, glided through the water without resistance. It's a bit deeper than I thought. As Dream traveled down, he found that the lake wasn't shallow at all. He traveled down a few hundred meters before seeing the roots of all the trees. The roots travel from the outside of the dome into the center, and they are huge, to say the least. I wonder what the core is like. I'm starting to feel it too. It truly is a powerful core. As Dream dove further down, he could feel mana emanating off something below him. It was getting close. Soon, Dream came upon a huge wooden capsule, though this wood was many times stronger than normal wood, being on the level of a metal. What is this? It's the roots. They all conglomerate in the center and wrap around the core. They're protecting it. So do we break through? I think we'll have to, but we'll close it behind us. Here, go inside. Dream saw a section in the roots split open in front of him. When they did, he was hit with a huge wave of mana. Hurry. Okay. Sophia pushed him along after he recoiled from the mana. Dream quickly moved forward and into the root capsule. Immediately after, the roots closed behind him. He was now sealed inside. Whoa! Dream couldn't help but exclaim after seeing what was in front of him. The space sealed by the roots was a big spherical room. Everything was made from wood, and in the center of this wood room stood a crystal ball held up on a wooden altar. This was where the mana was coming from, and since it was an enclosed room, Dream could feel the super high density of the ambient mana. It felt weird. Dream hovered over to the altar. When he was next to it, he began inspecting the crystal ball. The crystal was a deep green-colored ball about a foot in diameter. It glowed with light, almost like glow-in-the-dark paint. The crystal was connected to the altar by many small roots that cradled the ball, like veins to their heart. These vein roots also glowed the same green color, seemingly sucking power from the core and sending it down the altar and out into the massive roots. The altar and its crystal almost looked holy, like this crystal was some kind of sacred artifact. But it also brought about Indiana Jones vibes within Dream, where if he removed the crystal something bad would happen. So what's this crystal? Now that we have a better look, Dream walked over to the crystal and began saturating it with mana. This crystal is actually diamond, not emerald as you might be thinking. Diamond? Then why is it green? I'm thinking that's due to the mana. In fact, this crystal closely resembles the orb that John gave you. As she said that, the orb that had been hanging somewhere on Dream's body floated up. He grabbed it. The energy is similar to what's inside this orb. It's like mana, but it also has some differences that make it something else. So these two things are basically the same thing? Correct, at least from what I'm seeing. Okay, what about the enchantment in this crystal? I'm breaking it apart, but it's super complicated. It'll take time. All right, Dream relaxed and waited for her to finish, but she emphasized, no, I mean a long time. From what I'm seeing, this enchantment is not only connected to an unknown energy, but it's made of a vast array of sequences. This thing probably encodes for every function inside the dome. But isn't this thing just the power source for the trees? It's more than that. I'm picking up more tidbits, and they have to do with the animals, the lake, the plants, the fog, the shield, everything. In fact, if this dome had a portal to enter it instead of fog, I would think that this place is a dungeon. I mean, this thing is supposedly creating the animals inside. A regular battery wouldn't do that. Wait, Didn't the rat dungeon have a fog that lead us into it? Could the fog outside the dome be the same thing? I think it might be. But I thought dungeons were supposed to be separate spaces? Since when are they a part of the land? And why aren't the animals trying to kill us? I'm not sure. We know hardly anything about dungeons, so I couldn't make any guesses. Either way, it could take days to decipher this enchantment. It's extremely dense and elaborate. I'm also finding several difficulties with even interacting with it. It's like it's written in stone. Days, huh? I mean, if we can't help it, then we'll just take it as it goes. Not like I have anything else to do. In the meantime, you and I can relax in our cabin. Sounds like fun. Beam me up. After he said that, Dream's vision went black. Soon, he appeared in the cabin. Hi. Dream turned his head and was surprised kissed by Sophia. Asterisk moi. Asterisk.
Sup.
Sup. Dream smiled at her and went over to the couch, flopping down. Sophia followed and did the same on top of him. Oof. So we got lots of time to kill. Anything you want to do? Sophia asked as she got comfortable. Dream laid back and thought about it. Anything I need to work on? Well, magic is a no right now. There's not much we can build. Oh, we can get you used to your body. You still haven't totally gotten used to it. So maybe I can let you experience its full capabilities and limitations. We can do that? Of course. Simulating your real body is light work. Okay then, but first, give me some of that cake. Eep. Dream tackled Sophia and sealed her lips. He needed a bit of a warm-up first. A few hours later, Dream was standing outside the cabin. So where do we plan to do this? Right here. Flick. Sophia snapped her fingers and the area they were in changed. Suddenly, Dream was inside a building. This building looked like a massive recreational center with all-metal ground, walls, and ceiling. You need to know the limits of your body so you don't overestimate or underestimate attacks or injuries. I can talk to you all day about the materials and science of your body, but that doesn't help you when fighting. All right, are you going to fight me? Not me. Him. Him. Sophia pointed behind Dream. He got confused and turned his head. Standing behind him was a copy of himself. Though the face of his copy was weird, the mouth wasn't there and the eyes were all white, like they were atrophied. It was a pretty threatening sight. This copy had a black suit on, looking like an assassin. The first thing we're going to do is have you take a series of attacks from your copy. You won't be allowed to dodge, and you have to take them. Am I going to be weakened or something? No, you can still use all your magic, and only for now can you not dodge. The first weapon we're going to use is a handgun, 9mm. When she said that, a pistol appeared in the hands of his copy. It took aim at Dream. You ready? I need to let myself be shot? I can tie you up if you want. No thanks. This'll do. Dream immediately turned down the idea and faced the copy. Even after getting this new body, he still didn't feel good letting someone aim at him with a gun. It was like an instinct. You never wanted to be at the end of a gun. It would only get you killed. But Dream steeled his nerves and stood his ground. He activated his muscles and stared straight at the gun several meters away. Just don't go for the face. Bang. Right when the gun was fired, Dream actually saw the slide of the gun recoil back and the bullet come out of the chamber. Then for what seemed like a few seconds, he watched the bullet travel all the way to his chest. Ding. Dream looked down and saw the bullet crumpled on his chest. There wasn't even any black that would signify trauma, not to mention piercing his skin. I didn't really feel the force. Your body is heavier and the density of your muscles and skin is higher. Plus, the skin is specially designed to spread out the force and then deliver it to the muscles if there's excess. Not to mention the bones, which are enchanted with a wide variety of things. But anyway, that's a 9mm. Can't even scratch you. Now we move up a bit. Dream looked at the copy and saw the pistol disappear. In its place came a rifle. Next is 5.56. Bullet travels at 960 meters per second and delivers 1,800 joules of force. Much greater piercing power than the 9mm. The copy raised the rifle and aimed at Dream, not giving him any time to think. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 bullets landed on his chest, forearm, and leg, and all of them were stopped by the skin. But this time, there was a good amount of black trauma coloring around the impact areas. Still won't pierce the skin, but obviously more effect. I could feel much more force against my body, but I can easily take it. I know. Next gun. Dream saw the rifle in the hands of the copy disappear, and what replaced it was a sniper. That's moving kind of fast, isn't it? You don't need to know every caliber, and its effect on you would take too long. This bullet is the .338 Lapua Magnum, 7,000 joules, about 3.5 times the force of the 5.56. I'm being shot at by a sniper for training. It'll be fine. You can't actually die here. Dream just gave up and awaited his fate. He stood facing the copy while it aimed at him. Bang! Grunt. A grunt came from his mouth as the bullet landed on his chest. He looked down with a bad feeling. Whoa! Everything around the impact area was totally black. Although the skin still hadn't been pierced, it was a bit concave with the bullet crumpled in the center. How is this skin so strong? Well, it's not designed to take the full force of whatever is hitting you. Past a certain threshold, the crystal skin passes the force over to the muscles. This is signified by the black trauma crystallization. This makes it so that the skin doesn't break, because once the skin breaks, then the muscles have to take direct force. But if the skin is still intact, then it can continue to be spread and dissipated, like a net. So what happens when something breaks the skin? Well, that's what we're here to find out. I don't like that. Don't worry. There's a reason that the previous shot didn't hurt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask about that. Did you get rid of the pain receptors? I did. Pain receptors are designed as a biological survival instinct, but that's only necessary for regular people. When you have the power you do, it's a debilitating thing instead of a motivator. But isn't the whole point of pain to let you know you've been hurt? You still do know. With the awareness you have, how could you not understand every aspect of your body at every point in time? As for motivators, it's not driven chemically, instead being driven by your cognition skill, previously known as mystify. So instead of getting hyped on adrenaline, we just simulate adrenaline by using my own skill on me? Pretty much. But you also have to remember that your emotions still stem primarily from your soul. Things like fear and happiness come from there. So you can still get scared of something or angry at someone. It's not because they're simulated. Don't worry, you aren't an emotionless machine. Okay, Dream nodded in comfort. That was the thing he was really worried about. He didn't want his emotions to just be a product of his skill. And Sophia knew this, so she reassured him. Now, we're moving up one more caliber before you enter combat with yourself. Dream turned back to the copy and saw a different gun. It was a .50 cal sniper. Ah, damn dash. Boom. Arg, damn. Dream grunted at the pressure he felt in his chest where the copy shot him. He looked down. The bullet this time had finally broken through the skin. The next stop was the muscle, where the bullet was halted. Interesting thing was, after the skin was broken, he could see a black liquid flow out and cover the wound, removing the bullet. Ting. The bullet dropped to the floor and the wound began to seal. The black liquid flowed around the damaged muscle and filled the hole in the skin. After that, the liquid hardened. Is this the new healing process? Yup. The black liquid is the trauma crystal that you see around the impact site. After it seals the wound, your blood will come in and patch things up until your skin is back to normal. How fast is that? That kind of wound would heal in a matter of minutes. That fast? Well, 1. You have the regeneration skill. 2. I built that body. Not to mention your material skills. We could actually patch that wound up in a second if we actively helped it. Huh. Neat. So, is that it? For the guns, yes. Feeling a little more confident about your body? Yeah. Dream did indeed feel much more confident in his body. Without magic or any of that, he could take 50 calories bullets. They barely got through the skin too. Sure, being shot like that wasn't the feeling in the world, but after a couple of times, he realized there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he got shot in the face, he would be fine. That's because of the new skeletal structure Sophia had designed when she made the body. Especially on the head, there were weak points like the eyes, nose, and ears that could be easily broken through. There was also the chest. The only thing protecting his vitals was a small breastplate and ribs. So when Sophia had built the skeleton, she had gotten rid of all those weaknesses. The skull no longer had weak points. They were all redesigned and closed off, making them structurally stronger. The only place that would be considered a weak point was the spinal cord, and even that was heavily fortified and designed without any openings. As for in the chest, the ribcage was remade as an armor plate that fully covered his vitals like lungs and heart. This armor plate was probably the sturdiest part of the skeleton now, but it still allowed for maximum range of motion and flexibility. Needless to say, the design flaws of the skeleton were reduced to almost zero. That plus the materials it was made out of made for the optimal combat form. Measly guns posed no threat to him now. Chapter 75, Torn Apart. Dream stood there for a bit, reveling in the awesome design of his body. He had always been aware of its design and the materials used, but this really was the first time he understood its capabilities. Being able to take on 50 caliber bullets with just his skin and muscles was a ridiculous concept no matter how he looked at it. But actually feeling it and seeing it for himself began to change that. He finally knew why his guns became ineffective against monsters at a certain point and why it took enchanting and building his own to be able to really dominate his enemies. Mana was just that powerful of an enhancement, and everything on the planet was built and designed around mana. So naturally, everything here would be better in every way. It put him at a serious disadvantage, but now, that disadvantage was reduced. He now has a body that surpasses anything you could find on this planet. Back on Earth, it would be a technological and biological marvel. Something like him had never been realized, even though humanity has been pursuing a better human form for centuries. And the thing was, his body still wasn't quite finished. You said my neurons still need to finish constructing themselves? Dream turned to Sophia. They need to finish reconstructing themselves. One of the big flaws of neurons is the fact that they work through chemical communications and electrical impulses. I decided to change this, of course, and convert them to purely electrical communications. This eliminates the delay of your reactions and reflexes. Although mana had already been assisting the neurons through your agility stat, a fundamental change was still needed. Alright, so why do they need to reconstruct? Because it was too dangerous to do it manually. Throughout the process of making your body, your brain was never touched, and each piece of your body was taken out and replaced one by one. It was a very slow process, but it was safe. But I couldn't do even that with your brain. It's the gateway to your soul, and if I tried to modify it myself, there's the possibility of you dying. So instead, I opted to have your own body do it itself. Your DNA is now programmed to swap out the neurons with a silver substitute, which is the most electrically conductive material there is. How long will it take? It won't be too much longer. Your entire body's neurons are basically finished converting. It just has to climb the rest of the spinal cord, and then it'll begin converting your brain once it passes into the skull. Once it does, it'll take about a week for the process to finish, and I'll operate normally during that time. Honestly, I was planning to ask you if you wanted to knock out for that week. I'm not sure what the effects would be, and sleeping would keep you safe. I mean, I have no problem with knocking out. A week of sleep might do me some good. Okay, then we'll do that. But until then, you've got someone to fight. Sophia pointed back at the copy. Dream looked at it and sighed. Fine. So, is this thing going to be stronger than me? Dream walked over and squared up with it, getting his mind in the game. It's a copy of you, but yes, it'll be quite a bit stronger and faster. It also can't be destroyed, unlike you who will get injured and will only regenerate normally. Both of you will have access to your magic and weapons. Oh, and you can die. In the form of everything going dark. I'm going to regret this, but alright. Dream brought out his railgun, as did the copy. Do you need to think of this as real life? Everything will be the same as if it were out there. Although the point of this whole thing is to basically destroy your body, it won't do you any good to just let it. Yeah, that's what's gonna suck. Give us the go. Dream's heart began beating faster in anticipation. He knew that this thing would kick his ass, but he was still looking forward to being able to unleash everything he had. Nothing was off limits here. Fighters ready? The copy of Dream stared right back at him with its atrophied eyes. Right then, Dream felt it had become alive. It was no longer just some test dummy, but a real threat. Fight. DSH. DSH. Both Dreams fired at the same time, or what seemed like the same time. The copy, as a result of its faster speed, was able to go off the shot first. Crunch. Dream was pushed back a couple of steps from the shot. He looked down at his chest, which was hit by the shot. It actually hit the bone. DSH. Ting. As Dream was realizing the power of his railgun, another shot came from the copy. This shot was straight for the head and produced a loud sound as it deflected off his skull. His head was also jerked back and whiplashed. He might have broken his neck if it were the previous body. Though it caught him off guard, Dream quickly snapped back into it. As his head was still being jerked back by the force, he raised his arm with the railgun and fired a volley as the copy. DS. Several shots were fired, and all of them hit the copy. Though since they weren't as powerful as they were in rapid succession, they didn't debilitate the copy and were stopped. At this time, the copy decided to begin moving. Dream noticed and reoriented himself. Guess we can't just trade shots all day. The copy began to rapidly close distance between itself and Dream, and both, as if thinking the same thing, equipped their armor. Not even a second later, the copy had reached him, and they each went to grab the other. Though since the copy was still faster and stronger, it not only grabbed Dream before he could retaliate, but picked him and drove him into the ground. After it slammed Dream onto the metal floor, it brought back out its railgun. Dream also finally ejected an arm blade so he could retaliate and shot it straight for the copy. Traying. The blade hit the armor and dug into the plates, but didn't pierce it. Dream finally understood the toughness of his armor against the blades, though in this moment he wasn't at all happy. After Dream's failed attempt at cutting the copy, it had finished bringing its gun up and pointed it at Dream's stomach. The railgun fired. DSH. Crack. The bullet was high-powered and punched straight through the armor and into Dream's body. It bypassed the skin easily and also went through the muscles. It was only after it tried to punch through the back that the bullet was finally stopped by his back muscles. After getting a hole in his stomach, Dream went and grabbed the arm of the copy. He also put up his leg to try and kick the copy off of him, but as he tried to raise his leg, it went and drove its fist into Dream's thigh, shoving it away. After punching Dream's thigh, it then grabbed his arm and put its knee on Dream's neck. Then, it twisted Dream's elbow, making it so that he couldn't use his arm properly. This all happened in only a second or two. Dream wasn't able to react fast enough to the barrage of organized and purposeful attacks. The knee on his neck and twisted arm also severely limited his mobility. After the copy twisted Dream's arm, it once again brought out the railgun with its free hand. Dream saw this and grabbed the gun with his untwisted arm. Though when this happened, the copy just shot a high-powered round into the arm that was disturbing it. DSH. The bullet came and severed most of the muscles around the shoulder and bicep. It limply fell to the floor, not listening to Dream's commands to move. After the shot was fired, Dream threw up his leg at the copy's head. The copy let go of the railgun and grabbed the leg. It then twisted the leg at the knee, not breaking it, but incapacitating it. Then, the railgun, which should have fallen to the floor, began aiming itself at the leg and fired. DSH. Another high-powered round came out and went straight for Dream's knee. It punched through the armor and not only destroyed the joint, but even came out the other side. Dream lost control over his lower leg. At this point, Dream began to panic. He lost an arm and now a leg. He was quickly running out of options to fight this copy. It was just moving too fast for him. He did one thing, and the copy did too. The copy wasn't done after it shot the knee, though. After the joint was destroyed, it let go of Dream's remaining arm. The arm untwisted, and he regained control. Immediately, he brought out his own railgun and moved it towards the copy. But the copy didn't mind him and focused its attention on Dream's knee that it shot moments ago. After it let go of his arm, the copy moved and grabbed the shot knee. Then, it drove its hand into the hole created by the bullet and tore the segments apart. RIP. Dream froze a bit after seeing his own leg in the hands of the copy. White blood splattered everywhere as the limbs were taken apart. Although Dream didn't feel pain, he could still feel the limb being torn. And this was when he found that it still felt extremely uncomfortable. Not only was the sound disturbing, but the fact that he was being mangled like this left a certain mental wound. Dream has had his fair share of brutal killings, but he was always the one delivering pain and death, and it was also against the monsters. Other than when he had almost been killed by that bear, he had never been torn apart or subject to this kind of brutality. But now, he was the one being torn apart. Literally. After tearing off his limb, the copy didn't hesitate to move on. It grabbed the railgun that Dream failed to fire and destroyed it in its hands. Then, it moved and flipped Dream on his stomach, facing down. Dream tried to stop it, but he failed to since he couldn't use his arm, not to mention his leg. After flipping him over, the copy grabbed Dream's limp arm. It placed its foot on his shoulder and drove its hand into the destroyed armor and flesh of his arm. Then, after grabbing the actual bone, pulled. R.I.P. Dream's arm was ripped off at the shoulder. The copy tossed the arm next to Dream's head, as if to let him see it. Dream looked and could see the white blood pouring out as well as the mithril bone and black nanotube muscle. Seeing this inspired even more dread, and as an almost instinctual reaction to defend himself, Dream exploded out with his mana. "Get off me!" Boom. Thud. The copy was hurled several dozen meters away after Dream used magic. He relaxed a bit after getting a little room to breathe. He raised himself up with magic and stood on his remaining leg. He then looked over at his shoulder stump. "It's weird not having all my limbs. See what I mean about not needing pain to let you know about getting hurt? The amount of pain you would have experienced would only have incapacitated your mind, and you wouldn't have been able to react like you did, especially since your body is many times more sensitive than before. I guess, though it still wasn't a good feeling. There's a balance between panic and objective thinking that lets you react optimally, at least until you further understand your own body. When you master yourself and everything you can do, the panic will disappear. You're making progress right now, but you're not there yet, right?" Dream looked down at his limbs that were still bleeding on the floor. "Another thing you should learn is that losing limbs isn't as bad as you think. Your body is designed to use anything as a limb. You could take out some titanium right now and build yourself an arm or a leg and attach it to the stump. Or a better option, reattach the limbs that were torn off." Dream nodded and activated his magic. The limbs on the floor floated up and placed themselves back where they belong. The connections were made, and he could control them again. How long would it take to heal? If it's only like what just happened, and we actively assist to reattach the limb, then maybe several minutes. The dangerous scenario is if the limb is destroyed completely or we lose it. Like if a monster eats your arm and digests it, we would need to reconstruct it gradually, and unless we had more mithril, would need to use another substitute. So don't go losing limbs is what I'm hearing. Pretty much. Other than that, even totally shattered bones will heal in minutes and even faster with our help. You could have your heart destroyed and you would still be fine. So unless you go getting your head chopped off and destroyed, you don't run the risk of dying. Fantastic. One more thing. You can operate your limbs even if they're detached. It would need magic, but still. Neat. Well then, break's over. By the way, your copy was going pretty easy on you. That was supposed to be easy. What the hell is hard? Time to find out. When she said that, Dream could sense movement from the copy several dozen meters away. He snapped back into it. The copy went and raised its railgun, firing right at Dream's chest. DSH. Crunch. The bullet hit him square in the chest, and this time it was enchanted. Dream's eyes went wide when he realized what was happening. This was the bullet to pull liquids to it, and his blood quickly began surging to the bullet. Luckily, Dream understood the magic and began to counter it. He just had to do the opposite of the bullet, and it would cancel it out. So he did, and his blood began calming down. But soon a problem became apparent. If he were to engage someone in this kind of way, it would end up becoming mana versus mana. The one with the most amount of mana would tire the other out by countering their magic. So if an enemy knew the counter to his bullets and had more mana than him, then he would need to change tactics. But currently, he was against an enemy that probably had unlimited mana. If he was going to do anything worthwhile, it had to be through burst damage. While Dream was concentrating on countering the bullet, the copy rapidly closed distance. Dream noticed and took out some bullets as his own gun was wrecked. He enchanted them and launched them. The copy dodged most of the bullets, but two still hit it. The enchantment to pull in all solids activated, but the copy just countered it. There was no effect, and it kept getting closer. Soon, the copy was right up in his face. Dream got low and threw out a punch loaded with mana. The copy reacted and just grabbed his hand, crushing it. Crunch. Asterisk grunt asterisk. Dream cringed at the super weird feeling, but he didn't stop fighting. He activated his magic and began trying to tear the copy apart from the inside, throwing loads of mana at it. This was met with quick resistance by the copy. His magic was easily countered, and while he took the time to use magic, the copy continued to fight physically. It grabbed the currently healing shoulder of Dream and ripped it back off. Then, it grabbed Dream's neck and slammed him to the floor again, all while countering Dream's magic. After they went to the floor, the copy tore off his leg again. Then, it raised its railgun and fired into his other shoulder that hadn't been injured. DSH. Crack. The bullet tore through his ligaments and came out the other side. The copy quickly threw its hand inside the wound and grabbed the bone, ripping that arm off. Then, it repeated the process with Dream's hip where his leg was attached. He could only watch the copy, not being able to react. DSH. Rip. And no. It tore into his muscles and ripped off the whole leg. Dream panicked once more and began utilizing every drop of mana he had to do anything to the copy, but the copy just countered everything he tried to do. He couldn't push the copy off of him since his limbs were all gone, nor tear the copy apart with his dwindling mana. He could do nothing. Like his mana was useless. Dream laid there, now totally limbless, just staring into the atrophied eyes of the copy. He suddenly felt much more terrified of it than any other enemy throughout his life. He received a new trauma. He was unable to fight back and unable to prevent himself from being torn apart. He could only lay there, a torso and head, and watch himself be mangled. The copy didn't stop at tearing off his limbs, though. It activated its magic and began shattering the torn-off limbs, making sure Dream couldn't use them again. Then, it aimed the railgun at Dream's chest. DSH. 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 Crack. It fired several high-powered shots into his chest, eventually cracking the plate of bone under his muscles. Then, it pushed its hands into the wound, tearing up the muscle and exposing the bone plate. It raised its fist. Boom. Boom. Shatter. It pounded into his bone with ungodly amounts of force and actually shattered the bone. It tore the bone fragments up and threw its hand inside, grabbing something. Arg. You piece of shit. Rip. Dream spat a curse as the copy ripped out his heart. The heart was a device shaped similarly to a regular one. Then, the copy crushed the heart. After that, the copy stood up. Dream just laid there, looking like a corpse that had gone through a botched autopsy. The copy grabbed its railgun and took aim at Dream's head. Just fucking kill me then. DSH. Crack. A bullet was fired at the highest power the railgun could deliver. Though it took a second to charge, it delivered devastating damage, and it went straight for Dream's forehead, cracking it. Considering the forehead was the toughest part of the skull, this meant that the bullet was truly powerful. Dream's senses were dazed as the brain was responsible for them, but he still had his now weak mana sense, and he soon sensed the gun charging up again. DSH. And everything went black. Chapter 76. Prince of Destruction. After an unknown amount of time, Dream opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the wooden roof of the cabin. The second was Sophia. Good morning. Dream saw her face next to his. They were in a bed, and she was laying next to him. How are you feeling? I don't like being torn apart. Dream spoke as he regained feeling to his limbs. He twitched his fingers, toes, and felt the muscles throughout his body. Looks like he was in one piece. Through gaining power, increasing the strength of your soul, and having your new body, your mind has become much stronger. For a normal person, disregarding the fact that they would never survive half of what happened to you, the trauma would likely destroy them. But it's an interesting thing what happens to you mentally as you rise in power. I guess. Sophia traced her finger along his chest as she spoke. Dream listened to his slow heartbeat. With each beat, he remembered the shocking power of the copy's punches pounding on his chest. I died. Yeah, you also slept for a while after that. I didn't want to disturb you. How long? A few hours. Your mind was processing what happened. I actually learned something interesting in regards to your skills. What was that? During the fight, they were only activated a bit. But after the fight while you were sleeping, your cognition skill acted almost on its own and went to work on your mind, almost as a self-defense mechanism. You could say that your soul won't allow itself to become traumatized. That in addition to your increasing power, and maybe your title, makes for a thick set of mental defenses. Fantastic. So how are things progressing with the core? Dream changed topics as he didn't feel like dwelling on his virtual death anymore. Turns out, things are a bit more difficult than I thought. A few more days will be needed, as long as nothing new comes up. And the family? Currently hiding. They've been continuously having skirmishes, and there was another third class that arrived. That makes two, and they're giving them a hard time. I'm hoping I wasn't right about the sleeper agents, but if I am, then there's not much time left. I'm hoping things will be done before then. Dream remembered that they not only needed to take the dome under control, but he also needed to go to sleep for a week so his brain could finish developing. Do you want to abandon the dome? We can try finding another spot and then see about rescuing the family after building a base. Then you can sleep in peace. I don't think giving this place up is smart, especially if it's an actual dungeon. If we can get that core under control, then this place will turn into our own invisible, living fortress. It's not something we can make elsewhere.
At least not yet.
Dream thought about the value of the core they found. It was more than just a hiding place. It was knowledge. If they could crack the secrets of that core, who knows how their knowledge will expand. We just need to get this core under control. And when that's done, we can see about rescue the family or sleeping, whichever comes first. Dream laid back as he thought about everything going on. There was a lot to do, and not a lot of time to do it in. Not to mention, he didn't even know if this was enough. He didn't know if he would be able to rescue the family, and even if he did, would the dome be invisible to the foxes? The dome was the place with the highest certainty of being able to hide everyone. If this didn't do it, then they were screwed. Things would go south very quickly, and he would only be more baggage for Riddick.
Status.
Dream called out for his status. He wanted to see where he was. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Master Artificer. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 102. Stats, Strength, B. Agility. Stamina, B. Magic, B. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 59. Magic, LVL 24. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Material Magic, LVL 27. B. Stats? How did I get that high? Dream was surprised at how much he had risen. It wasn't like he was leveling up profusely. He was only just past second class. It's from your new body. Before, your mana was enhancing your flesh body, but now it's enhancing your new one. Obviously, your new body surpasses your flesh one by leaps and bounds, so that plus the enhancement totals out to a much higher level than before. Makes sense. What about the skill levels? Wasn't magic only at level 4? Well, it was two things. First, making your body really stressed magic control. Second, scanning the core has actually given many insights into different ways of using magic and enchantments. I've also leveled up, which contributed to its level. Oh, neat. He accepted it. Either way, more levels were good. Hey, maybe we should train some more. It'll keep you sharp. Sophia moved over and laid on top of him, looking into his eyes. Dream looked back at hers. I won't be traumatized again, will I? Hee, don't worry. It'll just be to sharpen your instincts. And you'll be fighting me this time. Sure,
That's fine.
okay, let's go. Sophia rolled off of him, and they both got out of bed. Soon after, they were back in the combat area, and thus began their training session. At the same time that Dream and Sophia were beginning their training, the family was hiding out in another spot. This hiding spot was actually beneath the roots of a big tree. They dug out a small cave underneath and set themselves up. Currently, Luna and Iris were cuddled with each other in their fox forms on a couch while Riddick read a book. The mood was gloomy all around. Everyone was tired not only physically, but mentally. Their hunters had constantly kept them on their toes, and they didn't get much rest. After the first week or two, Luna and Iris began trying to help their dad. Luna had her familiar connection that she made with him, and she would help by giving slight buffs. They weren't much, but it was all she could do. Iris would also retaliate against any weaker enemies with her fire. She had even killed a couple Class 2s that were weakened by her dad, and after getting into a party with each other, were able to get experience. Though their help was small, they actually made it to their class advancements. Though after even then, they weren't able to help much more. In fact, it might have made things harder. Since the foxes tracked them by their power, they being more powerful would only make themselves more noticeable. Although, Riddick still never stopped them from getting stronger. As they all relaxed in silence, Riddick suddenly raised his head. The girls noticed this small change in him and also woke up. Again? Iris. Iris spoke up in annoyance. She was probably the most pissed out of them all. Every time they came, she got angrier. And this never died down with time, unlike the other two. I think so. There's more this time. How many? Luna. 31 Class 2s. And those 2 Class 3s. Riddick. 31. Why so many this time? We never get more than 10. Iris. Not sure. Either way, time to leave. Riddick stood up, as did the girls. He was much more used to doing this than they were. The two pieces of furniture disappeared, and they all head out of their cave. As they stepped outside, Riddick enveloped the girls with his mana. They all stayed close and scanned their surroundings. Coming at them from all sides were the Class 2s. The two Class 3s also approached from in front and behind. Don't you know that bringing these weaklings is just giving me more experience? Riddick. Riddick spoke to the foxes approaching him. The Class 3s snickered. Please, Class 2 experience is nothing for those on our level. Only those girls can gain anything from it. Not that it matters if they do. Why can't you just give up, Riddick Durov? Is this really the life you want to live? Do you really think that there's a way out? Is this really the life you want them to live? To put your own daughters through T-dash. I suggest you stop talking before I rip your jaw off and shove it down your throat. Riddick. A wave of malice washed over everyone in the vicinity, though this only served to scare the Class 2 foxes. The Class 3s just smiled, amused at the reaction they garnered. Go. When they gave the word, all the Class 2s surrounding them created balls of blue flame. They quickly flew over to the family. Boom. A shockwave was released as the fireballs impacted the area. The tree that was previously the family's base was blown to bits, and smoke was blanketed over the area. Asterisk sigh asterisk. An exhausted breath came from the cloud of smoke. Then, dark red fireballs came hurtling from within, heading straight towards the Class 2 foxes all around. Boom, 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 boom. Each of the dark red fireballs were blocked by barriers and exploded. The cloud of smoke also cleared, showing Iris, who had blood-red flames spewing from under her fur. She was staring straight at the lead Class 3, growling in rage. Oh, is someone angry? The Class 3 smiled back at Iris. A measly Class 2 could do nothing to him. Iris narrowed her eyes. If you think my dad is violent, just wait until I tie you up with your tendons and eat your heart while you watch. The fox felt a bit of a chill go down his spine. He had seen the gruesome end of one of the Class 2s that she sunk her teeth into. Watching one of his own being eaten bit by bit, while still alive, left a certain fear lingering within, even despite him being so much more powerful. Keep going. The fox spoke, and another volley of blue fireballs came flying over. Riddick didn't stay put and lifted the girls, flying to a part of the encirclement to break through. Boom, boom, boom. Black fireballs were launched ahead of him and killed several Class 2s instantly. He began heading through the hole he created, but suddenly stopped when he did. Another one? Dad. Riddick looked ahead of them in the forest. The girls looked to him in confusion, before looking to where he was. A few dozen meters away, a figure began to uncover itself. It was another fox, but it wasn't the same as all the others. Class 3. A third one. The girls looked on in shock. They knew the significance of Class 3s now more than they had before, and even a single one meant bad news for them. It'll change nothing. Riddick spoke in a low voice and began moving. He flew towards another gap while launching fireballs at the Class 3 and keeping him at bay. Not so fast. Shit. Shring. As Riddick flew, another fox in its human form came out of nowhere and slashed at them with a knife. Sounds rang out as the knife was blocked by his mana shield. Ho-ho. Tough shield. Looks like you haven't gotten any worse. The assassin commented as he backed away and sized up Riddick. Riddick also sized up the assassin. I thought I'd never see you assassins again. Haven't I killed enough of you? Riddick. You wish. I remember you from all those years ago. Riddick Durov. You almost had my head. It was a frightening experience indeed. Then I'll be sure not to make the same mistake again. Saying so, Riddick created several fireballs and launched them towards the assassin. The assassin smiled and disappeared with the wind. Boom. Dirt was kicked up and smoke was spread. Riddick didn't wait around and began flying in another direction until he was stopped yet again. Riddick's face fell as he looked in front of him. Yet another fox in its human form was revealing itself. It wore a cloak and held a staff. Hello, Riddick Durov. The fox spoke as it faced Riddick. He didn't respond, and neither of them made any moves. Riddick Durov, this is the end. You cannot escape. The lead fox approached from behind. At the same time, 3 more foxes revealed themselves. 2 of them looked like the assassin, and another wore a cloak and held a staff. Likely a mage. D-Dad. Luna and Iris looked at the three foxes who came out of stealth. They were powerful, definitely class 3s, and they began getting scared. Riddick faced his daughters with a meaningful look. It'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. Riddick Durov, just give up? You cannot face us all. The 8 class 3s walked over and surrounded the family. The girls got closer to their dad as they began understanding the horrible situation they were in. Riddick lifted his head and looked around. Has my reputation somehow died down over these last 20 years? Reputation? Please. You're nothing more than a human scum who's decent at magic. One of the mages spat out at him. He just looked at the mage with apathetic eyes. Then allow me to show you just who I am. As he spoke, black gas began to form around his body. The grass beneath him began to disintegrate and the dirt and stone corroded. His eyes turned black and he brought out a staff. The staff that appeared in his hands was made of an unknown material that looked like black steel. It was a few feet long, and sitting on the end was a black crystal tied down by the steel. The black crystal emitted the same black gas as around his body, and all the class 3s could feel his amplified power. When the staff came out, a few of the class 3s felt chills down their backs. Get back. What? The assassin, who knew Riddick from all those years ago, spoke to the leader and began moving away. The leader got confused. That's his weapon. Now get back. Seeing his urgency, the class 3s didn't question anymore and began moving away, though not before Riddick could make a move. A ball of gas split off from his body and condensed, turning into a ball no more than an inch or two in diameter. Then, it was ignited. The ball turned into a solid black sphere. It didn't look like fire, and it didn't give off any heat, but everyone could sense the extremely dense mana within. Riddick pointed to the class 3 leader. Watch OU dash. Zip. Boom. The ball flew over faster than anyone could keep up with and hit the leader square in the chest. Then, an explosion blew a hole through this chest and ignited his entire body on fire. Ah! A guttural scream came from the leader as he burned on the floor. In mere seconds, the leader's body began turning to ash from the inside and outside. Soon, there was silence and nothing left of the leader. 1. Riddick turned to the other foxes. The gas around his body began condensing into balls. Allow me to remind you of the name. Prince of Destruction, Chapter 77, Too Late. As Riddick was beginning the fight for his life, Dream was ending his. Thud. Oof. Click. I win. Dream laid on the floor, looking up at Sophia, who was pointing a gun to his face. No fair. All is fair in love and war. This isn't war. You're right, it's love. Sophia put out a hand. Dream grabbed it and was pulled up. The training he had been doing was all with Sophia, and they had done a variety of things over the last dozen hours, mainly combat. Sophia trained him in some martial arts combined with the use of his weapons. There was no particular goal other than to beat her, but in the last 12 hours, that never happened. This was the reason Dream said that it wasn't fair. It was the 100th time that he was thrown to the floor and the 1,000th time he was beaten, and the reason was that Sophia knew every damn martial art there was. He was never able to beat her in anything. You've been getting better though. Definitely better than you were 12 hours ago. Thanks. Time to rest? I think so. I've never done anything like that for 12 hours straight. It's weird not getting tired. Your actual body is like that as well. It has no need for sleep, and it doesn't get fatigued. So staying awake indefinitely isn't impossible. Though yes, you will need to get used to it, at least mentally. That might be something we can work on. Maybe. As they spoke, the surroundings changed and they appeared back in the cabin. They sat down at a table where food appeared for them. Dream and Sophia began eating the food in front of them. It was pizza. They took slices and ate as much as they wanted. It wasn't like the food did anything for them. Dream ate because it tasted good, and same with Sophia, though he wondered if she actually tasted anything. I can. Taste? Yes. How does that work? Everything I know comes from you. This includes senses, which are basically a form of data. Taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing. I get them all, and they pretty much affect me the same way as you. Though I have control over the data, so I can change things as I wish, but I usually don't. Interesting. Dream continued eating while looking at her, happy that she could experience senses the same way he did. She also watched him, smiling sweetly as she gnomed on the melting cheese falling off her slice. Asterisk gulp asterisk damn. This pizza is good. Is this from that restaurant? Yup, Frantone's Pizza. I know it's your favorite. Of course, I would go there for my birthday instead of having a party. It was always fun getting the family together. Dream sat back as old memories came to him. So how's Earth doing? The panic from the angels is dying down, but the demons are growing in strength by the day. We also have our first batch of Class 1s, and the mana concentration is only a bit below this world's. Monsters are spawning excessively, and this is leading to more deaths, but it's also giving more chances for people to grow. What's the death toll? 910 million. Dream flinched a bit hearing that number. Almost 1 billion people have died. There were only 15 billion people on Earth. You don't have to worry about that number increasing too much more. At least for now. The world is beginning to adapt, and people are handling themselves. The only thing that'll change this is the demons. And the angels are assisting the elites of the world to go and fight the demons while they're still in the early stages of development. I've also made accommodations with the Seeker program, so for the time being, nothing crazy will happen.
Thanks.
Of course. Dream just thanked her and finished his slice of pizza. There was no use worrying about it when they had done everything they could. So what about the demons here? Proliferating at an insane rate, many times faster than on Earth. They've taken over 2 more kingdoms on the 3rd continent. I have a feeling that they're able to take on Class 3s. Whether it's with numbers or individual strength, I'm not sure. We won't be able to get a good look at them until we do so in person. Have the empires made any movements? Also hard to tell. The mercenary empire is right by the land bridge that connects the 2 continents, so if anything happens, it'll hit them first. It's a good thing that everyone there is a fighter. Worst case, they'd be able to buy us lots of time should the demons invade. Dream nodded while chewing another slice of pizza. At least he didn't have to worry about them right now. He had other things to focus on right now, like eating pizza. How's the family? Dream suddenly felt like asking about them. They've been in a skirmish for a bit, maybe a couple of hours, though there are more foxes attacking them this time. How many? Usually, there's only around a dozen, but now there are over 30. Why so many? Don't they just harass them? I'm not sure, but Riddick is moving around, so it looks like things are fine. He's able to handle himself. He'll have to, at least until we're done. But why? Dream felt uncomfortable. He wasn't sure why. It was like something bad was going to happen, but whether it was on Earth or here, there was nothing he could do for any of the problems right now, especially the family, and he wanted to put it aside. But Luna kept popping into his head. It's your familiar connection with her. She must be scared. I know. I felt it when we first split up. She had been scared for a while, but it eventually went away. So why is she scared now? What's going on? They're in that battle right now. I would give you more details, but I can only see so much with all the trees above them. I don't like it. Dream felt his heart rate rise. He was panicky. It was like the connection was tearing at him. But we can't go over there. Yes, you can. Something's happening. Her connection has never tugged on you like that. So let's check it out. At least get closer. Fine. After he said that, his vision went dark. He momentarily woke up in his body, which was still in the container for the core. He stood up. Let me pull the connection from the core. Dream felt his mana come back and fill him up. It looks like Sophia had saturated the hell out of the core. All right, we're good. Without another word, Dream tore a hole in the roots around him and went through. After sealing it back, he began rising out of the lake. Splash! His body shot out of the lake and up to the roof of the dome. After maneuvering through the leaves, he popped out and rose into the sky. Where? That way. Dream saw a blip in his vision and equipped his armor. Then, he shot off, quickly accelerating to top speed. They're almost 3,000 miles away, so it'll take a while to reach them. I don't think we have all the time in the world. How fast can I go while consuming mana from the cubes? If we empty them all by the time we get there, you'll be able to go around 1,200 miles an hour. But if you give me time to enchant the mana balls and we use those in conjunction with the cubes, we'll be able to go faster. That's fine with me. After he said that, 30 cubes and the 20 mana balls appeared around him. They circled him like a hamster ball, and Dream could feel mana being exchanged among them. After a minute or so, the mana settled. Enchantment complete. Magic has leveled up. Magic has leveled up. After she said that, Dream got a couple of notifications. The mana balls also began to operate and condense mana around him. The mana concentration shot up, and the cubes began to transmit mana to his suit as well as pull in mana from the surroundings. Overall, his immediate environment turned into a dense blob of flying mana. This enabled him to speed past his previously top speed. He dumped mana into his suit and accelerated past 1,000 miles per hour. He noticed that he wasn't consuming mana, so he kept pushing his speed. 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. Soon he was moving 1,300 miles per hour. He still wasn't losing mana. Calculation complete. Top speed is 1,633 miles per hour with light consumption of mana. Damn. Dream exclaimed a bit and accelerated more. Within a minute or so, he reached his top speed. When he looked down, he saw blurs of trees passing by. He never saw a patch of trees for more than fractions of a second. Sophia, how many meters per second is this? About 730. And how were you able to get this kind of speed? Using your armor as the anchor, I was able to create a semi-isolated environment of mana with the cubes and balls. They connect to each other and form a barrier of mana. The balls fill the area with mana and the cubes collect it. And it all comes back to your suit, allowing all the mana here to be used as fuel. And since it's an isolated environment, we don't have to worry about losing the mana while moving. Fun. Dream smiled a bit in excitement. It was fun being able to go this fast. He was reaching fighter jet speeds, though if he had to fight wind resistance, he would probably be going quite a bit slower. Do you got an hour and a half before you arrive? Let's hope nothing bad is actually happening. Dream's smile went away as the connection continued to tug on him. It would be a long hour and a half. As Dream was flying in their direction, the family was getting into a worse and worse situation. Slice. Arg. Dad? Riddick grunted as his left arm was sliced clean off. The girls saw this and panicked. Our lead may have been arrogant, but he was right. Riddick Durov, you can't fight all of us. The assassin, who was the only remaining assassin out of the original three, spoke to Riddick. Another fox, one of the mages, also spoke. Indeed, but I will say, Riddick, you've done well to kill those other four. It seems it's only us who fought you from all those years ago that are still standing. That's right. Destiny is a funny thing. The three remaining foxes stood around Riddick. They were all battered and looked exhausted, but Riddick was in no better shape, especially now that he just lost an arm. Get the girls. Come any closer and I'll end you. Riddick raised his head and glared at the assassin. You can't even maintain your shield and you want to end me? Mage. The assassin called out to the mage. He nodded and put up a barrier separating the girls and Riddick. No. Boom. Shatter. Riddick threw a ball of fire at the barrier and shattered it, though this only worsened his situation. Cough. A bit of blood came up after he released the fireball. He kneeled to the floor, barely having the strength to stand. Luna tried to heal him, but even she was running on empty, not to mention the energy required to heal a Class 3. She was helpless. Iris, though, was doing better than them. She moved in front of her father, snarling at the people around her. The assassin saw this and just shook his head. Notify the escort. We're finishing this mission. Understood. The third fox brought out a device and activated it. Waves of mana were released as communication. The assassin walked over to Riddick. Get back. Iris flared up and was about to lunge at the assassin, but she felt a hand on her shoulder. She was pulled back. Dad? No, I can kill him. Iris. Luna called out to her. Iris turned her head back to see tears streaming down Luna's face. Just say goodbye. Iris looked back at the assassin, who had stopped approaching. She then lowered herself and brushed up against her dad. I am sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. Riddick brushed her fur with his remaining hand. Then, he took off his wristband and spoke to her through telepathy. Take this in your inventory. Don't let them take it. You can talk to him through it. Iris quickly put the band in her inventory and inspected it. This is Dash. Yes. Tell him I said sorry. Escort is here. Suddenly there was a shout. In the distance, a dozen foxes were approaching. All right, time's up. The assassin walked over and used magic, pulling the girls away. The mage also put a barrier between them and Riddick. No, Dad, you piece of shit. Iris cursed out and lunged towards the assassin, clamping down on his arm. Save your energy, girl. Nothing happened as Iris burned or clawed the assassin. He grabbed her and forced her to the ground, tying her up with some magic rope. The same thing happened with Luna, though she didn't fight back. She just let herself be tied up, not that she had a choice. Target secure. You two, deliver them to escort and head out. It's time to go home. Understood. The two foxes bagged the girls and made their way over to the foxes in the distance. Soon, they, along with the escort, disappeared. The assassin nodded when they vanished. He turned to Riddick, who was basically laying on the floor. After 20 years, the great prince of destruction finally falls. But hey, I at least spared your daughters from seeing their father die. Why? Why? Well, you had children with the princess behind the back of the counselor. You're lucky you lived this long. If you were anyone else, he would have died that day by Raoul's own hands. What are you going to do with them? Oh, don't worry. They're still princesses themselves. They'll be living the high life, just under a bit of supervision. But unfortunately for you, you won't get to see that. The assassin brought out his blade and picked up Riddick by his hair. He put the knife up to his throat. Any last words? Uh-huh. Riddick nodded. The assassin titled his head. Bullet. Bull dash. Splat. Thud. The fox's head exploded, and they both fell to the ground. Riddick turned his head and looked up to the sky. You're too late. Saying those last words, he finally fell unconscious. Chapter 78. Editing. A few minutes earlier. I was right. Damn. Dream was still flying towards the battle, but he still had some ways to go. At this point, though, the connection between him and Luna was cut off. He couldn't feel her, and the tugging he had felt was gone. We're almost there. Another minute or so before they come into view. Dream narrowed his eyes and buckled down, putting a bit more mana into his flight. Eventually, he got within a couple miles of the battlefield. He stopped his flight and hovered in the sky. There. Sophia blipped his vision and Dream turned. He saw two men, one on the floor and one standing above the other. The one on the floor is Riddick. No sign of anyone else, including the girls. So they were beat. What's the old man's status? On the verge of death. The one above him is also very weak, but compared to Riddick, is in much better shape. Dream nodded. As he was about to prepare a plan to head down there, though, he saw the unknown man pick up Riddick by the hair. Shit. Dream took out his railgun. Riddick didn't have much time left. Sophia, fire this for me. Understood. As Dream was over a mile away, he wasn't confident in hitting the shot. He let Sophia take over, and the next second, she fired. DSH. The highest power shot the gun could produce was unleashed and went straight for the man's head. Barely a second later, it crossed the distance and nailed its target. You have killed a level 262, Phantom Fox. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. 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 You have. Whoa. Dream was surprised by the sudden influx of notifications. Wait, that was a Class 3? It was a very weak Class 3, but yes, it still was. Hold up. Arg. Dream suddenly grabbed his head. He was hit by a wave of dizziness and pain coming from his body. It felt like his muscles were being broken down. It's from the level-ups. It should pass soon. Asterisk grunt asterisk sure. Sophia was right, though. After a minute of grunting, Dream felt the pain subside and power take its place. He felt rejuvenated. Congrats. Now let's go help Riddick. He's almost dead. Right. Dream remembered and darted straight towards the dying man. He quickly arrived and saw some corpses littered about the area. You okay, old man? He's unconscious. Go over and I'll take a look. Dream moved over to his body and put his hands on his back. Major internal damage. He's lost a lot of blood. His arm is gone. He'll die within the next few minutes if we don't act. Go ahead and do what you need to give him time. We can repair him when we're in a better place. Understood. The next moment, Dream's mana moved in and began working on Riddick's body. Wounds were sealed, bleeding was stopped, and they even did a transfusion to give him some much-needed blood. After a couple minutes, Riddick was in a much better state than before, though he was still drained of energy. He'll be good. We can move now. All right. Dream got up and looked around. No sign of the girls? None. I'm sorry. The drones dash. It's fine. We at least know that they're safe. Dream didn't let her blame herself and thought about it logically. They wanted Riddick dead, not the girls. The girls were still the daughters of a princess and the granddaughters of a king. In fact, they might be safer now than they ever have been. He just won't see them for a while. Dream looked at the corpses on the ground. Let's take these and go. All right. Dream went around and collected the corpses. Then, with Riddick in tow, began flying back to the dome. When they arrived at the dome, Dream entered and went into the lake. He flew all the way down until he reached the root container for the core. We need a house. Dream spread out his mana and pushed the water around him away. Then, the house that he had built at the other lake was brought out and secured into the ground. After that, he enchanted the house and made it hold back the water. When he was finished, he had an underwater house surrounded by a dome of flowing water. He entered the workshop and brought out a metal table, laying Riddick on top of it. What did you have in mind for fixing him up? Well, first, we put his arm back together with the limb you picked up. Then we'll fix up his body and let him heal. I'll also bring out the mana balls and increase the mana concentration so his body can absorb energy faster. All right. Dream took out his cut-off arm and Sophia placed it back onto the stump. It was reconnected and the tissues were repaired. Then, she went through his body and did a more thorough treatment. Half an hour later, Riddick looked, for the most part, as good as new. Though his aura was still extremely weak, the mana balls came out along with the cubes and were placed in a dome around his body. The same mana blob environment that Dream had while flying was created around Riddick. Now he just needs time. His body will take care of everything. Dream nodded and backed away. He moved to another area of the workshop and took out another table. He put the corpses he gathered on this one. So what can you tell me about these? Hey, are you okay? No, my girlfriends were taken away, and now I'll need to infiltrate an empire to get them back, just as I had begun preparing a safe haven. So to put it lightly, I'm pretty fucking heated. And it's all because these pieces of shit couldn't just let a family be. Boom. Dream slammed his fist down onto the corpse, shattering the metal table underneath. I'm not doing this right now. Dream walked out of the workshop, leaving behind the corpses and Riddick. He went over to the core container and stepped inside. He sat down next to the altar. Bring me up. His vision went black, and he appeared in the cabin. Sophia was standing in front of him, her face worried. I want to sleep. Dream walked to the bedroom and laid down on the bed. Sophia silently followed and climbed under the cold covers with him. Can you knock me out? Sure. Good night. She kissed him on the forehead, and his vision started to fade. Soon, he fell asleep. 2 days after the battle, Riddick finally began waking up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the metal table he was on. His muscles were stiff and a bit sore. He looked around and saw these floating balls and cubes surrounding him. He also felt the high mana concentration and could see the system of mana channels going between the objects around him. He'd be impressed if not for his situation. Asterisk grunt asterisk. He sat up and massaged his shoulder, but he froze midway when he realized what he was doing. My arm. He looked at the arm that was massaging his shoulder. It was the one that was cut off, but it looked and felt perfectly fine. When did? You're up. Riddick spun his head around to the voice. Entering the workshop was Dream, but he seemed different. Boy, yes?
Never mind.
Riddick shook his head. He didn't feel like questioning him right now. You should be 100% right now. Your body is totally healed, and it looks like your energy is recovered. Do you feel 100%? Dream walked over to Riddick and handed him a bottle of water. He responded after downing it. I feel fine. You healed me? Riddick. I did. How did you regenerate my arm? Didn't have to. I just reconnected it. I see. Your skills have increased. More than you know, but it's still not enough. Come on. I got food in the house. Dream collected the mana balls and cubes and walked out of the workshop. Riddick followed after hopping off the table. When they got outside, Riddick saw the dome of water around them. It was an odd sight. Where are we? We're at the dome under the lake. I'll explain later. Dream walked into the house with Riddick. In the living area was a table with food already on it. Go ahead and eat.
It's not third-class meat, but it'll do.
Riddick nodded and sat down. On the table were plates of meat, fruits, and other foods. He began eating. Dream just took a seat. Riddick ate quickly after he realized how hungry he was. Soon, the table was cleared of food. Need more? No, I'm good. All right. Both of them were silent. Dream just watched Riddick while he quietly pondered. You weren't able to find them? After a couple of minutes, Riddick broke the silence, getting straight to the issue he wanted to know most about. No, I barely got there to save your life. I healed you just enough to get you back here and fix you properly. Did you look? No, my concern was you. You should have looked. You might have found them, and you would have died. Look, I'm not arguing with you. You needed to stay alive. That was my priority. And yes, it was higher priority than scouring the area to get a trace of the girls. I know you understand that. Riddick went quiet. Dream knew exactly what he wanted to say, but he also knew that him being alive was important. So what now? Riddick asked Dream. For now, you're going to rest. Do nothing for a week or so. Then, you can do whatever you need. You can go to the Spire, go find a dungeon. Whatever you need to get more powerful. You're a free man, for the most part. The foxes have the girls, and they aren't going to waste manpower on tracking and killing you. Doesn't that mean we should go and get them back? Why don't you want to do that? I do want to. But no, that does not mean we should get them back. If you go to the land bridge and cut them off, getting back the girls, you'll only be hunted again. You'll be put on the run, and you'll never be able to concentrate on gaining power. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to let them go, and do some soul searching while leveling up and practicing your skills. Soul searching? Let them go? Yes. Let them be taken all the way back to the castle where they'll probably be locked up for a bit. But hey, it's not all that bad. They at least get to see their mother. It'll be a wonderful occasion, especially when I tell them that you're still alive. You dash. Yes, I know you gave them the wristband, but no, I don't know where they are. I won't have a connection with it until whatever's cutting off my connection gets removed. Riddick went quiet again. Besides wondering about how Dream knew about his handoff, he realized that his daughters would really be able to see their mother. I hadn't thought of that. They'll be able to see their mother, and you'll be able to grind your levels in peace. And whenever you're ready, you can go to the castle and fight Bowser for your princess. Bowser, an expression, right? Riddick disregarded Dream's weird statement and suddenly became much less depressed about the whole situation. His daughters were safe. They were going to see their mother, and he would be able to focus. Though it would be difficult to get them from Raoul, he could at least prepare. So you can hang out in the house and do whatever you want. I'm still finishing my project. Very well. Dream stood up and walked out of the house. Riddick stayed seated, pondering more over what they talked about. When Dream left, he went back to the core. He wasn't lying about finishing his project because he really was close to cracking the code, or at least Sophia was. He got back to the altar and sat down. Another several hours, and I'll be able to start editing. You want to sleep for that time?
Sure.
All right. I'll wake you if anything happens. Dream nodded as his vision went black. Sophia put him to sleep. Dream. Dream opened his eyes as he was woken up. We can begin. It's done? Nice. How's the old man? He's sleeping. All right. How should we proceed with this? Well, I don't want to edit too much, but I've identified the sequences for the fog and barrier and saw the exception for animals. Once I remove that exception, everything with cognition will be confused and not allowed to enter. The only reason they can enter is if they can bypass the fog. Nice. Anything else that we can change? There is one thing, but first, I have found out more about the core. What did you find? Basically, the energy inside it is definitely mana. But the reason I got confused was because the mana was in a different form. Different form? Yes. As you know, this core has to be able to power the entire dome. To do that takes huge amounts of energy. Well, that means that all the energy needs to fit inside that small core. Basically, the energy is extremely dense mana, to the point where it's basically a liquid. There's liquid mana? Well, that's the easy way to put it. The complicated way to put it is that the mana, once it reaches a certain density, is a fourth-dimensional fluid taking form in the third dimension. We never technically see mana in the third dimension because its four-dimensional substance isn't able to cast a 3D shadow, but condense it enough, and it does. That's what's inside the crystal, is this condensed mana. Yeah, I think I'll just call it liquid mana. Makes more sense. Sure. Anyway, are you good to go with editing this thing? How long will it take? Not that long. Maybe half an hour. Nice. Then let's do that and be done with this thing. Okay, beginning edit. Magic has leveled up. Magic has leveled up. Right as Sophia began editing the core, Dream got 2 notifications. Well, that was fast. He nodded and laid back. His mana stayed connected to the core and kept editing. Not long after editing, though, the core began acting strange. It sent green pulses of mana out into the roots, which caused the surrounding mana to agitate. Dream was hit with a wave of concentrated mana. Sophia? It's part of the process. It has to update everything, and that takes lots of mana. So it's sending out batches to complete everything. I've also decided to try something with the mana concentration. Are you trying to raise it? Yes. Oh, well, all right. You'll probably give the old man a spook, though. Dream just laid back once more, letting Sophia do her work. Chapter 79. Sleep? As Dream had guessed, Riddick did indeed get scared. As soon as the mana wave hit, he popped out of bed. A Class 3, Riddick was put on full alert, though when he remembered where he was, he calmed down a bit. There was no way those foxes could have tracked him here. Where's the boy? Riddick walked outside the house and could sense a huge source of mana a little ways away. He hadn't really noticed it before since his mind was on other things. He walked around the workshop and saw a big capsule made of intertwined roots. The mana fluctuations came from inside. He walked up to it and pressed his hand against the roots. This was when he felt the true extent of the mana being moved. Good God, what are these roots? Are these for the trees? Why is there so much mana moving through them? And boy, you're in there? Old man, don't come in here. You are in there, Riddick exclaimed as Dream's voice came from inside the capsule. He was in the center of those mana fluctuations. I'm fine. It's just my project. What the hell kind of project are you working on? How did you get a hold of so much mana? I'll be done in a bit, so just wait in the house. I'll explain then. Very well. Riddick took his word for it and went back to the house. After half an hour, Sophia notified him. It's done. Magic has leveled up. Magic has leveled up. Sweet. Dream smiled at the notifications. Throughout the whole thing, magic had leveled up 6 times while material magic actually leveled up 3 times. Both skills were now level 30. Not only that, but Sophia leveled up twice. She was now level 61. The fog update has already taken effect. The update for the mana concentration will take a while though. That's fine. Let's go talk to the old man. Dream stood up and exited the root capsule. He walked over and entered the house. So what was that? When he walked through the door, he found Riddick sitting on the couch. He went over and sat across from him. That was the core that powers this entire dome with mana. I was editing the enchantment on it so that the fog outside would confuse animals. That way those pesky clan whatevers won't be able to enter. You can do that? Of course, though it took almost a week of analyzing to actually understand. So it could be said that only I can do that. Unless the master enchanters of this world are more extraordinary than I think they are. They are extraordinary, but never mind that. How about you tell me what the hell you did with yourself? And why are your mana levels so high? Did you really level up that much? Heh, Dream chuckled a bit. Until 2 days ago, he hadn't leveled up that much. Alright, first off, I'm level 155. Are you serious? Yes, though that's only because I killed that person who was about to decapitate you. Oh right, Riddick remembered how he had seen Dream that day, and how the fox's head exploded in front of him. From that kill alone, I leveled up 53 times. Before then, I was only level 102. You might have leveled up more if I hadn't taken most of the experience. Yes, he was very weak, which was the only reason I got the kill easily. Indeed. So what about your body? If it weren't for the fact that you look mostly the same, I would think you're another person entirely. Or it would be better to say another thing. Well, funny story. I actually built myself a body. It's much better than my previous one. You built yourself a body?
Yes.
Riddick put on a dumb face. He wanted to say such a thing were stupid, but the proof was right in front of him. Dream was so different that only a built body would explain why he was so different. Hell, he could sense the mithril inside of him. So, is that really mithril inside your body? More precisely, I've made my entire skeleton out of mithril. You're a madman, even crazier than Graph. I prefer to think of myself as a passionate intellectual. Anyway, I rebuilt my body after I got my second class. And what is your second class? It's called Master Artificer. You got a master class at only class 2. How is that possible? Riddick was finally at the end of his wits hearing that and shouted. Dream recoiled at the sudden zeal. I can imagine it's not common, but damn, of course it's not common. I've only heard legends of a Class 2 being a master, and they usually had to do with the rulers of the empires when they were young. But didn't you say that there were people with the word grand or great at second class? There's a big difference between a grand or a great and a master. A master is just that, a master. Among everyone else, they're at the top of their skill set. Though, I wonder why you chose to be an artificer. They're craftsmen, not fighters, like an engineer or carpenter. What were your other choices? Let's see.
There was one for an engineer, one was a gunner, thermal mage, blacksmith, enchanter, and then the last was a warlock.
A warlock? Whoa, chill out, old man. Don't tell me to chill out when a mere Class 2 was allowed to become a warlock. Why didn't you choose that? I didn't know what the hell a warlock was. For all I knew, it was some weird dude who played with poison and skeletons. Well, you're half right. They're sorcerers who combine their magic with alchemy. There was once a warlock at the Spire who was just as feared as that mana weaver I told you about. What happened to him? He died to one of his own concoctions. He also destroyed an entire spire right in the center of Capital City in the process. Not only was none of his body found, but several dozen people died. Most of his research was lost as well. It was a big blow to the alchemy community. But besides the point, I'll have you know that he was a Class 3, and you were able to choose that class at Class 2. I still don't think I would have chosen it. What? Riddick looked at him like he had been offended. Dream just massaged his forehead. Look, I don't know hardly anything about alchemy. Plus, I can do better stuff with enchantments and such. Sure, my class is only a crafting type, but my strength does not lack at all. In fact, the only reason I have my strength is because I was able to craft. I crafted this body, my weapons, and my armor. I can manipulate mana and matter like it's a part of me, and that lets me do some amazing things. I think if I had become a warlock, I would be weaker than right now. Maybe, but still, I can't believe those were even choices. Did you know Graf is a magic engineer? And he's at the same level as me. Huh, though I was able to make better stuff than him. What was his mana at? I think A. He had pretty much gone through his potential though. What's your mana at? A+. I haven't crossed the barrier to S-level mana. HM. Well, now you'll be able to focus on your skills. So no rush. What about you, boy? What are your plans in all this? Dream delved into thought. What were his plans? Everything was kind of thrown out the window just recently. Well, there is one thing that I'll be doing soon. I'll be going to sleep, but it'll be for about a week. You're going to sleep for a week? Why? My body actually hasn't been completely rebuilt. I need that week of sleep for it to finally be completed. Interesting. Do you need me to protect you? Well, there aren't any threats here, so not really. But you need to rest, so you should stay anyway. Very well. I'll stay until you wake back up. But after that, I'll be leaving. You have an idea where you want to go? The Spire. It'll be important for my advancement. Maybe you could go with me. There would be no need to avoid attention. And maybe you could enroll in the academy. Would the academy help me at all? It might or might not. What it would do for you, however, is give you a social life. Ever since you came to this world, you've been with us. You haven't made any other friends. And unless you get out there, you'll remain a loner craftsman who stays isolated in the woods doing crazy stuff. The academy would be a good place to start. And there's one other reason to go to the Spire. One you'll need to consider soon, by the looks of it. What's that? You're going to be coming up on Class 3. I have absolutely no doubt that you'll get there. It's only a matter of when. And one of the things you'll need to do upon reaching Class 3 is creating your mana pathways. I remember you saying something about that. That humans have to make them, but not animals. Indeed, though it gives certain advantages in return. A Class 3 human mage will almost always beat a Class 3 animal mage. But since animals don't need to make them, this means that they have far more Class 3s than humans do. We have quality, they have quantity. I see. So what does the Spire have to do with this? The Spire has its own techniques for creating mana pathways. Should you be powerful enough and affiliate with them, you would receive those techniques to use. The same goes for the Sword School and even the Mountain. They each have their own techniques. So unless you want to be stuck figuring it out yourself, I highly suggest you go to an empire and learn at least one technique. Your best option among them would be the Spire since you handle magic. At least in my opinion. Interesting. Dream thought about these mana pathways. He was really interested in figuring them out. He could probably design his very own. Couldn't you just share the technique with me, though? Unfortunately, no. The way I had to create mine is a bit unorthodox due to my blessing, so you wouldn't be able to use it. Oh yeah. What's with that blessing? Dream remembered when it was brought up when they were with Graf. It was a conversation they never got to. I was blessed by a god and gained a title. By a god? There are gods. There are. I don't know much about them other than they're there. Either way, I gained some skills oriented towards destruction. I've never heard from this god since. Huh. Well, if the Spire holds the knowledge to create a set of pathways, then I guess I'll have to go there sooner rather than later. And I guess I wouldn't mind meeting new people. I don't really have anything else to do. Then after you sleep for that week, we can head out. When will you start? Anytime. The sooner the better. Tonight then, if you need anything, let me know before then.
Sure.
I'll be in my room. Dream stood up and walked out of the living room towards his bedroom. When he entered, he brought his attention to Sophia. So is there anything other than sleep that I'll need? No. Even right now the cells are converting around the top of the spinal cord. It won't be long before it seeps into the brain. During the sleep, your brain will be in an inactive state, like a coma. I want as little as possible to happen so nothing unpredictable occurs. This is also good for you cause it'll be like you only slept for a couple of hours. So I'm gonna take a nap and wake up next week. Sounds like my middle of the day power naps after track practice. I also might do some crafting or experiments while you sleep and maybe look into these mana pathways. That's fine. Sorry to leave you alone for so long. It's alright. You just have a nice nap. I will. Dream laid down in his bed, thinking about the academy at the Spire. If he were still back on Earth, he would be in college, so he wouldn't be that out of place. He would also get to see what life was like for the people there. A school in another world. I'm looking forward to it. That night, Dream found Riddick before heading to bed. I'm starting my sleep. All right. With a brief acknowledgement, Dream laid back down on his bed. Good night. Good night. He closed his eyes as his vision faded. Soon, he was unconscious. A few minutes after that, he fell into a comatose state. As Dream was going to sleep, several thousand miles away were the girls. Currently, they were both tied up and sitting against a tree. Around them were all the other foxes who were escorting them. Report, a fox appeared near the escort group and went towards one of the Class 3s. What is it? We've done reconnaissance on the battle site. And? Where's our assassin? Unknown. When we got there all the corpses were gone. There was also no sign of the assassin or Riddick Durov. When the girls heard this, their ears perked up. No sign of their dad? But wasn't he supposed to be dead? Did he survive? The orders were to deliver his head. But there was nowhere on the ground that would indicate a decapitation. He was on the verge of death. Even if we assume the worst and he's still alive, he'll need time to recover. And since there's no sign of the assassin by now, we're going to continue. Understood. Send a messenger ahead of us to deliver mission status to Raoul. At the rate we're going, we'll reach our territories in at most 2 weeks. Understood. After that, the fox disappeared and left to who knows where. The leader looked over everyone. We leave at dawn. Get some sleep. Everyone nodded and the lights were put out. Pretty soon, all the foxes were asleep, all except for the girls. After hearing that their dad could still be alive, they regained some hope. All the possibilities played out in their head for how their dad could get out of that situation, but only one seemed the most plausible. Could it be Dream? Iris? I am not sure. Luna? They said Dad isn't dead? Maybe. What do we do? We just stay together. We'll be okay. They cuddled in their fox forms, each comforting the other. They at least still had each other and a little bit of hope. Chapter 80. The Spire. 1 week later. I have risen. Dream opened his eyes with an announcement. When he did, he began adjusting to his senses. This isn't too different. As he sat up, he noticed that other than feeling a bit quicker to process his surroundings, it didn't feel like that big of a change. It won't feel different, but I can assure you that your processing speed has drastically improved. You're processing your senses in real time without delay, and you can control your motor functions instantaneously also without delay. You'll notice this the next time you get into a fight, but you can also look at your status. Oh,
Status.
profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Master Artificer. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level 155. Stats: Strength B, Agility B, Stamina B, Magic B+. Passive skills: Sophia, LVL 61, Magic, LVL 30. Active skills: Summons from Another World, Material Magic, LVL 30. My agility went up from B-, and magic and strength is higher than before? Correct. Though agility is a bit more dynamic than just processing speed, it's a decent representation of your improvement, and your magic and strength went up after all those level ups. I see. Well, I'm now 100% complete. And where's the old man? Dream spread out his senses over the house, but couldn't see Riddick. Was he outside? He actually left a day or so ago. He's probably at the Spire right now. Why'd he go early? He actually came and talked to me while you were asleep and said that he didn't want to force you to go anywhere. If you wanted to go to another empire, you could. He just wanted you to do whatever you wanted without pressure. He even left you with some money. Sophia pointed him over to a bag and box on a table next to him. They were similar to what Graf gave him, except there were 2 boxes instead of 1. Oh, thanks for the money, but I was still planning on going to the Spire. Now, I'm gonna have to navigate that damn place alone. Honestly, maybe he was just messing with you too. But either way, you really can do whatever you want. There's over 20,000 gold on your table, enough to buy pretty much anything. So if there's anything we want to do, we can. I didn't have any other plans. Everything was kind of thrown out the window recently. We didn't even need to finish working on the core if we didn't want to. We should just head to the Spire. I'm eager to see if there's anything there to learn. Dream got out of bed and put the money in his inventory. Then he walked outside the house. Might as well take all this with me. Dream raised his hand, and the House Plus workshop was put into his inventory. After that, the water all around him began rushing into the empty area. Splash! Dream flew up through the water and above the lake. He stopped and took a look at the dome. It would be cool if I could take this whole dome with me. I could have my very own paradise. You can have your very own paradise in your mind space. True, but reality has its own charm, even though it makes me want to die sometimes. How far to the Spire? The capital is a few thousand miles away. It won't take more than a couple of hours to get there. Then we better get going. Dream began flying up towards the roof. He went through it and into the sky where he equipped his armor and brought out his mana balls. The mana balls surrounded him in a large sphere and began concentrating the mana around him. Time for some ludicrous speed. Leaving behind one last comment, Dream blasted off towards the Spire. We'll be seeing it over the horizon soon. Dream lifted his head. He had been flying for 2 hours, and he was looking forward to seeing this city. As Sophia said, he was soon able to see a wall over the horizon. Not long after, he could see the Spire. This really is a fantasy world. As Dream got closer and closer, he could see the absolutely towering structures that were the spires. Starting from the center was the main tower, the true spire. It was the one that stood above all at 1,100 meters. And as you expanded from there, the buildings got shorter and shorter. Dream wasn't a stranger to tall buildings, but he had never been near any this size, especially from this point of view. Not only was the main tower tall, but it was big. It looked like it was made of smooth rock, and it had metallic veins traveling up its body that pulsed with mana. Their design was that of a classic mage tower too, just really big. That was another thing. Dream could sense the atrocious amount of mana being circulated through the city, even from miles away. The amount of mana was easily many times larger than what he handled at the dome. And not only were there huge amounts of mana, but the city seemed to be connected to some kind of enchantment. Sophia, is there a mana barrier around the entire city? As Dream looked at the city, he could see an invisible barrier that covered everything in a dome out to the walls. Its source seemed to be the main spire. There is. I can sense the flow of mana coming from the spire out towards the barrier, but I can't trace the source of the mana beyond that. If we could figure everything out about this barrier just by looking, this place would lose its right to be what it is. I have no doubt about the experts here. There are likely even a few class 4s, and they definitely have a way to hide whatever secrets there might be. So if they don't want us to find something, we probably won't. At least not easily. Anyway, let's head to the walls. I won't be able to just fly through the barrier. Dream began heading down ahead of the gates. He found the road entering a gate and stealthily landed among the hundreds of people going in and out. He removed his armor and mana balls and dressed like a normal dude, at least in his world. Oh crap, what about my title plate? Dream remembered that he didn't get it updated at the mountain, though he was pretty sure they just looked at the name. That might not be the case here. No need to worry about that. We can edit it ourselves. Oh, okay. Dream took out the copper title plate and looked at it. It still had his fake ranger stats. The only problem is that we don't really know any other classes. We can't just put mage and expect things to go smoothly. We only need to get through the gate. So I was thinking we can just put blacksmith or something. I guess that works. Just make sure it looks genuine. Please. I could get past them by reprogramming their tools, not to mention faking a title plate. It'll be fine. As Dream looked at his title plate, he could see the data being changed. His class changed to blacksmith, and his level changed to level 64. As he waited in line and got closer to the gates, he could see the verification process to get in. It actually wasn't guards checking everybody. There was a table where people would place their title plates, and it would be verified automatically. Though there were still people manning the gate, they weren't directly doing any work. Soon, it was Dream's turn to get his plate scanned. He walked up and placed it on the table. Within moments, a light lit up green and he was let through. He entered the city. Just like that. As Dream walked through, he was greeted with a truly bustling city. It was similar to the mountain, just brighter since they weren't being covered by a dome of rock. It was a pleasantly sunny day and everybody was out and about. Nice buildings of wood and rock were everywhere and were home to shops, hotels, restaurants, and whatever else you needed. There seemed to be everything here. Dream just picked a street and walked down it. Dream, look up. Sophia tugged and pointed him to the sky. When he looked up, he could actually see people flying. So flying is okay here. That's good to know. Well, if you plan to hide the fact that you're an overpowered class 2, then you should exercise restraint. No armor, no mana balls, and I've set your mana levels to C. I wonder what it takes to fly though. Like if there's a certain magic or whatnot. If the old man were here, he would tell me. I also have no idea where to go. Well, we can automatically assume that an academy for magic will be near the spires, not on the outskirts of the city. So start heading deeper. Should I fly? Either that or you can run on top of buildings. That sounds fun. Let's do that. Dream smiled and looked to the roof of a building. He slightly bent his knees and hopped right on top of the building. Just make sure I don't break anything. Sure. Saying so, Dream looked towards the center of the city. He could see all the towers and how they gradually rose up into one point. It was a surreal sight, something you would never see on Earth. He didn't stay entranced for long and kicked off, darting across a few buildings and landing over 100 meters away. He bounded again and went another 100 meters. As the city was at least 15 miles wide, it took a bit for him to approach the center, but eventually he started coming up on the taller buildings. He continued climbing them Assassin's Creed style and got good looks at the city below. Hey kid! Suddenly, Dream heard a shout. He looked back and saw a man flying towards him. He stopped on top of a building and wondered why he was being chased. You move pretty fast for being so young. What's your name? A guy looking to be in his 40s came up and landed near Dream. He wore a cape behind him and had a short staff on his waist with a gem on the end. My name is Dream. Is there something I can help you with? Yes. I'm a monitor here and I saw you running across the buildings. You must be new, otherwise you'd know you can't do that. Oh, I didn't know. And yes, I'm new. Figures. It can damage the buildings, so we just ask if you keep to the street. Where are you in a hurry to? You were moving really fast. Oh, I'm actually trying to find the academy. I recently got to the city and was planning to join. Oh, gonna go apply, huh? Yes, I was planning to. You know where it is? I do. The academy is actually a complex. You'll see that most of these spires are independent, but the academy is actually an enclosed area between 4 spires. You'll find it in that direction. It looks like a castle, so it's easy to find. The man pointed towards a bunch of buildings. Sure enough, Dream could see a tall castle-like structure a couple of miles away. So I just go there to register? No. If you want to register for the academy, you'll need to go to the guild building. They take batches of applicants for an interview process every week where you'll be tested. Oh, and where's the guild building? It's that spire right there. He pointed towards a spire about 200 meters tall. It was actually really close to them, not more than a few streets away. It also had a big sign with the word Mage Association on it for all to see. Oh, sweet.
Thanks. Sure.
With that, they went their separate ways. Dream jumped down to the street and watched the man fly away. Since it's right there, I'll just fly. Dream went into stealth when the monitor was out of sight and took to the sky. Not even a minute later, he descended in front of the guild building. This seems to be much more popular than the one at the mountain. Dream stood among crowds of people going in and out of the building. There were hundreds of people in the immediate area alone. He could only imagine how many people were in the building. Though he could spread his senses to look, he was sure there were plenty of people who could sense him. He didn't want to attract attention. Since I have to meet someone, I guess I should look presentable. Do I look all right? Dream looked himself over. He was meeting new people and didn't need to go around looking poor. An image he wasn't really giving off as he was currently wearing sweats and a hoodie. I think we should change. At least I'm still in stealth. What are all these people wearing? Dream took a closer look at all the people walking by. Most of the guys were wearing simple fitted clothing that looked really nice like pants and a shirt with maybe a vest. The girls also wore nice dresses, or even something similar to the men like pants and such. Though the clothing industry in this place seemed to be very developed, they still looked very different from his modern clothes. He wasn't even sure if they had elastic. So I won't really be able to match their fashion. Here, try this. Sophia spoke up and swapped out Dream's clothes. He took a look at himself. She dressed him in neat, comfortable shoes, nice dark slacks, and a black button-down. The shirt had no tie and wasn't buttoned all the way, exposing a bit of his muscular chest. Not that his muscles weren't already showing through the shirt. One could see the shirt wrap around his toned arms and abs. His silky brown hair was also done up in a messy short comb-over. And last but not least, a sliver watch for accent. The clothes were semi-formal, but with his aura and demeanor, it made it casual yet classy. He liked classy things and had no problem with the outfit. Dream rolled his sleeves above his elbows and looked like he was about to hang out with some rich 20-something-year-olds. Though this world likely had a different style for rich people, so he would look kind of out of place. But he wasn't about to put on some medieval costume, so he dealt with it. He was confident about himself and looked good. That's all that mattered. After checking himself out and getting a boost in confidence, he undid his stealth and walked into the building. Hopefully the registration process wouldn't be tiresome.